Let's slow this down and make it feel real for a second, my little potatoes. Imagine being the one person awake while everyone else is asleep, keeping a light going for people you'll never meet. I'm glad you're here to sit with that kind of quiet tonight. This is, as I love to point out, a curated sleep experience, carefully researched, written and shaped to reflect real historical accounts while still helping you snooze like a log. With that steady, isolated rhythm in mind, we're easing into what life as a Victorian lighthouse keeper was truly like. Not as a dramatic tale, but as a routine built on repetition, responsibility, and long stretches of solitude. If this calm, slightly boring reflection helps you unwind, feel free to follow, drop a like, and tell me where you're listening from and what time it is for you. I always enjoy seeing our community full circle. Now settle a little deeper into your pillow, let your breathing slow naturally, and turn that white noise machine to the own position. In the middle years of the 1800s, when steam engines were beginning to reshape the world and gaslight was still a wonder in most homes, there existed a profession that demanded extraordinary dedication and unusual courage. The lighthouse keeper stood between the merchant ships of empire and the hungry rocks that lurked beneath the waves. Tonight, you step into that world of light and solitude. The morning arrives differently when you live inside a tower of stone and iron that rises from the sea itself. You wake in your narrow bunk to the sound of waves against granite. The air tastes of salt even here in your sleeping quarters. Every breath carries the ocean inside your lungs. Your room measures perhaps 8 feet across. The curved wall follows the lighthouse's circular design. A small porthole window shows you the grey dawn breaking over the channel. You swing your legs over the side of the bunk. The floor beneath your feet is cold iron. Your boots wait exactly where you left them the night before. The keeper's quarters occupy the middle section of the tower. Below you, the storage rooms hold lamp oil and provisions. Above you, the light chamber waits for its evening duties. You dress in wool trousers and a thick shirt. The clothing never quite dries in this environment. Everything you own carries a permanent dampness that becomes normal after the first month. Your routine begins the same way every morning. You climb the spiral stairs to check the lamp first. This takes precedence over breakfast or washing or any other human need. The stairs wind upward in a tight coil. Your hand runs along the iron railing worn smooth by decades of keepers before you. The steps number 147 from your quarters to the lamp room. You count them without thinking. The rhythm has entered your bones. The lamp room greets you with its familiar smell of oil and metal and glass cleaner. The great lens dominates the space. It stands taller than a man and weighs more than a carriage. This particular lens was crafted by the French inventor Augustin Jean Fresnel. The design uses a series of concentric prisms that bend and focus light with remarkable efficiency. A single oil flame becomes a beam visible for 20 miles across the water. You approach the lamp with the reverence it deserves. The mechanism must be inspected before the morning fully arrives. The clockwork weight system hangs down through the centre of the tower. During the night, this weight descended slowly, turning the lens in its endless rotation. The rotation creates the characteristic flash pattern that identifies your lighthouse to passing ships. You record the night's performance in your logbook. The lamp burned without incident. The clockwork maintained its rhythm. The lens completed its rotations according to schedule. The logbook sits on a small desk bolted to the wall. Every keeper maintains these records with meticulous care. Trinity House inspectors review them during their quarterly visits. You write in clear script. The date is the 14th of November, 1863. The weather was fair through the night with moderate seas from the southwest. Your handwriting fills page after page of these books. Years from now, maritime historians will study them to understand shipping patterns and weather conditions. You do not think about this legacy. You simply record what happened. The morning inspection continues. You check the mercury float that allows the lens to rotate with minimal friction. The liquid metal gleams in its brass trough. You verify that the level remains constant. The mercury fascinated you when you first began this work. It moves like water, but weighs like lead. It pools and separates and reforms with an alien quality that never quite feels natural. The brass trough that contains it was machined to exacting tolerances. The entire lens apparatus floats on this mercury bed. The weight of the glass and metal assembly is enormous, yet it rotates with the lightest touch because friction has been nearly eliminated. This engineering represents decades of refinement. Early lighthouses used mechanical bearings that required constant maintenance. The friction generated heat. The mechanisms wore quickly. Augustin Jean Fresnel's invention of the catadioptric lens revolutionised lighthouse technology. But it was the addition of the mercury float system that made the design truly practical. You learned these technical details during your initial training. Trinity House maintains a school for new keepers. The instruction covers both the practical skills and the theoretical knowledge. Understanding how the equipment works makes you a better keeper. You can diagnose problems more quickly. You can perform repairs with greater confidence. The lamp itself must be cleaned while the glass is still warm from burning through the night. You climb the small ladder that provides access to the burner assembly. The flame burned whale oil until recently. Now you use colza oil pressed from rapeseed. The newer fuel burns cleaner and produces less smoke to dirty the lens. You extinguish the flame with a careful turn of the valve. The sudden absence of light feels wrong even in the growing dawn. Your lighthouse exists to combat darkness. The glass chimney requires immediate cleaning. You use a soft cloth and a solution of vinegar and water. The soot comes away in dark streaks that stain the cloth. This task demands patience. A single smudge on the glass reduces the light's intensity. Ships depend on that intensity to judge their distance from the rocks. The lens itself receives its own cleaning regimen. You move around its circumference, polishing each prism panel. The morning sun begins to strike through the glass. Rainbow patterns dance across the walls. These rainbows never lose their ability to please you. The science of light refraction becomes a daily art show. With the lamp tended, you descend to prepare breakfast. The small kitchen occupies one corner of your living level. It contains a coal stove, a water pump connected to the rainwater cistern, and a cabinet for dry goods. The kitchen represents careful adaptation to limited space. Every item has been selected for efficiency and durability. Nothing decorative or unnecessary occupies the precious room. The coal stove is a compact model designed specifically for lighthouses. It burns fuel efficiently and produces adequate heat for cooking. The chimney runs up through the tower interior, providing some warmth to the upper levels. Managing the stove requires skill. Too little air and the fire smoulders inefficiently. Too much air and coal consumption increases beyond sustainable levels. You have learned to maintain the perfect balance. The fire burns hot enough for cooking, but not so hot that it wastes fuel. The water pump connects to the rainwater collection system. The tower's conical roof funnels precipitation into a cistern built into the structure. This water provides your entire supply for drinking, cooking, and washing. Water management requires constant vigilance. During dry spells, the cistern level drops alarmingly. You must ration usage to prevent running completely dry. Rain is generally adequate in this climate, but summer drought can occur. You have emergency procedures for such situations. The supply boat can deliver fresh water if absolutely necessary. The taste of rainwater changes with the seasons. Spring rain tastes clean and soft. Summer rain sometimes carries dust. Autumn rain has a mineral quality. Winter rain tastes sharp and cold. These subtle variations become familiar over time. You develop preferences and opinions about water that would seem absurd to people with access to wells or town supplies. You light the stove with practiced efficiency. Coal must be used sparingly. Your monthly allocation arrives by supply boat along with your food and mail. The kettle goes on first. Tea is not negotiable in the morning routine. While the water heats, you assemble the rest of breakfast. Porridge made from oats, a slice of yesterday's bread with butter from the crock, 2 eggs from the chickens that live in a small coop attached to the tower's base. Yes, you keep chickens on a lighthouse. They provide eggs and a touch of life beyond your own company. Their clucking echoes up through the tower on quiet mornings. The decision to keep poultry seemed eccentric when you first proposed it. Trinity House had no official policy regarding livestock at offshore lighthouses, but they approved your request after consideration. The chickens arrived as chicks via the supply boat. You raised them in a makeshift brooder heated by a small oil lamp. They grew into hardy birds adapted to the lighthouse environment. The breed is a type of Sussex chicken known for reliability and calm temperament. Excitable birds would not survive the constant sound of the waves and wind. Your flock consists of 6 hens. They live in a specially constructed coop attached to the tower base. The structure is built to withstand severe weather while providing adequate ventilation. The birds have adapted to their unusual home with remarkable success. They lay eggs consistently. They tolerate the isolation. They even seem to enjoy watching the sea from their protected enclosure. Caring for them adds pleasant variety to your routine. The morning feed and egg collection provide a connection to agricultural life. The simple act of tending livestock grounds you in normalcy. The chickens also provide company. They recognise your footsteps. They gather when you approach. Their personalities emerge over time. One hen is bold and curious. Another is shy and cautious. A third has a tendency to peck at shiny objects. These individual characteristics make them more than just egg producers. You have named them privately, though you would feel foolish admitting this to anyone. The names are simple. Ginger, Speckles, Whitey, Brownie, Stripe, and Dot. Each corresponds to a physical characteristic. The eggs they produce are precious. Fresh protein in an environment where most food arrives preserved in tins or barrels. The rich orange yolks speak of health and proper nutrition. You collect the eggs by descending to the surface level. The chickens have a protected enclosure that shields them from the worst weather. They seem unbothered by the waves that crash just feet away. The birds recognise your step on the ladder. They gather expectantly, just as you scatter their feed and collect 2 brown eggs still warm from the nest. Back in your kitchen, you crack the eggs into a pan. The butter sizzles. The smell of cooking fills the small space with something approaching domestic comfort. You eat standing at the small counter. The porthole window shows you the sea stretching away toward France. On clear days, you can sometimes see the French coast as a grey line on the horizon. Today the visibility is good. The autumn air has a clarity that summer lacks. You can make out individual wave patterns miles from the tower. A ship moves across your field of vision. It is a 3-masted bark heading up the channel toward London. The vessel maintains a safe distance from the rocks that surround your lighthouse. Those rocks claimed 17 ships in the decade before your light was built. Now they claim none. Your work saves lives by preventing disasters that never happen. After breakfast comes the morning maintenance cycle. A lighthouse is a machine that requires constant attention. You begin with the mercury. The float must be perfectly level, or the lens rotation will develop irregularities. You use a specialised tool to check the alignment. The mercury itself is poisonous. You know this from the training manual. Keepers must avoid prolonged contact with the substance. You wear gloves when working near the trough. The brass fittings throughout the tower require weekly polishing. Salt air corrodes metal with relentless efficiency. You fight this corrosion with oil and elbow grease and stubborn determination. The windows need attention every few days. Salt spray builds up on the external glass. You access the outside gallery through a small door in the lamp room. The gallery is a narrow walkway that encircles the tower just below the lamp. An iron railing prevents keepers from tumbling to the rocks below. The wind at this height can reach surprising strength. You step outside with your bucket and cloths. The morning air hits your face with its salt-fresh intensity. The wind pulls at your clothes. The height still affects you even after 2 years of service. The tower stands 130 feet above the high tide mark. The rocks below look very small and very hard. You begin washing the windows. The glass extends in panels around the lamp room. Each panel must be cleaned on both sides for maximum transparency. The work is methodical. You move around the gallery, cleaning each section. The physical rhythm is soothing. Your mind can wander while your hands perform their practice tasks. You think about your family on the mainland. Your wife and 3 children live in the keeper's cottage near the harbour. You see them during your monthly shore leave. The separation is the hardest part of this profession. You miss the daily details of their lives. Your youngest daughter is learning to read. She writes you letters in careful script. These letters arrive with the supply boat. You read them multiple times, searching for all the small news they contain. Your eldest son wants to become a keeper like his father. This fills you with mixed feelings. The work is honourable, but lonely. You wonder if you should encourage a different path. The morning continues with its established patterns. After the window cleaning, you descend to inspect the provisions. The storage level contains barrels of lamp oil, sacks of coal, preserved foods in tins and jars, and the essential supplies that keep you alive and working. You maintain an inventory ledger. Every item consumed must be recorded. Trinity House needs to know that supplies are being used appropriately and not wasted. You check the oil barrels first. The Colza oil arrives in sealed containers. You verify that none have developed leaks. A spill would be both wasteful and dangerous. The food stores require careful monitoring. Weevils can infiltrate even sealed containers. You inspect the flour and rice for signs of infestation. Everything appears satisfactory. You make notes in your ledger. The next supply delivery is scheduled for the 21st. You have adequate provisions until then. The morning inspection rounds continue. You check the rainwater system that provides your drinking water. The level is good after recent rains. The water tastes slightly of the metal tank but remains drinkable. You boil it for tea and cooking. Raw rainwater sometimes carries an unpleasant flatness. You inspect the tower's structure itself. Cracks in the masonry can admit water. Water leads to corrosion and eventual structural failure. The walls show no new damage. The granite blocks remain sound. The lighthouse was built to outlast the keeper and his children and his children's children. By midday, your morning duties are complete. You prepare a simple lunch of bread and cheese and pickled vegetables. The afternoon stretches ahead with its own requirements. There are always tasks waiting. A keeper's work is never fully finished. Today you plan to service the foghorn mechanism. The device sits in its own chamber below the lamp room. It consists of a compressed air system that produces the deep blast that warns ships during low visibility. The foghorn requires monthly maintenance. The air compressor must be oiled. The horn trumpet must be cleaned. The timing mechanism must be verified. You gather your tools and climb to the foghorn chamber. The machinery fills most of the small room. The compressor is a beautiful piece of Victorian engineering, all brass and iron precision. You begin the service procedure. Oil goes into specific points on the compressor. The moving parts must remain lubricated to prevent seizure. The work is absorbing. You lose track of time while focusing on the mechanical details. The afternoon light shifts across the chamber floor. When you finish, you test the system. The foghorn produces its characteristic bellow. The sound is loud enough to make your ears ring, even though you stand behind the trumpet. That sound carries for miles across the water. In fog so thick you cannot see the gallery railing, ships hear your warning and steer away from danger. The afternoon continues. You return to your quarters for a cup of tea and a brief rest. Your living space has become familiar to the point of invisibility. The curved wall, the small bookshelf, the writing desk, the bunk with its wool blankets. You keep the space tidy through habit. Disorder in a lighthouse leads to accidents. Everything has its place. Your books provide evening entertainment. You own perhaps 20 volumes. They include technical manuals, a Bible, several novels, and a book of poetry that your wife gave you. You read slowly, making each book last. The supply boat brings occasional new reading material, but you cannot count on it. The lighthouse service provides some educational materials. You receive monthly journals about maritime safety and lighthouse technology. These keep you informed about developments in your profession. You learned, for example, that electric lights are being tested in some lighthouses. The technology is still experimental. Most towers continue to rely on oil lamps and Fresnel lenses. The afternoon fades into evening. The sun begins its descent toward the western horizon. You prepare for the most important part of your daily routine. The transition from day to night carries special significance at a lighthouse. Your role shifts from maintenance worker to guardian of the light. The responsibility intensifies as darkness approaches. You check the time on your pocket watch. The device is a reliable chronometer provided by Trinity House. Accurate timekeeping is essential for proper light management. Sunset occurs at specific times that shift gradually through the seasons. You maintain a chart that lists the exact sunset moment for each day of the year. The lamp must be lit 30 minutes before this time. This buffer ensures that your light is burning at full strength when true darkness arrives. Ships beginning their night passages will see your beacon from the moment they need it. The weather affects visibility, and thus influences when the light becomes necessary. On clear days you might safely delay lighting slightly. But regulations require the 30-minute buffer regardless of conditions. Consistency is more important than minor efficiency gains. Ships' captains plan their navigation based on reliable patterns. Your light must be predictable. Lighting the lamp. The evening ritual begins exactly 30 minutes before sunset. You climb to the lamp room with a specific kind of focus. This task allows no distraction or error. Ships are already beginning their night passages. They will need your light. The lamp itself is cold now. It has rested through the day while the sun provided natural illumination. Now it must wake and do its work. You begin by checking the oil reservoir. The level must be sufficient to burn through the night without attention. You calculate that approximately 2 quarts will be consumed before dawn. The reservoir requires filling. You carefully pour colza oil from a storage can. The golden liquid flows smoothly. You stop when the level reaches the proper mark. The wick needs trimming. Throughout the night, the flame creates carbon deposits on the wick's edge. These deposits reduce light output and create smoke. You use special scissors designed for this purpose. The blades cut the blackened portion away cleanly. The fresh wick underneath shows pale and ready. The chimney glass must be perfectly clean. You polish it again, even though you cleaned it this morning. Evening light reveals imperfections that morning light conceals. Next comes the lens inspection. You walk around the great Fresnel apparatus, checking each prism for dust or salt residue. Your cloth moves gently across the glass surfaces. The clockwork mechanism requires winding. The weight that drives the rotation hangs on a steel cable. During the night, gravity will pull this weight downward, and its descent will turn the gears that rotate the lens. You attach the winding crank to its socket. The mechanism requires considerable effort to wind fully. You count the revolutions. 32 turns bring the weight to its highest position. Your arms feel the work. This is heavy lifting disguised as mechanical operation. You breathe steadily and maintain the rhythm. With the mechanism wound, you verify the rotation speed. The lens must complete 1 revolution every 2 minutes. This creates the flash pattern that identifies your particular lighthouse. Every lighthouse has its own signature pattern. Ships' captains study charts that list these patterns. They identify their position by noting which light they see. Your lighthouse produces 3 flashes followed by a dark period. Flash, 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 then darkness. This pattern repeats throughout the night. The timing must be precise. You use a pocket watch to verify the rotation speed. The lens turns smoothly, completing its circuit in exactly 2 minutes. Everything is ready. The sun approaches the horizon. The sky begins to show colours. You strike a match. The small flame dances in your hand. You apply it to the wick. The lamp catches immediately. The flame grows as it consumes the oil. It settles into a steady burn. Light begins to emerge from the lens. The prisms gather the flame and transform it into focused brilliance. The beam shoots out across the darkening water. You watch this transformation every evening. It never becomes routine. The moment when your small flame becomes a beacon that can guide ships 20 miles away carries a quiet power. The lamp burns with a soft roar. The sound is almost like breathing. The lighthouse has come alive for the night. You make your log entry. Lamp lit at 1700 hours. Wind from the southwest at moderate strength. Visibility excellent. Your evening duties have begun. The night watch requires different skills than the day. You prepare a supper of tinned beef, boiled potatoes and carrots from the root cellar. The food is plain but adequate. Keepers learn to appreciate simple meals. You eat while reading one of your books. Tonight you choose the poetry volume. The verses provide good company during the isolated hours. After supper, you wash your dishes in the small sink. Water is too precious to waste. You use minimal amounts for cleaning. The evening settles around the tower. The darkness grows complete. Your lamp beam sweeps across the water in its endless pattern. You return to the lamp room for your first night inspection. The flame burns steadily. The clockwork maintains its rhythm. The rotation continues without faltering. Through the windows, you can see your light painting across the waves. The beam creates a path of brightness that moves like a spoke on a great wheel. Ships begin to appear as moving lights on the horizon. You watch them pass safely beyond the rocks. Each vessel represents lives and cargo protected by your vigilance. The night watch involves hourly inspections. You must verify that the lamp continues burning and the mechanism continues functioning. Equipment can fail. Weather can change. A keeper must remain alert. You settle into the watch routine. You spend 30 minutes in the lamp room observing. Then you descend to your quarters for rest. Then you return for another inspection. This pattern will continue until dawn. The tower at night has its own character. The darkness transforms familiar spaces. Shadows gather in unexpected places. The sound of waves becomes more pronounced when you cannot see them. You carry a small oil lantern for moving between levels. The spiral stairs require careful attention in the dark. A misstep could mean serious injury. The isolation of night watch is profound. You are alone in a tower surrounded by water and darkness. The nearest human being is miles away across the channel. Some keepers find this solitude unbearable. They request transfers to shore stations after brief assignments. Others embrace the quiet. You have made peace with the loneliness. The work provides purpose. The lighthouse depends on your care. Ships depend on your light. Around midnight you brew another pot of tea. The hot liquid helps maintain alertness. You add sugar for energy. The midnight inspection shows everything functioning normally. The oil level has decreased as expected. The flame burns with steady intensity. You stand on the gallery for a few minutes. The night air is cold and sharp. Stars fill the sky above. The Milky Way spreads like spilled milk across the darkness. The ancient sailors navigated by these stars. They had no lighthouses or charts. They trusted the heavens and their own experience. Your work connects to that tradition. You provide a fixed point of reference in the moving chaos of the sea. The evolution from celestial navigation to lighthouse systems represents a fundamental shift in maritime safety. For thousands of years, sailors relied entirely on their knowledge of stars and coastlines. A cloudy night could mean disaster. The first lighthouses were simple beacon fires tended by monks or villagers. Wood burned in iron braziers. The light was weak and unreliable, but even that small flame saved lives. The Romans built sophisticated lighthouses at major ports. The pharaohs of Alexandria stood among the wonders of the ancient world. That tower rose over 400 feet and used mirrors to amplify its fire. Most of those early lighthouses are gone now, lost to earthquakes or war or simple neglect. But their legacy continues in towers like yours. See, the modern lighthouse system emerged in the 1700s. Trinity House in England and similar organisations in other nations began standardising designs and operations. The addition of the Fresnel lens in the 1820s transformed the technology. Suddenly a lighthouse could project useful light for many miles rather than just a few. Your particular lighthouse represents the cutting edge of that technology. The lens installed here is one of the finest examples of its type. Ship's captains study the characteristics of each lighthouse. They memorise the flash patterns. This knowledge allows them to determine their exact position even on the darkest night. Your 3-flash pattern identifies this specific location. No other lighthouse in the channel uses exactly the same sequence. This system of unique signatures creates a network of navigation points. A captain can track his progress along the coast by noting which lights appear and when. The reliability of this system depends entirely on keepers like you. If your light fails, the entire navigation chain breaks down. This responsibility weighs on you constantly. Lives depend on your attention to duty. A storm front is building to the west. You can see the distant lightning flickering along the horizon. The wind is beginning to shift. Weather changes rapidly at sea. What begins as a clear night can become a tempest within hours. You return inside and note the approaching weather in your log. Storm conditions developing from the west. Visibility remains good currently. The hours between midnight and dawn are the longest. Time moves differently during the deep night. Each hour stretches into what feels like 2. You combat drowsiness through movement. You perform additional inspections even when they are not strictly necessary. You climb and descend the stairs to maintain blood flow. The lamp continues its patient work. The light swoops across the water. The clockwork mechanism ticks steadily. At 3 a.m, the storm arrives. The wind increases dramatically. Rain begins to lash against the windows. The tower trembles slightly in the gusts. You watch from the lamp room as the weather intensifies. The waves grow larger. White foam appears on their crests. The sea becomes a chaos of moving water. Your light cuts through the rain. The beam remains visible despite the conditions. The Fresnel lens was designed for exactly this situation. The storm tests the lighthouse's construction. Wind pressure against the tower creates a deep humming sound. The structure flexes slightly but remains solid. You monitor the lamp closely during storms. High winds can affect the flame. Drafts can cause flickering or even extinguishment. The flame burns steadily. The oil feed remains constant. The lens rotation continues without interruption. This is why lighthouses exist. Fair weather requires no warning lights. Storms demand them absolutely. You watch a ship struggling through the heavy seas. The vessel pitches and rolls in the waves. It maintains a safe distance from the rocks, guided by your light. The ship is a steam freighter carrying cargo up the channel toward London. You can see its navigation lights bobbing in the darkness, green on the starboard side, red on the port side, white at the masthead. These lights communicate information to other vessels. They indicate the ship's heading and status. Maritime traffic follows specific rules to prevent collisions. Your lighthouse provides a different kind of information. You mark a fixed position. You warn of danger. You offer a reference point for navigation calculations. The freighter maintains its course. The captain has plotted a safe route that accounts for your position. He knows the rocks are here. He steers accordingly. You will never meet that captain. You will never know his name or hear his voice, but your work has helped him survive this night. This anonymous service defines lighthouse keeping. You protect people you will never encounter. You prevent disasters that will never make headlines because they never occur. The mathematics of prevention are invisible. Success leaves no evidence. Ships pass safely and continue to their destinations. The normal course of commerce proceeds uninterrupted. Only failure creates visible proof of need. When a lighthouse fails and a ship wrecks, everyone understands the importance of the keeper's work. But such failures are rare precisely because keepers perform their duties reliably. The captain of that ship can see your beam. He knows where the danger lies. He can steer his course accordingly. Your small flame in the darkness saves that ship and its crew. This is the mathematics of lighthouse keeping. One keeper, one lamp, dozens of lives preserved. The storm continues through the pre-dawn hours. The rain falls in sheets. The wind howls around the tower like something hungry. You remain at your post. Sleep is impossible during severe weather. Equipment failures are most likely when conditions are worst. The oil level continues to drop. You add more fuel at 4 a.m, the lamp must not fail before sunrise. Dawn arrives slowly through the storm clouds. The darkness softens into grey. The rain continues, but the wind begins to moderate. You can extinguish the lamp at first light. The beam is no longer needed. The approaching dawn provides natural illumination. You turn the valve that stops the oil flow. The flame diminishes and dies. The sudden darkness in the lamp room feels strange after the long night. The storm has left debris on the gallery. Seaweed and small pieces of driftwood litter the walkway. A dead fish lies against the railing. You will clean this mess later. First comes breakfast and the morning inspection routine. Another night watch completed. Another day beginning. The cycle continues without pause. The morning after a storm carries its own particular quality. The air tastes scrubbed clean. The wind has dropped to a gentle breeze. The sea still runs high, but the dangerous chaos has passed. You prepare your usual breakfast with hands that feel the fatigue of the long night. The porridge seems to take longer to cook. The tea requires more time to steep properly. Sleep deprivation is part of the profession. During severe weather, a keeper may remain awake for 24 hours or more. Your body has learned to function despite exhaustion. You eat slowly, allowing your system to absorb the food's energy. The hot tea helps restore alertness. You will need to remain functional through the day. The morning inspection reveals minor damage from the storm. One of the exterior shutters has come loose. The chicken coop shows signs of flooding. These repairs take priority. You gather your tools and begin the work. The shutter requires new fasteners. The old ones have corroded and failed under the storm's pressure. You drill new holes and install fresh bolts. Working on the exterior of the tower during post-storm conditions demands care. The surfaces are wet and slippery. One wrong step could send you falling to the rocks below. You move deliberately. Safety trumps speed in lighthouse work. A dead keeper is useless to the ships that depend on your light. The chicken coop needs bailing. Several inches of water have accumulated inside the enclosure. The birds huddle on their elevated roosts, looking bedraggled and unhappy. You use a bucket to remove the water. The chickens watch you with their usual sceptical expressions. They seem to blame you for the weather. Fresh straw goes down once the floor is dry enough. The birds descend from their roosts and begin investigating the new bedding with cautious interest. You scatter extra feed as compensation for their rough night. The chickens appreciate this gesture with enthusiastic pecking. By midday, the repairs are complete. The tower has weathered another storm without serious damage. The granite construction has proven its worth once again. You allow yourself a brief rest. Your bunk feels like luxury after the sleepless night. You close your eyes intending to rest for an hour. You wake 4 hours later to the sound of a boat horn. The supply vessel has arrived earlier than scheduled. You scramble from your bunk and descend to the landing platform. The supply boat is already tying up at the dock. The boat's captain is a man named William Harris. He has been making lighthouse deliveries for 15 years. You know him well. Mr. Harris shouts a greeting over the sound of the engine. You wave acknowledgement and help secure the lines. The supply delivery is a significant event. It brings food, mail, lamp oil, coal, and occasional luxuries. The process takes about 2 hours from start to finish. Mr. Harris and his assistant begin unloading crates and barrels. You help carry them up the steep path to the tower's storage level. The work is hard labour. Each barrel of oil weighs approximately 200 pounds. The path is narrow and slippery from the recent rain. You make multiple trips, hauling supplies from the boat to the tower. Your muscles protest, but you maintain the rhythm. Conversation with Mr. Harris provides a welcome change from solitude. He shares news from the mainland. A new railway line is being constructed. The Queen has visited a nearby town. These details connect you to the world beyond your tower. They remind you that life continues in places where people gather and interact. Mr. Harris also brings your mail. 3 letters this time. 2 from your wife, 1 from your eldest son. You tuck them carefully into your pocket. You'll read them later when you have privacy and time to absorb their contents properly. The supply delivery concludes with an inspection. Mr. Harris walks through the tower. You are checking equipment and noting any needs of the next delivery. He examines the lamp mechanism with professional interest. Mr. Harris was once a keeper himself. He understands the work intimately. Everything meets with his approval. You maintain your station well. The Trinity House inspectors will find no fault during their next visit. Mr. Harris departs with a final wave. The boat pulls away from the dock and turns toward the mainland. The engine sound fades into the distance. You're alone again. The silence returns like a familiar coat. You carry the letters up to your quarters and settle at your small desk. The afternoon light through the porthole provides adequate illumination. Your wife's first letter contains domestic news. Your youngest daughter lost a tooth. Your middle son won a prize at school for his arithmetic. These small details fill you with longing. You miss the daily texture of family life. The bedtime stories, the morning porridge shared around the kitchen table. Your wife writes that she misses you terribly, but understands the importance of your work. She is proud to be married to a keeper. This pride helps sustain you during the lonely stretches. Your work matters. Your family supports your dedication. The second letter from your wife includes a small sketch drawn by your daughter. It shows the lighthouse with exaggerated height and a huge light at the top. Stick figures represent the family waving from the shore. You smile at the innocent artistry. The drawing will go on your wall next to the others she has sent. Your son's letter asks technical questions about the lighthouse. He wants to know how the lens works. He asks about the clockwork mechanism. You will write detailed responses this evening. Teaching your son about the profession pleases you. Perhaps he will indeed follow in your footsteps. The letters read and reread. You fold them carefully and place them in the small box where you keep all correspondence. The afternoon has advanced while you read. Evening approaches. Soon you must prepare to light the lamp. The routine never stops. The light must burn every night regardless of weather, fatigue, or personal circumstances. You prepare for the evening ritual. The familiar steps provide comfort through their very predictability. Winter arrives gradually at a lighthouse. The days grow shorter, the temperature drops, the seas become more violent, the work becomes harder. You have been at this station for 3 years now. The seasons have cycled through their patterns. You recognise the signs of approaching winter. The bird migrations provide the most obvious marker. Flocks of seabirds pass the lighthouse on their journey south. They rest briefly on the gallery railing before continuing. You watch them with interest. These creatures navigate by instinct across vast distances. They need no charts or lighthouses. The first serious winter storm arrives in early December. The weather builds for 2 days before breaking with full force. You secure everything that can be secured. The chickens are moved to an interior storage room. External equipment is tied down or brought inside. The storm lasts 3 days. Wind and rain assault the tower without pause. Waves crash against the base with enough force to shake the structure. You maintain your watch through it all. The lamp burns continuously. The clockwork keeps its rhythm. Your light guides ships through the chaos. Sleep comes in brief snatches between inspections. You learn to rest while remaining partially alert. A keeper develops this skill or fails in the profession. On the 3rd day, the storm finally breaks. The wind shifts. The rain stops. The clouds begin to separate. You step onto the gallery to assess the damage. The winter air cuts through your coat. Your breath makes clouds in the cold. The gallery shows evidence of the storm's violence. Salt deposits coat every surface. Small pebbles have been thrown up from the rocks below. A section of railing has bent under some tremendous impact. The mainland is barely visible through the lingering haze. Your family seems very far away. You complete your inspection and begin repairs. The bent railing can be straightened with tools and effort. The salt must be washed away before it causes corrosion. The winter work is harder than summer maintenance. Cold makes metal brittle. Your hands lose feeling while working outside. Simple tasks take twice as long, but the work must be done. A lighthouse cannot take winter vacation. The weeks pass in their established rhythm. Short days and long nights. Frequent storms. Bitter cold. Your monthly shore leave becomes crucial to maintaining morale. The brief time with your family recharges your spirit for another month of isolation. The journey to the mainland takes about 2 hours when weather permits. You pack a small bag with clothes and gifts for the children. Small items carved from driftwood. Shells collected from around the tower base. The boat ride provides transition time between your 2 worlds. The lighthouse keeper transforms gradually back into husband and father. The mental shift requires this buffer period. You watch your tower recede into the distance. The structure looks different from this perspective, smaller and more vulnerable than it feels from inside. Other keepers have described similar feelings. The lighthouse looms large in your daily consciousness. But viewed from the mainland, it becomes just another navigational marker on the horizon. You arrive at the cottage and your children rush to greet you. They have grown noticeably since your last visit. Time moves faster when you're not present to observe it. Your wife prepares your favourite meal. Roasted chicken with potatoes and gravy. Fresh bread. That apple pie with cream. The taste of home fill your mouth with remembered pleasures. Lighthouse food is adequate but lacks the flavours of a proper kitchen. You spend your shore leave making small repairs around the cottage. The door latch needs fixing. The roof has developed a leak. You approach these tasks with the same methodical care you bring to lighthouse maintenance. Your eldest son follows you everywhere, asking endless questions. You explain how things work and why they matter. Teaching him brings satisfaction that transcends words. The nights at home feel strange. The bed is too soft. The silence is too quiet. You have become accustomed to the constant sound of waves. Your wife understands this adjustment. She gives you space to readapt to domestic life. Too soon, the week ends. You must return to the lighthouse. The replacement keeper has completed his rotation. The farewells are difficult every time. Your youngest daughter cries. Your wife maintains composure until you're out of sight. You return to the tower carrying fresh supplies and renewed determination. The isolation is bearable when you remember why you endure it. Winter deepens. January brings ice. The spray from waves freezes on contact with the tower. The structure becomes encased in a shell of ice. You must chip away the ice build-up to maintain access to the exterior. The gallery becomes treacherous with frozen coating. The lamp room requires constant monitoring. Cold affects the oil's viscosity. The flame can burn irregularly if the fuel becomes too thick. You keep the lamp room as warm as possible. A small stove provides supplemental heat. The balance is delicate. Here, too much heat can damage the lens mechanism. Too little allows the oil to thicken. February brings the worst weather. Storms arrive one after another with barely a day's respite between them. You live in a state of constant vigilance. Every night demands full attention. Every day brings new repairs. The isolation becomes oppressive during these stretches. You have not seen another human being in 5 weeks. The supply boat cannot reach the lighthouse in severe weather. Human beings evolve for social connection. Isolation conflicts with fundamental psychological needs. Extended solitude can produce strange effects on the mind. You have developed strategies to combat the worst symptoms. Maintaining routines provides structure. Physical work prevents rumination. Reading occupies the thinking mind. Talking aloud helps maintain verbal fluency. You describe your actions as you perform them. You read passages from books in full voice. You recite poems from memory. The sound of your own voice prevents the strange feeling of disconnection that can develop in total silence. Some keepers report losing the ability to speak normally after extended quiet. You write letters even knowing they cannot be sent until the supply boat arrives. The act of composing thoughts for another person maintains social connection psychologically, if not physically. Your dreams become vivid during periods of isolation. The mind seems to compensate for lack of external stimulation by creating elaborate internal experiences. You dream of family gatherings, of conversations with friends, of walking through crowded markets. These dreams feel intensely real while they last. Waking from such dreams brings a moment of disorientation. The tower seems especially empty after the vivid social world of sleep. Some keepers struggle seriously with this isolation. Trinity House has procedures for identifying psychological distress. Inspectors watch for warning signs during their visits. Keepers who cannot cope with solitude are reassigned to shore stations or other duties. There is no shame in this. The work demands unusual psychological resilience. You have managed the isolation successfully so far, but you understand how it could break a person. The mind needs human contact the way the body needs food. Your food stocks run low. You ration carefully. The chickens have stopped laying in the cold. You have no fresh eggs. The loneliness presses against your mind like physical weight. You talk to yourself just to hear a human voice, but the lamp continues to burn. Ships continue to pass safely. Your work continues to matter. March arrives with marginally better conditions. The days lengthen slightly. The temperature rises a few degrees. The supply boat makes it through on a relatively calm day. Mr. Harris brings provisions and news. He also brings a letter from Trinity House. You open it with curiosity and mild concern. Official correspondence usually means changes or inspections. The letter informs you that you have been selected for commendation. Your exemplary service during the difficult winter has been noted. Trinity House recognises your dedication. This recognition means little in practical terms, no increase in pay, or no change in conditions. But it acknowledges that someone noticed your work. You feel a quiet pride. The acknowledgement matters more than you expected. Spring arrives slowly. The weather gradually moderates. The seas become less violent. The temperature rises enough that ice no longer forms. You emerge from winter like a sailor reaching port after a long voyage. The worst is past. Summer approaches. The annual inspection occurs in April. 3 officials from Trinity House arrive on a special boat. They spend 2 days examining every aspect of your station. They inspect the lamp mechanism. They review your logbooks. They test the foghorn. They examine the structure for damage. You accompany them through the inspection with nervous tension. Your work is being evaluated. Your competence is being measured. The chief inspector is a stern man named Mr. Thompson. He's been evaluating lighthouses for 20 years. Nothing escapes his notice. He finds a minor issue with your record keeping. You forgot to note the exact time of a lamp relighting after maintenance. This is recorded as a small deficiency. Otherwise, your station passes inspection with high marks. Mr. Thompson offers brief praise for your maintenance standards. The officials depart. You return to your routine. The brief human contact leaves you feeling more isolated than before. Summer at a lighthouse brings its own unique challenges and pleasures. The weather moderates into long stretches of calm. The seas flatten into gentle swells. The air warms enough that you can work outside without heavy clothing. The increased daylight means shorter nights for the lamp. You light it later and extinguish it earlier. The routine shifts with the season. Summer also brings increased shipping traffic. The channel fills with vessels taking advantage of favourable weather. You see dozens of ships each day passing within view of your light. The variety of vessels provides endless interest. Sleek clipper ships racing to deliver tea from China. Sturdy merchant steamers carrying manufactured goods to distant ports. Naval vessels maintaining the Royal Navy's presence. Each ship type has its own characteristics. The clippers move with grace under full sail. Their hulls cut through the water with minimal disturbance. They represent the pinnacle of sailing ship design. The steamships announce their presence with smoke trails. The new technology is transforming maritime commerce. Steam provides reliable power regardless of wind conditions. You have watched this transformation over your years of service. Each season brings more steamships and fewer sailing vessels. The age of sail is ending before your eyes. Some of the older keepers mourn this change. They appreciate the beauty of ships under canvas. The sight of a full-rigged ship in fair weather stirs something in the maritime soul. But you recognise the practical advantages of steam power. More reliable schedules, less dependence on favourable winds, safer operations in difficult conditions. The steamship captains still use your lighthouse for navigation. The technology of propulsion changes, but the need for coastal navigation remains constant. Some of them sail close enough that you can make out details, the names painted on their hulls, the flags indicating their home ports, the sailors working on deck. You wave occasionally to passing ships. Sometimes the sailors wave back. These brief acknowledgements create a momentary connection across the water. The maintenance workload eases during summer. Storms are less frequent and less severe. Equipment runs more reliably in moderate temperatures. You use the extra time to perform deep maintenance. Projects that are impossible during winter can be tackled now. You repaint the gallery railing. The old paint has weathered away in many places. Fresh paint protects the metal from rust. The work is pleasant in the summer air. You can see for miles across the blue water. The horizon stretches endlessly. You also tend to the small garden plot near the base of the tower. The rocky soil is poor, but you have built it up with imported earth and composted waste. Creating arable soil from nothing requires patience and continuous effort. You save every bit of organic material, vegetable peelings, egg shells, the droppings from the chicken coop. These materials go into a composting bin sheltered from the worst weather. Over months they decompose into rich, dark soil. This precious substance gets mixed with sand and imported earth to create planting medium. The growing space is limited to perhaps 12 square feet, but this small area can produce surprising amounts of food with proper management. The location presents unique challenges. Salt spray affects some plants negatively. Wind can shred delicate leaves. The growing season is shortened by the marine climate. But certain crops thrive in these conditions. Root vegetables tolerate salt better than leafy greens. Hardy herbs withstand the wind. Cool weather crops appreciate the moderated temperatures. You have learned through trial and error which varieties perform best. Some seeds simply refuse to germinate. Others grow but produce poorly. A few adapt and flourish. Potatoes grow well in this environment. You also plant carrots, onions, and a few herbs. The fresh vegetables supplement your preserved provisions. The chickens enjoy the warm weather. They produce eggs reliably throughout summer. You have more eggs than you can eat. Some go to Mr. Harris as thanks for his deliveries. The summer solstice arrives on the longest day of the year. The sun sets very late and rises very early. Your lamp burns for only a few hours. And you stand on the gallery watching the sunset. The sky fills with colours. Orange and pink and purple blend across the western horizon. The sea reflects the sky's colours. The water becomes a mirror of the heavens. The beauty is almost painful in its intensity. These moments remind you why you chose this profession. The isolation and hardship fade. The pure experience of light and water and sky fills your awareness. The summer nights are brief, but magical. Stars appear in their full glory. The Milky Way arches overhead like a river of light. You sometimes bring your telescope to the gallery. The device reveals craters on the moon and the moons of Jupiter. The universe expands under magnification. These observations connect you to the long tradition of navigators who use stars to find their way. The lighthouse keeper and the ancient sailor share the same sky. The constellations wheel overhead in their eternal patterns. Orion the hunter rises in winter. The Great Bear circles the North Star. The summer triangle dominates warm nights. You have learned to read these patterns like a book. The position of stars tells you the time without consulting your watch. The season reveals itself in which constellations dominate. Ancient peoples built their calendars and myths around these same stars. The heavens connected human beings across vast spans of time and culture. Your modern lighthouse technology serves the same fundamental purpose as those ancient star watchers. You provide guidance through darkness. You help people find their way home. The stars endure while empires rise and fall. The sea continues its patient work regardless of human activity. Your lighthouse marks one small point where human effort intersects with eternal forces. This perspective helps during difficult moments. The isolation and hardship matter less when viewed against the vast sweep of maritime history. You are one keeper among thousands. Your work spans a few decades at most, but the tradition continues beyond your individual contribution. Future keepers will climb these same stairs. They will tend this same lamp. They will watch these same stars wheeling overhead. The work transcends the individual. The light matters more than the keeper. August brings different weather. The air becomes heavy and still. Thunderstorms develop with sudden violence. You watch these storms approach from miles away. The clouds build into towering structures, and the lightning flickers inside them like thoughts in a brain. When the storms arrive, they deliver spectacular displays. Lightning strikes the water. Thunder echoes off the tower. Rain falls in torrents. Your light continues burning through the electrical storms. The lamp provides guidance when visibility drops to nearly nothing. You take precautions during lightning. The tower has a lightning rod that diverts strikes safely to ground. But electricity is unpredictable and dangerous. One August evening, lightning strikes very close to the tower. The bolt hits the water perhaps 50 yards away. The flash is blinding. The thunder is instantaneous and deafening. Your ears ring for hours afterward. The smell of ozone fills the lamp room, but the equipment continues functioning without damage. Summer begins to fade in September. The days shorten noticeably. The temperature starts to drop. The shipping traffic begins to decrease. You prepare for the approaching autumn and winter. Supplies are stockpiled. Equipment is serviced. The chickens are checked for health. Your quarterly shore leave arrives in late September. You return to the cottage and your family. Your children have changed again. Your youngest daughter reads fluently now. Your middle son has grown taller. Your eldest is beginning to show signs of approaching manhood. Your wife has aged slightly. The stress of managing the household alone shows in small ways. Grey appears in her hair. Lines deepen around her eyes. You feel guilt for the burden your profession places on her. But she insists she's proud of your work. The lighthouse keeper's wife accepts the sacrifice. The week passes too quickly. You help with harvest tasks in the small cottage garden. You repair items around the property. You spend time with each child individually. Your eldest son asks again about becoming a keeper. He's now 15 and serious about the question. You explain the realities honestly. The isolation, the danger, the demanding routine. He remains interested. You promise to make inquiries about apprenticeship opportunities. The return to the lighthouse comes with mixed feelings. You miss your family immediately upon leaving, but you also feel the pull of your duties. The tower has become a second home. The routine provides structure and purpose. The work matters in concrete and measurable ways. Autumn settles over the channel. The leaves would be changing colour on the mainland. But at the lighthouse, the seasons are marked by sea and sky rather than trees. The storms return with increasing frequency. The character of autumn weather differs from winter, but brings its own challenges. You settle into the seasonal rhythm. The work continues. The light burns every night. Ships pass safely. The visitors arrive on an unusually calm October day. October in the Channel brings variable conditions. Some days are mirror calm. Others deliver the first serious autumn storms. This particular morning offers gentle swells and clear visibility. You spot the boat from the gallery during your morning rounds. It is not the supply vessel. This boat is smaller and moves with different purpose. The hull design suggests official business. Government boats have a characteristic shape. You recognise the type even at a distance, where curiosity mixes with mild concern. Unexpected visitors usually mean inspections or problems. The boat reaches the landing platform. 2 men disembark. You descend to meet them. The older man introduces himself as Mr. Edward Cunningham from the Board of Trade. The younger is his assistant. They're conducting a study of lighthouse operations. Mr. Cunningham explains that the government is considering improvements to the lighthouse system. They are visiting various stations to observe actual working conditions. You welcome them cautiously. Official visitors can mean additional paperwork and scrutiny. They spend the morning touring the tower. Mr. Cunningham asks detailed questions about every aspect of the operation. How much oil do you consume monthly? How often does equipment fail? What are the most dangerous aspects of the work? You answer honestly. The reality of lighthouse keeping needs no embellishment. Mr. Cunningham takes extensive notes. His assistant sketches the lamp mechanism and the living quarters. At midday, you prepare lunch for all 3 of you. Your provisions stretch to accommodate guests. Simple fare but adequate. Over the meal, Mr. Cunningham shares his observations. He's impressed by your organisation and discipline. He notes that conditions are more Spartan than he anticipated. You explain that most keepers adapt to the circumstances. The isolation is the hardest part. The physical challenges can be managed. Mr. Cunningham asks about your family. You describe the monthly shore leave system. You mention the strain it places on domestic life. He nods with understanding. The government is aware that lighthouse keeping demands significant personal sacrifice. His study aims to identify ways to improve keeper welfare while maintaining the high standards of light reliability. You discuss potential improvements. Better heating systems would help during winter. More frequent supply deliveries would ease the psychological burden of isolation. Mr. Cunningham records all suggestions. He makes no promises, but seems genuinely interested in the keeper's perspective. The afternoon continues with more observations. Mr. Cunningham wants to see you light the lamp at the proper time. The evening ritual proceeds normally despite the audience. You follow your established routine. Check the oil level, trim the wick, win the clockwork, light the flame. Mr. Cunningham watches with professional attention. He sees how the simple flame transforms into the powerful beam. The visitors depart as darkness falls. Their boat navigates away from the rocks using your light as reference. You stand on the gallery watching them go. The visit was interesting but also exhausting. Explaining your routine to outsiders makes you more aware of its peculiarities. The tower feels more isolated after they leave. The silence seems deeper. Your own company seems less adequate. November arrives with deteriorating weather. The transition toward winter begins its familiar pattern. You complete maintenance tasks in preparation. The gallery shutters are reinforced. The foghorn is serviced. Extra lamp oil is stockpiled. A severe storm strikes in mid-November. The weather builds rapidly from calm to violent within hours. You secure the tower and prepare for a difficult night. The wind reaches frightening intensity. The waves grow to tremendous size. Your lamp burns defiantly against the chaos. The beam cuts through rain and spray. Ships somewhere beyond your vision rely on that light. The tower shudders under wave impacts. The structure groans but holds. The Victorian engineers built well. You remain at your post through the long night. Sleep is impossible. The storm is too violent to allow any inattention. Dawn arrives, grey and angry. The storm continues unabated. This will be a multi-day event. You maintain your vigil. Food is eaten standing. Rest comes in brief moments between inspections. On the second night, fatigue becomes dangerous. You must fight to maintain alertness. Your body demands sleep, but duty requires consciousness. You walk circuits around the lamp room to stay awake. You recite poetry aloud. You perform mental calculations. Anything to keep your mind engaged. The storm finally breaks on the third morning. The wind shifts and decreases. The rain stops. The sea begins to moderate. You nearly collapse with relief. The trial is over. You survived another test. The damage assessment reveals several problems. A window has cracked from wave impact. Part of the gallery flooring has buckled. The chicken coop has been completely destroyed. The chickens are gone, either swept away by waves or killed by the violence. You feel unexpected grief at their loss. Those birds provided companionship beyond their practical value. Their daily routine paralleled your own. The repairs will take days. You begin the work with depleted energy reserves. The cracked window requires immediate attention. Cold air and water intrusion will worsen the damage. You carefully remove the broken pane and install a replacement from your emergency supplies. The gallery flooring demands more extensive work. The buckled section must be removed and replaced. This job requires tools and materials and considerable effort. You work steadily through the following days. Progress is slow but consistent. The tower gradually returns to proper condition. The supply boat arrives on schedule. Mr. Harris brings materials for the repairs along with standard provisions. He also brings news. A lighthouse along the coast suffered complete destruction during the same storm. The keeper and his assistant were both killed. This information affects you deeply. Those men were colleagues you never met. They died doing the same work you do. Their deaths remind you that lighthouse keeping carries real danger. The sea can kill, equipment can fail, storms can overwhelm even the best preparations. You think about their families, wives suddenly widowed, children left fatherless. The lighthouse service provides modest pensions, but nothing replaces the lost men. That night, you stand extra watch in their honour. The work they did matters. Their sacrifice serves the greater good. December arrives with winter's full weight. Cold settles over the channel. Ice returns to coat the tower. The routine continues. The lamp burns every night. Your vigilance never wavers. Christmas approaches but holds little meaning at the lighthouse. You're scheduled for shore leave after the holiday. On Christmas Day, you prepare the best meal your supplies allow. Tinned ham, preserved vegetables, a small pudding you saved for the occasion. You eat alone in your quarters. The meal tastes fine but lacks joy. Solitary celebration is contradiction. Your family is together at the cottage. Your children are opening presents. Your wife is preparing a proper Christmas dinner. You imagine their activities with precise detail. The mental pictures provide both comfort and pain. After the meal, you write letters. You describe your Christmas to your wife. You send individual messages to each child. The letters will go out on the next supply boat. Your family will read them days after Christmas has passed. You spend the evening reading by lamplight. The hours pass slowly. Outside, the winter night is cold and clear. The stars shine with exceptional brightness. The frost creates patterns on the windows. The sea sounds calm in the distance. You perform your midnight inspection. The lamp burns steadily. The mechanism functions perfectly. Everything is as it should be. Another Christmas at the lighthouse. Another year approaching its end. The work continues regardless of holidays or seasons. Your shore leave begins on the 30th of December. You arrive at the cottage in time to celebrate the new year with your family. Your children are delighted by your presence. They show you their Christmas presents. They describe the holiday festivities in enthusiastic detail. Your wife has prepared the house for your arrival. Fresh bread, clean linens, a warm fire in the hearth. These domestic comforts feel like luxury. The lighthouse has simplified your needs but not eliminated your appreciation for home. New Year's Eve arrives. You attend the community celebration in the village. Neighbours greet you with respect. Everyone knows you are the lighthouse keeper. At midnight, the bells ring. The new year begins. 1864 arrives with promise and uncertainty. You kiss your wife. You embrace your children. The moment holds perfect happiness, but you know it cannot last. In a few days, you must return to the tower. The cycle continues. The farewell comes too soon. Your family stands at the cottage door waving. You walk toward the harbour and the waiting boat. The lighthouse appears on the horizon as you approach. The tower stands solid and familiar. Your second home awaits. You climb the spiral stairs to your quarters. The space welcomes you with its curved walls and narrow bunk. Everything is exactly as you left it. The books on the shelf, the logbook on the desk, the lamp waiting in its chamber above. You resume your duties without transition. The light must be prepared for the coming night. The routine enfolds you once again. The isolation returns, the work continues, but you carry your family's love like a lamp inside your chest. That light burns regardless of external darkness. The new year stretches ahead. More nights, more storms, more ships guided safely past the rocks. You are a lighthouse keeper. This work defines you. This sacrifice means something. The beam sweeps across the water. The clockwork ticks its patient rhythm. The waves sound their endless percussion against stone. You stand watch. You maintain the light. You serve those who sail the dark waters. This is your life. This is your purpose. This is your contribution to the world. The lighthouse stands, the light burns, the ships pass safely. And somewhere beyond the horizon, your family sleeps peacefully, knowing you are doing work that matters. The night watch continues. The tower stands firm. The keeper remains vigilant. The story of the Victorian Lighthouse keeper is written in logbook entries, and maintained equipment and lives saved that will never know they were in danger. It is a quiet story, an isolated story, but it is a story of profound importance. The light burns on. Tonight, you're going to drift into sleep alongside one of history's most enduring mysteries. The story of King Arthur isn't just a tale of knights and magic. It's a legend that grew slowly over centuries, layer by layer, like sediment-forming rock. By the time you wake, you'll understand how a possible war leader from the chaos of post-Roman Britain became the King of Camelot. Picture Britain in the year 410. The Roman legions are leaving. You stand on a hill fort watching the last organised military force this island has known for 4 centuries march toward the coast. The soldiers' armour catches the weak northern sun. Their footsteps echo on stones that Roman engineers laid down when your great-great-great-grandparents were young. The departure is quieter than you might expect. There are no dramatic speeches or tearful farewells. The empire is collapsing. Rome itself will be sacked this very year. The legions are needed elsewhere. Britain, this rain-soaked frontier at the edge of the known world, must fend for itself. The morning is cold and still. Your breath makes small clouds in the air. Frost clings to grass in the shadows where the early light hasn't reached yet. The soldiers move with practiced efficiency, the way men do who have performed the same tasks hundreds of times. They've done this before in other provinces. Abandoning forts and frontiers is becoming routine for Rome's shrinking military machine. You notice small details because you know you'll want to remember this day. The way the centurion's horsehair crest bobs as he walks at the column's head. The rhythmic creak of leather straps and the bright jingle of metal buckles from hundreds of men moving in step together. The standard bearer carries the legion's eagle with stiff formality, as if the ceremony of departure matters more than the fact of it. That eagle represents more than just a military unit. It represents Rome itself. Law, order, civilization, peace. All marching away toward ships waiting on the eastern coast. Some of the soldiers are British themselves. Men from local families who joined the legions a generation ago for steady pay, for Roman citizenship, for adventure beyond their fathers' farms. They're leaving too. Their extended families wave from the stone walls of the hill fort. Some women cry quietly. Children stand solemn and confused. They don't fully understand what's happening, but they sense their parents worry and grow unusually quiet. A small boy waves at his father and gets a brief wave back before the march continues. The villa owners stand in nervous clusters, their fine wool cloaks pulled tight against the morning chill. You can hear fragments of their conversations carried on the breeze, plans for hiring private guards from among the retired veterans, discussions about strengthening manor walls with additional stonework, worried speculation about what happens when word reaches the Saxon pirates across the North Sea. One older man with scars on his weathered face mentions the Picts with the voice of experience. He fought them decades ago along Hadrian's Wall. He doesn't relish the thought of facing them again without the legions at his back. For nearly 400 years, Rome has shaped this island. Latin is the language of government and trade. Roman roads connect towns that didn't exist before the conquest. Bathhouses steam in winter. Villas sprawl across fertile valleys with mosaic floors depicting Mediterranean gods and heroes. Along the coast, watchtowers scan for Saxon raiders. The roads carry wine, olive oil, and pottery. Britain exports grain, lead, tin, and slaves. It's a functioning province integrated into Rome's economic system. Now, all of that is ending. Not with a bang, but with the quiet crunch of military boots on gravel roads. You can feel the change in the air the way you can feel a storm approaching before the first drops fall. The villa owners are nervous for good reason. Their wealth depends on stability, on roads being safe for trade, on courts functioning to enforce contracts, on someone being in charge when disputes arise. Who provides all that when Rome leaves? The town councils are holding emergency meetings in the forum buildings that still stand in every major settlement. The question everyone asks is simple and terrifying. Who will protect us now? The discussions go in circles. Some suggest hiring Saxon mercenaries. Others find that idea insane given that Saxons are one of the primary threats. Some talk about raising local militias. Others point out that farmers with spears aren't soldiers. Some hope that Roman authority will return once the current crisis on the continent resolves itself. A few realists acknowledge that Rome isn't coming back. The threats are real and multiplying. Across the North Sea, Saxon, Anglian and Utish peoples are moving westward. They've raided before, but with the legions gone, raiding might become settlement and conquest. From the north beyond Hadrian's Wall, the Picts watch Rome's withdrawal with interest. From Ireland, raiders can cross to Britain in a day. Britain is wealthy and suddenly vulnerable. What Britain lacks now is unified defence. The Roman military ran on organisation and logistics. Legions at strategic points could respond quickly via the road network. A military bureaucracy coordinated provincial defence. Supply chains ensured resources arrived where needed. Now there's no chain of command, no one in charge, just communities and estates that shared Roman administration until it departed. Villa owners will hire private guards. Town councils will form local militias. Old tribal identities suppressed by Rome will resurface. The Brigantes, Iceni, Catuvelauni, all remembering they existed before Rome. Britain is fragmenting along pre-Roman fault lines that Roman power kept suppressed but never eliminated. You watch the last of the legionaries disappear over the eastern horizon, their standards catching the light one final time before dropping below the sight line. The sound of their march fades slowly. First you can hear individual footsteps and voices, then just a general murmur, then silence broken only by wind in the grass and someone's dog barking in the distance. The silence feels significant, heavy with implication. You wonder what happens next. The answer, though you don't know it yet, will involve centuries of conflict and cultural transformation, and the gradual emergence of stories about heroes who held back the darkness when no one else could. One of those heroes, or at least the idea of one, will eventually be called Arthur. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Right now, in 410, Arthur doesn't exist. Not even as a story. The conditions that will create the need for an Arthur are only just beginning. The legend will grow from the chaos and violence and desperate resistance of the next century, but that growth is slow, much slower than you might imagine. The decades after the legions leave are genuinely confusing when viewed from the perspective of later historians trying to piece together what happened. History becomes fuzzy around the edges and then outright murky in the middle. The written records that Roman administration produced so reliably and archived so carefully simply stop. Britain enters what scholars sometimes call the sub-Roman period. Later generations will call it the Dark Ages, though that name says more about the absence of written sources than about the actual quality of life people experienced. Life goes on, obviously. Farmers still plant and harvest. Potters still make vessels. Blacksmiths still work iron. Children are still born, and old people still die. And teenagers still fall in love and make the same mistakes teenagers have always made. The rhythms of daily existence continue regardless of what political structure exists or doesn't exist overhead. But the big picture becomes invisible to us. The sweep of political events, the rise and fall of leaders, the shifting territorial boundaries, all of this happens in darkness from our perspective centuries later. We catch glimpses through archaeological evidence and the occasional written source from the continent, but the detailed narrative history we can construct for the Roman period simply vanishes for the 5th and 6th centuries. What we do know, or can reasonably infer, is that some version of Romano-British society persists for quite a while after 410. Town councils keep meeting in the forum buildings even if there's no higher authority to report to. Some villas stay occupied and productive even if the trade networks that made them profitable are disintegrating. Latin remains important as a language of administration and church business, even if fewer people speak it fluently. Christianity, which took root during the 4th century, continues to spread and probably accelerates its growth as the church becomes one of the few institutions still functioning reliably. But the defensive situation deteriorates steadily and then rapidly. Germanic raiders become Germanic settlers. The eastern coast of Britain, the areas most accessible from continental Europe, begin to see permanent Saxon villages established. At first, this probably seemed manageable to the British authorities. Some British leaders evidently made a calculated decision to invite Saxon mercenaries to serve as hired troops, offering land grants in exchange for military service. This was a standard late Roman practice that had worked reasonably well in other frontier provinces. Pay foreign warriors to defend the frontier against other foreign warriors. It must have seemed like a reasonable solution to the problem of defending Britain without legions. It didn't stay reasonable for long. The Saxons brought families, they brought their own language, their own gods, their own way of organising society. They built the kind of halls and farms they'd built back in their homelands. They pushed inland from the coasts looking for better agricultural land. What started as controlled military settlements with clear boundaries and agreements became something else entirely. An invasion, but one that happened gradually, incrementally, farm by farm, village by village, generation by generation. The British resistance to this Saxon expansion is where our story really begins to take shape, because somewhere in that resistance, buried under centuries of later embellishment and myth-making and imaginative elaboration, there might have been a real person who fought effectively enough to be remembered across the dark centuries when writing was scarce, someone the later Welsh would call Arthur. But that's still ahead in our story. For now, Rome is gone, the Saxons are coming, and Britain must figure out how to survive on its own. Imagine you're living in Britain around the year 500. Nearly a century has passed since the legions left. The world your great-grandparents knew is gone. The towns are smaller now, much smaller. Many Roman buildings stand empty, their roofs collapsed decades ago, their walls slowly crumbling brick by brick as weather and time take their toll. The bathhouses are cold and silent. The forums where town councils used to meet are overgrown with weeds pushing up through mosaic floors. The amphitheatres where people once watched entertainment are home to nesting birds and wild rabbits. The road system is still there, still the best transportation network in Britain, and likely to remain so for centuries. But no one maintains these roads anymore. Grass grows between the paving stones, sections wash out in heavy rains and don't get repaired. Trees fall across the roadbed and stay there until someone bothers to drag them aside. The roads still function, but they're slowly returning to the landscape they were imposed upon. But this isn't a post-apocalyptic wasteland despite what some dramatic historians might suggest. It's a different kind of society emerging from the ruins of the old one. British kingdoms are forming and reforming and feuding and allying with each other in constantly shifting patterns. These kingdoms are led by men who claim descent from Roman officials or ancient tribal chiefs, or frequently both. Genealogies get creative when legitimacy is at stake. These kingdoms are small by any standard. A successful king might control a few river valleys, a stretch of coastline, a cluster of old hill forts that have been reoccupied and strengthened. The idea of Britain as a single political unit has vanished like morning mist. Instead, you have Gwynedd in the northwest corner where the mountains made good defensive terrain. Dumnonia in the southwest, where Cornwall's peninsula offered some isolation from Saxon expansion. Elmet in the north, carving out territory in what's now Yorkshire. Powys in the central west, controlling the borderlands. Each kingdom has its own ruler, its own warriors, its own concerns, its own enemies. And each kingdom faces the same fundamental problem, the Saxons. By the year 500, Saxon settlement dominates the eastern third of Britain. They've created their own kingdoms with Old English names that reflect their origins. Essex for the East Saxons, Sussex for the South Saxons, Wessex for the West Saxons. The pattern repeats with Anglian groups creating Northumbria, Mercia, East Anglia. The future England is taking shape like a photograph developing slowly in solution, though no one alive can see the final image yet. The frontier between British and Saxon territory is porous and violent. A successful British war leader might push the Saxons back from a strategic river valley one year, only to lose it again after his death when his sons fight over succession instead of fighting the enemy. A Saxon king might advance westward into good farming land, then face a British counterattack that costs him everything he gained, and sometimes his life as well. Territory changes hands, villages get burned, people flee or die or bend to new masters and hope to survive. This is the world that desperately needs heroes, and heroes emerge, though details about them are maddeningly sparse given what we'd like to know. Welsh tradition remembers war leaders from this brutal period. Their names survive even when their deeds have become confused. Cunedda supposedly migrated south from what's now Scotland to northwest Wales, driving out Irish settlers who'd been raiding and occupying coastal lands. Whether Cunedda was one man or represents a whole movement of people is debated. Vortigern is remembered, though his reputation is catastrophically bad in most sources. He's blamed for inviting the Saxons to Britain in the first place. The name might mean High King, which could indicate it's a title rather than a personal name. Ambrosius Aurelianus appears in slightly better light. He organised British resistance and won victories that mattered. Ambrosius is particularly interesting because he shows up in our earliest surviving source. A British monk named Gildas wrote around the year 540. His book isn't actually a history, it's a sermon. A long, angry, thundering denunciation of British kings for their sins and failures. Gildas believes that God allowed the Saxon conquest as punishment for British wickedness. He's not interested in giving us a detailed narrative of events. He wants to call sinners to repentance. But within his sermon, Gildas does mention Ambrosius Aurelianus. He describes him as one of the last Romans, descended from people who wore the purple. That probably means his family had held imperial office. Gildas says that Ambrosius rallied the British after a period of devastating Saxon victories, that under his leadership the British began winning battles, that this back-and-forth struggle culminated in a great British victory at a place called Mons Badonicus, Mount Badon. The Battle of Badon apparently halted Saxon expansion for a generation. It was significant enough that people still talked about it decades later when Gildas was writing. It gave the British breathing space, time to recover, hope that they might yet survive. But here's the frustrating thing. Gildas doesn't tell us who commanded the British forces at Badon. He doesn't mention Arthur at all. This silence is one of the great puzzles of Arthurian studies. Our earliest source from the period knows about a crucial British victory, but doesn't connect it to the most famous British hero of legend. Several explanations are possible. Maybe Arthur wasn't important enough to mention. Maybe Arthur didn't exist at all. Maybe Gildas deliberately left him out for reasons we can't recover. Maybe Arthur was there but not in command. We simply don't know. The silence feels louder and more significant the more you think about it. In the world Gildas describes, war leaders need many skills. You must be a capable warrior in brutal personal combat, mail armour if you can afford it, spear and sword, shield and speed. But fighting ability isn't enough. You also need political skill. British kingdoms constantly feud over territory and honour. A successful leader builds alliances, convinces rivals that fighting Saxons together matters more than fighting each other. You need administrative ability too. Wars require supplies, food, weapons, intelligence. Someone must organise it all, and you must create personal loyalty. Warriors fight for their lord personally, following because you feast them, give them gifts, make them proud to serve you. The successful war leaders must have been extraordinary, charismatic, ruthless, clever, brave. They navigated a world without Rome's supporting structures. No bureaucracy, no taxation, no standardised tactics, just their abilities and their warriors' loyalty. This is the environment where Arthur might have emerged, not as king of unified Britain, which didn't exist, not as ruler of peaceful Camelot, a later invention, but as a hard man in a hard age, scarred from battle, pragmatic, leading a war band of perhaps a few hundred men, moving from hill fort to hill fort, fighting where needed most. That's the reality behind the legend, if there was any reality at all. The first time we definitely see the name Arthur connected to British resistance against the Saxons comes around the year 830. That's more than 3 centuries after the event supposedly took place. 300 years in which stories could be told and retold, in which deeds could be exaggerated and combined, in which a real person could be transformed into something larger than life, or in which a legend could be invented whole from the desires and needs of a conquered people. You're sitting in a monastery scriptorium, the only kind of place where books get copied in this period. The smell of ink and parchment fills the small room. Outside, you can hear monks chanting the daily office. Inside, careful hands are creating a manuscript called the Historia Brittonum, the history of the British. The text is attributed to a Welsh monk named Nennius, though modern scholars debate whether Nennius actually wrote it, or simply compiled it from earlier materials that no longer survive. The distinction matters less than you might think. What matters is that this is our first written connection between Arthur and the defence of Britain. The Historia Brittonum is a strange and problematic document by modern standards. It mixes what seems like genuine historical information with obvious mythology. It includes biblical genealogies alongside accounts of battles. It treats some events in detail while skipping over others entirely. Medieval historians didn't share our obsession with verifiable sources and careful documentation. They included material because it was interesting, because it supported the points they wanted to make, because it came from tradition they respected. Truth was a more flexible concept, but buried in this frustrating text is a passage that changed how later generations understood early British history. It mentions Arthur, not as a king, interestingly, as a war leader, as a dux bellorum, which is Latin. The phrase might mean Duke of Battles. It might simply mean battle commander. It suggests military leadership rather than royal kingship. The passage lists 12 battles that Arthur supposedly fought against the Saxons. The list has fascinated scholars for centuries because it's specific enough to seem like it might preserve genuine information, but vague enough that we can't verify any of it with confidence. The battles are at places called Glin, Dubglas, Bassus, Cat Coit Celidon, Castello Ginion, Urbe Legionis, Tribruit, Agned, and finally the great victory at Baden, where Arthur supposedly killed 960 enemies in a single charge. That number should make alarm bells ring in your head. 960 dead by one man's hand in one attack is not history. It's propaganda or legend or poetic exaggeration. The medieval mind loved numerically tidy impossibilities, but the propaganda or legend might be wrapped around a kernel of something that actually happened. That's the hope that keeps historians searching. The battle list itself is endlessly debated because most of these place names can't be identified with any certainty. Generations of scholars have spent careers trying to locate these battlefields on maps. Some identifications are reasonably plausible. The battle at Urbe Legionis might be Chester, an old Roman city whose name literally means City of the Legion. Cat Coit Celidon could be the Caledonian Forest, which covered much of what's now southern Scotland. But many of the proposed identifications are purely speculative, guesswork based on similarity of names or wishful thinking about where Arthur might have campaigned. What the list suggests, if it has any historical basis at all, is a wide-ranging military campaign. Arthur, or whoever this text is actually describing, fought across a huge territory, from the Scottish borders to somewhere in the south or west. That implies significant coordination of forces. It implies resources to move warriors around over large distances. It implies sustained military effort over years. not just a single campaign season. The Historia Brittonum also mentions Arthur in one other intriguing context, a brief reference to Arthur's dog, whose name was Cabal. The text describes a supposed wonder in Bilth, where the dog's footprint remained permanently pressed into a stone. People could carry the stone away, but it would always return to its original location by the next day. This is obviously folklore, pure legend with no historical content, but it reveals something important. By 830, when the Historia Brittonum was compiled, Arthur was already attracting miraculous stories and wonder tales. He wasn't just a name in a battle list. He was becoming mythologized even in our earlier surviving sources that mention him. The next significant reference comes from the Annales Cambriae, the Welsh Annals. These were compiled around 970, more than a century after the Historia Brittonum. But they claim to record events from much earlier, arranged by year like a chronology of important dates. The Annals mention Arthur twice. First for the year recorded as 516, the Battle of Badon, where Arthur carried the cross of our Lord Jesus Christ for 3 days and 3 nights on his shoulders, and the British were victorious. The second mention comes for the year 537, the Battle of Camlan, in which Arthur and Medrawt fell. 3 days and 3 nights carrying a cross is obviously miraculous embellishment. No one fights a battle while carrying a large wooden cross for 72 hours straight. This is religious symbolism being projected onto historical memory. Arthur as a Christian champion defending Britain against pagan invaders. The image is powerful, even if it's not factual. But the reference to Camlan is fascinating for different reasons. It suggests Arthur died in battle, not against the Saxons, but possibly against another Briton. Medrawt is mentioned in the same breath as Arthur. They both fell. Later tradition will transform Medrawt into Mordred, Arthur's treacherous nephew or incestuous son. But here in the Annals, we get just the bare fact. Both men died at Camlan. Who was fighting whom? We don't know. Civil war is implied but not stated. So by the 10th century, when the Annales Cambria were compiled, Welsh tradition knew several things about Arthur. He fought at Badon around 516. He died at Camlan around 537. He was associated with Christian faith and resistance to the Saxons, and he already had miraculous elements attached to his story. But even these sources don't give us anything like a coherent biography. We don't know where Arthur came from, who his parents were, where he was based, if he was based anywhere consistently, how he organised his forces, what weapons he preferred, what he looked like, what language he spoke primarily, though it was probably a British language ancestral to modern Welsh, what he believed about religion beyond the Christian symbolism that got attached to his memory. We don't know if he was married, if he had children, if he was generous or cruel, if men loved him or feared him, or both. All the human details that would make him real to us are simply absent, lost in the dark centuries between when he supposedly lived and when people started writing about him. The historical Arthur, if there was one, is hidden behind centuries of silence and then glimpsed only through much later texts that mix history with legend so thoroughly that separating them becomes almost impossible for modern scholars. This frustrates historians enormously. We have better documentation for some random Roman bureaucrats who lived 6 centuries before Arthur's time than we do for this supposedly crucial British war leader. We know more about the daily life of regular people in Roman Britain than we know about the military campaigns that supposedly saved British culture. That gap in evidence makes many scholars sceptical about whether Arthur existed at all. But the absence of contemporary written evidence doesn't necessarily prove Arthur didn't exist. The early 6th century was a dark period for documentation in Britain. We have very few written sources of any kind from that era, not just about Arthur, about anything. The literacy that Roman administration fostered largely collapsed. The Christian church was still organising itself. There simply wasn't much writing happening compared to the Roman period, or even compared to the later medieval period. So the fact that Arthur isn't mentioned in contemporary sources doesn't mean as much as it might seem at first. Those contemporary sources barely exist at all. The fact that Arthur isn't mentioned in sources that don't mention much of anything isn't conclusive proof of his non-existence. It's just an absence, a silence. and silences are hard to interpret. What we can say with confidence is that by around the year 1000, Welsh tradition firmly believed in Arthur as a historical figure who had actually lived and fought and died. He wasn't just a mythical hero from immemorial times. He was someone who had existed in a specific period, the post-Roman era, when British kingdoms fought for survival against Saxon expansion. Arthur appeared in genealogies of Welsh royal families. Kings wanted to claim descent from him, or connection to him, because his name carried weight and prestige. Saints' lives from Wales mentioned encounters with Arthur, usually portraying him as a rough warrior who needed correction from holy men. This is actually interesting because it suggests the Welsh church had complicated feelings about Arthur's memory, respect mixed with disapproval of his warrior culture. Welsh poetry referenced Arthur constantly. He became the standard of comparison for heroic virtue. A later poet might say his subject was as brave as Arthur, as generous as Arthur, as mighty as Arthur. The name became shorthand for everything a warrior should aspire to be. The Welsh called him Arthur ap Uther, Arthur son of Uther. They associated him with various locations across Wales and the north of Britain. They told stories about his warriors, giving them names like Kai and Bedwyr, who will later become Kay and Bedivere in medieval romance. They knew about his wife, called Gwenwyfar in Welsh, later Guinevere. These Welsh traditions are crucially important because they might preserve genuine early material about Arthur. They're closer in time to the events than later medieval romances. They're in the right cultural context, Welsh speakers remembering Welsh heroes. But they're also deeply problematic because they mix the possibly historical with the obviously fictional in ways we can't untangle. Welsh poetry has Arthur fighting giants in mountain caves, raiding the underworld for magical cauldrons that never run empty, possessing a ship that can sail wherever he wishes. The boundary between legendary hero and Celtic demigod becomes very thin in these sources. We can't simply trust everything Welsh tradition says about Arthur just because it's older than Geoffrey of Monmouth. By the 11th century, Arthur has evolved far beyond whatever historical figure might have stood at the origin. He's become a symbol, a representation of British resistance to foreign conquest, an emblem of a golden age before the Saxons took over most of the island. A king whose return was prophesied by poets and seers. The Normans who conquered England in 1066 heard stories about Arthur from the conquered Welsh, and quickly became fascinated. Arthur represented a glorious British past that predated both Saxon and Norman rule. He could be claimed as a unifying figure, a king who ruled before England and Wales split into separate identities. The legend was poised to explode across medieval Europe. It just needed someone to light the fuse. The year is 1136. You're in Oxford. A Welsh cleric named Geoffrey has just finished writing a book that will transform Arthur forever. Geoffrey of Monmouth calls his work the Historia Regum Britannia, the history of the kings of Britain. He claims he's translating from an ancient source, a very old book in the British tongue that was given to him by an archdeacon named Walter. Whether this mysterious book actually existed is one of history's great unanswered questions. Most modern scholars think Geoffrey invented it as a way to give his own creative work an air of ancient authority. What Geoffrey definitely did was take the fragmentary, contradictory, scattered Welsh traditions about Arthur and weave them into a coherent, detailed, dramatic, and almost completely unreliable pseudo-history. He presented Arthur as one of the greatest kings who ever lived. Not just a British war leader, not just someone who won some battles, but a world conqueror on par with Alexander or Caesar. Geoffrey's Arthur bears almost no resemblance to any possible historical figure from the 6th century. This Arthur isn't a war leader scraping together forces for desperate defensive campaigns. He is a conquering emperor who defeats the Saxons utterly, who invades Ireland and Iceland and subjugates both, who conquers Norway and sweeps through Gaul, defeating the Romans themselves, who marches toward Rome with every intention of becoming emperor of all Europe. Geoffrey gives Arthur a capital city, Caerleon on the River Usk in South Wales, a court of magnificent splendour where the greatest warriors and wisest counsellors gather, where games and feasts and ceremonies happen on a grand scale, where Arthur wears a crown and dispenses justice and receives the homage of subject kings. Geoffrey gives Arthur a magical sword, Caliburnus, forged in the legendary Isle of Avalon, a weapon of supernatural quality that marks its bearer as chosen for greatness. And Geoffrey gives Arthur a complete biography, filled with dramatic incidents and clear narrative momentum. He's conceived when Uther Pendragon, with the wizard Merlin's magical help, disguises himself as Gorlois, Duke of Cornwall. Uther sleeps with Gorlois's beautiful wife Igerna, while Gorlois himself is away being killed in battle. Arthur is born from this morally questionable deception, raised without knowing his true heritage. Becomes king at the improbably young age of 15 when Uther dies. Proves his worth by defeating the Saxons in a series of victories, then embarks on his extraordinary foreign conquests. The story ends in tragedy worthy of classical literature. While Arthur is campaigning on the European continent, his nephew Modred seizes the throne back in Britain. Modred also takes Arthur's wife Guinevere. Whether by force or with her cooperation, Geoffrey leaves carefully ambiguous. Arthur sails back across the Channel with his army. He defeats Modred in a climactic battle at Camlan in Cornwall. Arthur kills Modred personally, but receives a mortal wound in the process. Arthur is carried away to the Isle of Avalon to have his wounds tended. Whether he actually died there, Geoffrey says with deliberate vagueness, is uncertain. The ambiguity is important. It leaves room for hope, room for prophecy, room for the idea that Arthur might someday return. This is the Arthur that medieval Europe falls completely in love with. Geoffrey's history becomes a bestseller by medieval manuscript standards. Copies multiply across Europe. It gets translated from Latin into French, into English, into Welsh, into other vernacular languages. It gets treated as serious historical fact by people who really should know better, but desperately want to believe in it. Not everyone is fooled. A contemporary historian named William of Newburgh denounces Geoffrey in the strongest possible terms. He calls Geoffrey a shameless liar who invented ridiculous fables about Arthur and passed them off as legitimate history. William is outraged that anyone takes Geoffrey seriously. But William's scepticism, however justified, doesn't slow the spread of Geoffrey's version of events. The story is simply too good to resist. Why was Geoffrey's Arthur so wildly successful? Several overlapping reasons suggest themselves. First, the timing was perfect from a cultural perspective. The 12th century was a period of growing literacy across Western Europe. More people could read. More people wanted to read. The audience for books was expanding beyond just clergy and monks to include educated nobles and wealthy merchants. People were hungry for stories about the past. Geoffrey gave them a past that was exciting and dramatic and flattering to their pride in being British or having British connections. Second, Geoffrey's Arthur fit perfectly into emerging medieval ideals of kingship. He was a warrior king who led armies personally and won battles through courage and tactical brilliance. He expanded his realm through conquest, which was exactly what successful medieval kings tried to do. He held court with proper ceremony and grandeur. He dispensed justice and rewarded loyal service. He faced betrayal by those closest to him, which gave his story a tragic dimension that made it emotionally resonant. This was kingship as the medieval world wanted to imagine it. Noble and glorious despite ending in tragedy. Third, Geoffrey's book appeared just as French culture was developing a new kind of literature. They called it romance. These were narratives about knights and ladies, adventures and love, written in vernacular French rather than scholarly Latin. The romance genre needed good material. Arthur turned out to be perfect. A legendary king with a dramatic story, a court full of potential characters, a world where adventures could happen. The French poet Chrétien de Troyes, writing in the late 12th century, took Geoffrey's Arthur and transformed him yet again. Chrétien was one of the first great romance writers. He understood that his audience wanted sophisticated entertainment, stories about love as much as warfare, moral complexity rather than simple heroism. Chrétien added the round table as a central symbol of Arthur's court. The table is round, so no knight can claim precedence over the others. All who sit there are theoretical equals despite inevitable reality of social hierarchy. This became a powerful political metaphor dressed up as furniture design. Chrétien introduced Lancelot to the legend. Lancelot doesn't appear in Geoffrey's history at all. He's Chrétien's creation, though the poet claimed to be following earlier tradition. Lancelot becomes the greatest knight of the Round Table, the most skilled in combat, the most courtly in behaviour, and tragically, the lover of Arthur's wife Guinevere. Their adulterous affair becomes the poison that eventually destroys the Fellowship and brings down the kingdom. Chrétien's Arthur is less active as a protagonist than Geoffrey's conquering warrior king. Instead, Arthur presides over a court where his knights have adventures. The narrative focus shifts from Arthur himself to the knights who serve him. Lancelot, Gawain, Percival, Yvain. Each knight gets his own story, his own quest, his own moral testing. Arthur becomes almost a supporting character in his own legend, the fixed point around which everyone else revolves. The idea of Camelot as Arthur's capital appears around this period, though pinning down its exact origin is difficult. Geoffrey had placed Arthur's primary court at Caerleon. Other traditions mention different locations. Camelot might have been invented by French writers who needed a name for Arthur's legendary castle that sounded appropriately exotic and British to continental ears. The name stuck despite having no historical basis whatsoever. With Chrétien and the French romancers who followed him, the Arthurian legend becomes thoroughly medievalised. Knights wear full mail armour or increasingly plate armour as technology advanced. They joust in elaborate tournaments with formal rules. They follow detailed codes of chivalry about proper knightly behaviour. They go on quests for holy relics and enchanted objects. They serve ladies from noble families, performing brave deeds to win favour and tokens of affection. None of this has the slightest connection to 6th century Britain. These are 12th and 13th century European cultural fantasies being projected backward onto a legendary past. But they're enormously appealing fantasies that speak to medieval values and concerns. The romances spread across Europe like wildfire through dry grass. French, German, Dutch, Italian, Spanish, Portuguese. Every literate culture wants Arthur stories. Each culture adapts the legends to fit their own tastes and concerns. The basic framework remains similar, but the details shift to accommodate local sensibilities. The Germans, through writers like Wolfram von Eschenbach, developed the Grail quest into an elaborate mystical allegory about spiritual perfection. The Grail itself, barely mentioned in earlier sources, becomes the central object of knightly aspiration and spiritual yearning. It might be the cup from the Last Supper, sanctified by Christ's blood. It might be a magical stone with mysterious properties. It might be a symbol of divine grace made manifest in the world. Medieval writers and modern scholars will argue endlessly about what the Grail represents. English writers eventually reclaim Arthur from French domination of the story. The alliterative Morte Arthur, written in the 14th century in the Old English verse tradition, returns to Geoffrey's vision of Arthur as conquering king. But it adds even more battle scenes, more dramatic confrontations, more spectacular incidents. This Arthur fights giants personally in single combat. His round table hosts dozens of named knights. His court displays wealth beyond any real medieval king's capacity to match. By the 15th century, Arthur has been completely integrated into the chivalric culture of late medieval Europe. Knights at tournaments might claim to represent famous Arthurian heroes. Kings commission expensive tapestries depicting scenes from the romances to hang in their great halls. The stories function as entertainment, but they're also a mirror in which medieval nobility sees idealised versions of themselves and the world they wish they inhabited. And then comes Sir Thomas Malory, and everything changes one last time. Malory's Le Morte d'Arthur, written in English prison cells during England's Wars of the Roses, and published by William Caxton's new printing press in 1485, becomes the definitive version of the legend for the English-speaking world. Malory takes the sprawling, contradictory mass of French and English Arthurian material, accumulated over 3 centuries, and shapes it into something comparatively coherent. His Arthur is born through Merlin's magical deception. He proves his right to kingship by drawing a sword from a stone where Merlin had magically placed it, a test that only the rightful king can pass. He marries the beautiful Guinevere despite Merlin's warnings that she will bring disaster. He establishes the Round Table as a fellowship of the greatest knights. He sends them on quests to test their virtue and prowess. He faces the slow-burning tragedy of Lancelot and Guinevere's love affair, which everyone knows about but no one can openly acknowledge without destroying the kingdom. He endures the Grail quest that scatters his knights and breaks the fellowship. He discovers that Mordred, the son born from his unknowing incest with his half-sister Morgan, will be his doom. He fights the final battle at Camlan. He receives his death wound. He's carried by mysterious women to Avalon in a boat. Mallory's Arthur is noble, but deeply flawed. His kingdom achieves extraordinary heights of glory, but contains within itself the seeds of its own inevitable destruction. The adultery of Lancelot and Guinevere, the quest for the Holy Grail that takes the best knights away and kills many of them, the revelation of Mordred's true parentage. Everything leads inexorably toward Camlan and the end of the Golden Age. This is the Arthur most people still know even today. The sword in the stone, the round table, the pure knight Galahad, Lancelot and Guinevere's tragic love, the quest for the Holy Grail, Mordred's treachery, the final battle, the mysterious boat carrying Arthur to Avalon, the inscription on his tomb that reads, Hic jacet Arthurus, Rex quondam, Rexque futurus. Here lies Arthur, the once and future king. It's a magnificent story, complex and moving and full of human truth about loyalty and betrayal, love and honour, achievement and loss. It's shaped Western literature's understanding of heroic narrative for 5 centuries since Mallory wrote it down. It's also almost entirely fictional from any historical perspective. But fiction can contain truths that history cannot capture. Now you're watching the legend acquire its most fantastical elements, the ones that lift it completely out of historical possibility and into the realm of pure mythology. The magic sword, the wizard mentor, the enchanted island, the mystical artifacts, everything that makes Arthur's story not just history or even historical fiction, but genuine mythology that operates by its own internal logic. Let's start with Excalibur, because everyone knows the name of Arthur's sword even if they know nothing else about the legend. Geoffrey of Monmouth called it Caliburnus. He mentioned it briefly as a notable weapon forged in the Isle of Avalon. But Geoffrey didn't elaborate much. It was just the kind of special sword a great king should possess. No more remarkable than that. The French romancers did much more with the sword. They eventually developed 2 different origin stories that sometimes get confused with each other in popular retellings. In one version, Arthur proves his right to rule by pulling a sword from a stone where Merlin had magically lodged it. The sword is a test. Only the true king, the rightful heir to Britain's throne, can remove it. Every nobleman in the land tries and fails. Young Arthur, still just a squire serving his foster brother Kay, pulls it out effortlessly, almost by accident. The miracle reveals his identity and destiny. In the other version, Arthur receives his sword from the mysterious Lady of the Lake. She lives in an enchanted realm beneath the water's surface, a magical kingdom that exists parallel to the mortal world. She rises from the lake holding a magnificent sword. She gives it to Arthur as a gift, or possibly a loan. The sword is called Excalibur. The name might derive from a Latin phrase meaning cuts through steel, or it might come from the Welsh name Caladfeilch, which was what earlier Welsh tradition called Arthur's sword. The sword has various magical properties depending on which version you read. Some say it makes its wielder invincible in battle. Others claim the sword's scabbard is the truly magical item, protecting whoever wears it from bleeding no matter how severe their wounds. Arthur loses the scabbard later, stolen by his half-sister Morgan Le Fay in an act of treachery. This loss makes him vulnerable, human again, capable of being killed at Camlan. After the final battle, as Arthur lies dying, he orders one of his few surviving knights to throw Excalibur back into the lake. The knight tries to avoid this task twice. He can't bear to throw away such a magnificent weapon. He hides it and returns, claiming he's done as ordered, but Arthur knows he's lying and sends him back. Finally, the knight throws Excalibur into the water. An arm rises from the lake surface. A woman's arm, though whose exactly varies by version. The hand catches the sword, waves it 3 times, pulls it down beneath the surface. The Lady of the Lake has reclaimed her gift now that Arthur's time is ended. This is pure mythology, not history by any measure. But it's powerful mythology that resonates with deep human concerns. The sword from the stone represents the idea that legitimate authority reveals itself through tests that cannot be faked. true leadership isn't about force or cunning. It manifests as ability that others simply don't possess. The sword from the lake suggests that power is a gift that comes with responsibilities. It must be wielded justly. It must be returned when the time comes. You don't get to keep it forever just because you once deserved it. Then there's Merlin, the wizard who looms over Arthur's early life and then vanishes just when his guidance might matter most. Merlin's origins are Welsh. He appears in early poetry as Myrddin, a prophet who went mad after battle and lived in the forest making prophecies. Geoffrey of Monmouth transformed him into Arthur's advisor. Geoffrey wrote 2 works about Merlin. In one, Merlin appears as a boy who reveals why King Vortigern's fortress keeps collapsing. 2 dragons fight beneath the foundation, one red for the British, one white for the Saxons. Merlin prophesies the future in cryptic verses. The French romancers expanded his role and gave him detailed backstory. He's the son of a demon and a virtuous woman. He has magical powers but a human soul. He builds Stonehenge. He creates the Round Table. He enchants the sword in the stone. He guides Arthur's victories. Then Merlin falls in love with a woman whose name varies. Nimue, Vivian, sometimes Morgan, usually one of the ladies of the lake. He teaches her his magic. She uses it to trap him in a cave or tree or tower of air. He cannot escape but can sometimes still be heard making prophecies. Merlin's fate is peculiar and symbolically rich. He's not killed in battle like a warrior. He's not murdered by an enemy. He's undone by his own choice to love and to share his knowledge. It's as if the story understands that pure magic has no place in the increasingly complex human world that's developing. The age of simple supernatural intervention must end for the more complicated age of human moral choices to begin. The magical elements multiply and elaborate as the romances develop. Morgan Le Fay, Arthur's half-sister, transforms from a benevolent healer in earlier sources to an ambiguous figure who might help or harm, depending on her mood and purposes. She learns magic from Merlin. She creates trouble at Arthur's court. She steals Excalibur's protective scabbard and gives it to her lover, hoping to get Arthur killed in battle. She reveals Lancelot and Guinevere's adultery to Arthur, forcing him to acknowledge what he'd been willfully ignoring. Yet she's also one of the women who takes Arthur to Avalon after Camlan, promising to heal his wounds. Avalon itself grows more detailed and mysterious in the romances. Geoffrey of Monmouth called it Insula Avalonis, the Isle of Apples, a place where magical swords are forged and wounded kings might be healed. Welsh tradition had long spoken of mystical islands in the Western Ocean, where the dead went or where time moved differently than in the mortal world. Some later medieval writers identified Avalon with Glastonbury in Somerset, a real location where an important monastery stood. In 1191, the monks of Glastonbury made a spectacular claim. They'd discovered Arthur's tomb buried deep in their graveyard. They'd found a lead cross with a Latin inscription identifying the grave as Arthur's, calling Glastonbury the ancient Isle of Avalon. The discovery was almost certainly a fraud. The monastery needed money for rebuilding after a fire. Claiming to possess Arthur's grave would attract pilgrims and donations. But the fraudulent discovery shows how the legendary and the supposedly real became deliberately entangled for practical purposes. The Holy Grail enters the Arthurian stories through Chrétien de Troyes in the late 12th century, though he didn't call it holy. His Percival, the story of the Grail, introduced a mysterious object, a dish or bowl or cup seen at a strange castle. Chrétien died before finishing the poem. Later writers picked up the Grail and developed it into the ultimate mystical object of quest and devotion. Robert de Baron made it explicitly Christian. The Grail was the cup from the Last Supper. Joseph of Arimathea had used it to catch Christ's blood at the crucifixion. The Grail possessed miraculous powers. It could feed people spiritual nourishment. It could heal wounds. Seeing it required spiritual purity and worthiness. The Grail quest becomes the defining adventure of Arthur's court and the beginning of its end. Arthur's knights scatter across the land seeking the Grail. Most fail and never return. Some die in the attempt. A very few achieve temporary glimpses. Only Galahad, Lancelot's son and the purest knight who ever lived, achieves the complete vision and understands the Grail's mysteries. he dies in spiritual ecstasy afterward. His mortal life cannot contain what he's experienced. The Grail quest marks a turning point in the legend's internal chronology. Before the quest, Arthur's court represents worldly perfection. Great warriors, beautiful ladies, spectacular feasts, glorious tournaments. Secular achievement at its peak. The Grail quest introduces a spiritual standard that the secular world cannot meet. Most of the knights fail not because they lack courage or skill in arms. They fail because they've committed sins, because they've loved unwisely, because they value earthly glory more than heavenly truth. Even those who survive the quest return to find something precious has been lost. The fellowship is broken. Too many chairs at the round table are empty. The innocent confidence of earlier days is gone. Everyone knows the kingdom's days are numbered. The trajectory bends toward tragedy. These magical elements transform Arthur from a possible historical figure into pure mythology. The magic makes the story work on multiple levels simultaneously. It's still about kingship and loyalty and betrayal, about the tension between personal desire and public duty, about how even the best intentions can lead to disaster. But it's also about the tension between the mundane and the mystical, between human limitation and divine possibility, between the world as it is and the world as imagination and faith say it could be. The 6th century war leader, if he existed, fought with iron spears and wooden shields and tactical cunning. He won or lost based on training and morale and logistics and luck. He lived and died as men do, subject to time and age and violence. The medieval Arthur fights with an enchanted sword given by otherworldly powers. He's guided by a wizard born of demon and saint. He seeks holy relics that embody divine grace. He faces enemies both human and supernatural. His story operates by mythological logic where symbols matter as much as events. The historical distance between these two figures is immeasurably vast. One might have existed. One certainly did not, at least not in the form the stories describe. But the magical Arthur is the one people remember and love and return to across centuries. The wizard, the sword, the Grail, Avalon, the promise of return. These are the elements that make the story immortal. These are what transform a possible war leader into a legend that transcends the merely historical and enters the permanent realm of human imagination. Now comes the difficult question, the one that historians have argued about for generations and likely will continue arguing about for generations more. Was any of it real? You're standing in a modern university library, surrounded by shelves holding hundreds of books about Arthur. Some argue with fierce passion for his historical existence. Others dismiss him as complete legend with equally strong conviction. Most scholarly works take carefully hedged positions somewhere in between. The debate has been ongoing for well over a century in its modern form. It shows no signs of reaching any consensus that would satisfy everyone involved. Let's be ruthlessly honest about what we actually know, setting aside everything from Geoffrey of Monmouth onward as obvious invention. We know that Roman Britain ended around 410 when the legions withdrew and central imperial authority collapsed. We know that Saxon settlement and expansion happened over the following centuries through a complex process of migration, military conquest, and cultural transformation. We know that British kingdoms resisted this Saxon expansion, with varying degrees of success for varying lengths of time depending on geography and local circumstances. We know that by the 10th century, when our earliest surviving Welsh historical sources were being compiled, Welsh tradition confidently remembered a war leader named Arthur, who fought at a place called Baden and died at a place called Camlan. That's not much to build a biography on. That's barely enough to argue for Arthur's existence at all by the standards of evidence historians normally require. The sceptical position is straightforward. We have no contemporary evidence for Arthur. No Roman or early Saxon source mentions him. The first Welsh sources naming him date from 830 and 970, centuries after he supposedly lived. The Battle of Baden might be historical, but we don't know who commanded there. Arthur could be a later invention, a legendary hero created to embody British resistance. This scepticism is reasonable. By normal historical standards, Arthur doesn't make the cut. The evidence is thin, late, and mixed with obvious fiction. But dismissing Arthur entirely has problems too. First, The absence of contemporary evidence isn't surprising. We have almost no written sources from 6th century Britain about anything. The whole period from 400 to 600 is poorly documented. Literacy collapsed with Roman administration. We can't use absence of evidence as proof when the evidentiary base is nearly empty. Second, Welsh traditions show characteristics suggesting genuine oral tradition rather than invention. The geographical connections are specific. Arthur is associated with real places in Wales and the north, Gelligaia, Caerleon, the Edinburgh region. Not the fictional Camelot that romance writers created. Third, the name Arthur itself derives from the Roman name Artorius. This wasn't common in Welsh. Its appearance in 6th century context suggests a real Romano-British person who achieved something notable. Fourth, British resistance to Saxons was real and sometimes successful. Badon happened and resulted in British victory that halted Saxon expansion for a generation. Someone commanded that victory. Someone achieved something significant enough to be remembered. The moderate position held by many historians is that Arthur might have been a real war leader, whose genuine accomplishments were later exaggerated and mythologized beyond recognition. The historical Arthur, if he existed, was probably nothing like the medieval Arthur. No Camelot, no Round Table, no mystical quests or divine weapons. Just a capable military commander operating in a violent period. This hypothetical historical Arthur might have been a Romano-British noble who maintained some elements of Roman military organisation and tactical thinking. He might have used cavalry effectively against Saxon infantry, which would give him a significant tactical advantage. The 12 battles listed in the Historia Brittonum might preserve a distorted memory of a wide-ranging campaign. The victory at Badon might have been his greatest achievement, the high point of his career. After his death, possibly at Camlan in what might have been a civil war between British factions rather than a battle against Saxons, his reputation grew. His victories got remembered and retold and gradually exaggerated. He became the hero who had held back the Saxon tide, if only temporarily. As the centuries passed and the Saxons did ultimately conquer most of Britain and establish what became England, Arthur became a symbol of what the British had lost. The last great British king. The once and future king who would return when his people needed him most desperately. This moderate position fits the fragmentary evidence we have reasonably well. It explains why Arthur appears in early Welsh tradition without requiring us to believe all the supernatural elements. It explains why the earliest references treat him as a historical figure from a specific period, rather than a timeless mythological hero. It explains why later writers could build such elaborate legends around him. There was a small foundation of possible historical truth for the stories to grow from, even if that foundation bears almost no resemblance to the final elaborate structure built upon it. But we need to be absolutely honest about what we don't know and almost certainly can never know with confidence. We don't know where Arthur was born or where he was based. We don't know what he looked like. We don't know what language he spoke primarily, though it was probably a Brittonic language ancestral to modern Welsh. We don't know how he organised his forces or what weapons and tactics he preferred. We don't know if he was Christian, and if so, how devout. We don't know about his family in any reliable detail. We don't know his personality, his motivations, his private thoughts, his fears, his hopes. Every Arthur biography is part responsible speculation based on what we know about the period, and part pure imagination filling in gaps. The human details that would make him real and interesting to us as a person are precisely the details we cannot verify, and likely never will be able to verify. Modern archaeological work hasn't settled the question despite some optimistic claims. Various sites have been proposed as possible locations connected to Arthur. Cadbury Castle in Somerset, where excavations in the 1960s revealed that the old Iron Age hill fort had been substantially refortified and reoccupied in the late 5th or early 6th century. That's exactly the right period for Arthur. The site is impressive, but archaeology can demonstrate that a site was occupied, and even that significant resources were invested in fortifying it. Archaeology cannot tell us who occupied it, or whether any occupant bore the name Arthur. Tintagel in Cornwall is another site associated with Arthur in later legend. Archaeological work there has found evidence of high-status occupation in the Arthurian period. Imported pottery from the Mediterranean, suggesting wealth and trade connections. Buildings that indicate someone important was based there. But again, impressive as the findings are, they don't prove Arthur was there. They just show that Tintagel was an important place in the right period. Genetic evidence from modern populations doesn't help either. DNA studies of British and English populations show exactly the pattern you'd expect from Saxon migration, mixing with earlier British populations. But genetics can't tell us about specific historical individuals or particular battles. It operates at the population level over long time scales. It can't point to Arthur. So where does this extensive and rather inconclusive discussion leave us? If you demand proof that meets rigorous modern historical standards, Arthur doesn't exist. The evidence is insufficient. Period. You should dismiss him as legend and focus your historical attention on things we can actually verify. If you're willing to accept that a real person might lie somewhere behind later legendary accretions, then Arthur might have existed. A Romano-British war leader, effective and lucky enough to be remembered, whose real achievements were later embroidered far beyond recognition. The honest answer that fits the evidence best is simply this. We don't know. We probably never will know with certainty. Arthur exists in an ambiguous space between history and myth, between what we can prove and what we want to believe. That liminal space is uncomfortable for historians who prefer clear conclusions, but it's where Arthur lives most naturally, because Arthur represents something larger than historical facts about battles and dates. He represents an idea, the idea that heroism matters even in desperate circumstances, that leadership can make a real difference, that resistance against overwhelming odds has value even when it ultimately fails, that the good we accomplish might be remembered even when everything else is forgotten. The medieval storytellers understood this better than modern historians sometimes do. They weren't trying to write accurate history in our sense. They were trying to express truths about loyalty and honour, love and betrayal, achievement and loss, the tragic nature of human ambition and the persistence of hope. They used Arthur as a vehicle for exploring these universal human themes. Whether there was a real Arthur commanding real troops at a real battle called Baden matters less than you might think for most purposes. The Arthur who truly matters, the Arthur who shaped European literature and culture for 8 centuries and continues influencing us today, is the legendary Arthur. The king who pulled the sword from the stone proving his right to rule. The king whose knights sat at a round table seeking the Holy Grail. The king who established a brief golden age of peace and justice. The king who was betrayed by those he loved most. The king who died at Camlan but was carried to Avalon where he might yet be healing. The king who might return when Britain's need is greatest. That Arthur is real in the way that stories are real. He shapes how we think about leadership and heroism and tragedy. He influences our imagination and our ideals. He gives us a framework for understanding human nobility and human failure in the same person. The historical Arthur, the possible war leader from the poorly documented darkness of the 6th century, is lost to us. Too much time, too little evidence, too many layers of legend obscuring whatever truth might lie at the core. The legendary Arthur is immortal, and maybe that's what matters most. You've travelled through 15 centuries tonight, from the departure of Roman legions to medieval romance, from the possible reality of desperate military campaigns to the definite unreality of mystical quests and magical swords, from sparse references in Welsh chronicles to the elaborate imaginative constructions of Camelot and the Grail. Arthur's story teaches us something profound about how legends grow and why they persist. They don't spring fully formed from nothing like mushrooms after rain. They accrete slowly, layer upon layer, each generation adding new elements while preserving fragments of older traditions. They adapt to new cultures and new concerns. They become whatever each age needs them to be. The Romano-British of the 6th century, if they had an Arthur at all, needed a war leader who could organise scattered resistance to Saxon invasion. The Welsh of later centuries needed a symbol of their lost independence and a prophecy of eventual return. The medieval French needed an idealised king who embodied emerging chivalric values. The English needed to reclaim their greatest legend from the French. Every generation reshaped Arthur to reflect its own dreams and fears and values, and Arthur endures because the fundamental themes embedded in his story are genuinely timeless. The wise advisor who disappears when most needed, the pure love that becomes tragic adultery, the perfect fellowship that splinters and fails, the good king undone by secrets from his past, the son who becomes his father's mortal enemy, the final battle that ends everything, the hope that death is not quite final, that return remains possible. These are patterns of human tragedy that every culture recognizes, even if the specific details vary. They're dressed in medieval costume in the Arthurian stories, with castles and knights and courtly customs, but they speak to something deeper and more universal than any specific historical period or cultural context. Modern authors continue retelling Arthur in countless variations. They set him in space or the far future, or alternate histories where magic works by different rules. They make Arthur a woman or a time traveller or a corporate CEO, leading a business empire. They deconstruct the legend, reimagine it, subvert it, celebrate it, mock it, honour it. The story proves endlessly adaptable precisely because its core concerns are so fundamental to human experience. Historians will continue debating whether Arthur was real. New archaeological discoveries might strengthen the case for a historical basis, or might undermine it further. Old texts might be reinterpreted using new methods. New analytical techniques might reveal patterns in the sources that previous scholars missed. The academic debate will go on. But regardless of what historians eventually conclude, if they ever reach consensus at all, Arthur will survive. Not as history, but as story. Not as verifiable fact, but as truth of a different kind. The truth of human aspiration meeting human limitation. The truth that heroism is possible even in the darkest times. The truth that what we build can be beautiful even when we know it cannot last. As you drift towards sleep now, you can let the many layers of Arthur's story settle in your mind like sediment, slowly forming into solid stone. The possible war leader fighting impossible odds with limited resources and scarce hope. The legendary king holding court in a castle that never existed in a golden age that never was. The symbol of human excellence and human failure intertwined. The promise of return that might never be fulfilled. All of it is real in the only way that ultimately matters. Real in the imagination. Real in the stories we tell ourselves and our children about who we could be and what we might achieve if we had the courage to try. The once and future king sleeps in Avalon, waiting for the call to return that might never come. And while he sleeps, we tell his story, adding our own interpretations and concerns to the legend, ensuring that whatever historical truth might lie somewhere at the distant core remains alive in the one place it can truly survive across the centuries, in the telling itself, in the endless creative reimagining that each generation performs, in the universal human need for stories about heroes who try despite knowing they might fail, who build despite knowing time will tear down what they create, who love despite knowing love brings pain as well as joy. Sleep well, with knights and quests and magical swords dancing through your dreams, with the knowledge that some stories are too powerful to die, too meaningful to be reduced to simple questions of historical fact or fiction. Arthur lives in that space between, and perhaps that's exactly where he belongs. In the late 17th and early 18th centuries, France was a land of contrasts. By candlelight in a grand chateau's garden, a curious noblewoman listens as a witty philosopher describes the stars above. He explains that those stars are suns like our own, each perhaps circled by the worlds of their own, a radical idea in an age when questioning the heavens could be dangerous. The scene could be lifted from Bernard de Fontenelle's Conversations on the Plurality of Worlds, 1686, a clever book where a lady and a scientist stroll nightly under the sky discussing Copernicus's sun-centered universe. Fontenelle's charming prose made the latest scientific discoveries accessible to the layperson, planting seeds of curiosity, even as Louis XIV's strict rule cast long shadows. His ideas, along with those of fellow thinker Pierre Bayle, formed a foundation for what would soon be called the Enlightenment. At the turn of the 18th century, official France was still firmly absolutist and devoutly Catholic. Louis XIV, the Sun King, had revoked the Edict of Nantes in 1685, driving Protestants like Bailey into exile. Yet even as the king insisted on religious unity, dissenting ideas quietly took root. In his safe haven abroad, Bale wrote a sceptical, historical and critical dictionary, 1697, that poked holes in dogma and advocated tolerance. These volumes, printed in Amsterdam and London, were smuggled over the borders in barrels of cloth and hidden compartments, finding eager readers in Paris and Lyon. A tradition was beginning. Forbidden ideas could not be easily extinguished. Bailey's call for a society of pluralistic views, a daring notion that people of different beliefs might live together in peace, resonated with a small but growing circle of French minds. Quietly, the monopoly of church and crown on truth was being challenged by pamphlets and letters passed hand to hand. After Louis XIV's death in 1715, the atmosphere in France relaxed somewhat, allowing these early sparks to flare up. In Paris, coffee houses and literary clubs buzzed with talk. One towering figure of this early Enlightenment was Baron de Montesquieu, a provincial nobleman with a dry wit and keen insight. In 1721, Montesquieu published The Persian Letters, a playful novel of letters in which two fictional Persian travellers lampoon French customs. Nothing was sacred in its pages. Parisian high society, the pretensions of the king's court, the absurdities of the Catholic clergy, all were held up to gentle ridicule through these eyes of outsiders. Readers were amused and intrigued. Beneath the satire lay serious critiques of absolutism and religious hypocrisy. The book, though published anonymously, created a stir. It was passed from salon to salon, read aloud in amused whispers. France's own institutions were being examined as if under a foreign lens, and many found them wanting. Montesquieu's success emboldened others. Soon he would take his analysis further. Retiring to his estate, he quietly toiled on a magnum opus about laws and governments around the world. By the 1730s, the term philosophe was coming into use. Not quite the same as philosopher, it meant a man, or occasionally a woman, of ideas who applied reason to all areas of life. These Enlightenment thinkers saw themselves as bringing light into the dark corners of ignorance and oppression. They drew inspiration from English writers like John Locke and scientists like Isaac Newton, whose works were now circulating in French translation. In fact, a fashionable young writer named Voltaire had travelled to England and returned in 1729 bubbling with enthusiasm for Newton's physics and the English spirit of free debate. He set about spreading both. With his vivacious lover Émilie du Châtelet, herself a brilliant mathematician, Voltaire explained Newton's findings in French and praised England's relatively liberal society in his letters on the English. Though the French authorities condemned his book and briefly imprisoned its author for it, the ideas could not be unread. The taste of intellectual freedom abroad only sharpened French appetites for more. Thus, in the decades before the Revolution, the early stirrings of Enlightenment thought took hold. A handful of bold voices, Fontenelle with his popular science, Bayle with his sceptical erudition, Montesquieu with his satire, and Voltaire with his sharp pen, prepared the ground. Their writing circulated in manuscript and in contraband print, fertilizing minds from Paris to the provinces. Over supper tables and university halls, people began asking new questions. Could reason, not tradition, guide human affairs? Must religious uniformity trump individual conscience? Could a king's authority have limits set by natural law? These questions, sown in the early 1700s, would sprout dramatically as the century progressed. For now, they were still whispered, but the Enlightenment in France had begun, a dawn of new thinking that promised to chase away medieval shadows. In the mid-18th century, some of the most radical ideas in France were not plotted in dark alleys but discussed over champagne in elegant drawing rooms. The Parisian salon was a unique institution, part social club, part intellectual seminar, typically hosted by a wealthy or aristocratic woman, the salonière. These gatherings brought together writers, philosophers, artists and statesmen under one chandelier. On a given evening you might find the sharp-tongued Voltaire trading barbs with a bishop, or Jean-Jacques Rousseau shyly unveiling his latest essay to a circle of curious marquises. Salons were private and by invitation only, yet they became engines of public discourse. There was a democratic, cosmopolitan and tolerant atmosphere, rare for the time nobles, bourgeoisie, and even an occasional artisan or foreign savant mingled politely, united by a love of wit and ideas. Here Enlightenment thought took on a human face as diverse guests debated art, science, and politics late into the night. The women who ran these salons wielded subtle power in a society that otherwise confined female influence. Take Madame Geoffrin, for example. Born Marie-Thérèse Rodet Geoffrin by the 1740s, she had established herself as the premier hostess of Paris. Every Monday, her well-appointed home on the Rue Saint-Honoré welcomed the leading writers and philosophes to dinner. Wednesdays were reserved for artists. With motherly charm, Madame Geoffrin presided over the conversation, tactfully steering away from overly explosive topics so as to keep the gathering convivial. She even provided financial support to struggling men of letters, quietly paying debts or buying paintings from her artist guests. The respect she commanded was such that even the crusty Voltaire deferred to her. In her salon one had to follow certain rules. Wit was appreciated, but vulgarity was not. Lively debate was welcome, but shouting and personal attacks were frowned upon. Under her guidance, the tone remained civil, clever, and enlightening, a model of the refinement of manners and speech that salons originally aimed for. Other salonières adopted different styles. Madame de Dudefend, an older contemporary of Geoffrin, hosted gatherings from 1745 onward, but famously disdained the more radical philosophe, except for Voltaire, whom she adored. Her salon favoured high society gossip and classical letters over bold new philosophy. In contrast, the witty Mademoiselle Julie de Lespinasse ran a more freewheeling salon in the 1770s. Julie had been tutored in the art by Madame du Deffand until a falling out, and, with a small stipend from Madame Geoffrin, struck out on her own. She innovated by opening her home almost every evening to a select but mixed company. Young intellectuals, older statesmen and foreign visitors. Nibbles and wine were served, nothing lavish, but the talk flowed. One frequent guest, the writer Jean-François Marmontel, marvelled at Julia's ability to inspire frank discussion. He described her as an astonishing compound of reason and wisdom, with the liveliest mind and most ardent soul. Under her edifice, philosophers from diverse generations convened and exchanged ideas, while even the poorest scholars were welcome to express their thoughts. Such inclusion was unusual. In many salons, one's rank and attire still mattered, but Julia de Lespinasse proved that intellectual passion could trump pedigree. A typical salon evening might unfold like this. As dusk fell, a liveried footman admitted guests to a candle-lit parlour decorated with art. Gentle music played in the next room. Elegant women in silks and men in embroidered coats formed small clusters, exchanging news and bons mots. The hostess circulated, deftly introducing a young poet to a renowned scientist or drawing a shy scholar into a lively debate about the latest play. Conversation was the main event. A good salon guest had something to bring to this conversation, at the very least wit and elegant French. A rising dramatist might recite a scene from his new comedy, met with applause and gentle critique. A visiting American like Benjamin Franklin might regale the company with tales of scientific experiments with lightning. Serious discussions could break out, the merits of Voltaire's newest tract or Rousseau's eccentric theories on education. But if tempers flared or someone droned on too long, the hostess would smoothly change the subject or propose a diversion, perhaps a brief chamber music performance or a round of cards. The result was a peculiar mix of ludic and learned. By evening's end, ideas that might have been seditious in print could be bandied about safely in the salon, cushioned by politeness and mutual respect. The salon thus served as an incubator for Enlightenment ideas. It connected thinkers to patrons. Many an author found a publisher or a financier through salon contacts. It allowed women a rare opportunity to engage in intellectual life, albeit as conveners rather than professors, with notable exceptions like Emily du Châtelet, who, though not a salonière, proved women could match men in science. Salons also helped erode class barriers, if only slightly. Some hostesses prided themselves on gathering a potpourri of talents regardless of noble birth. There were limits, of course. Peasants and labourers did not stroll into these parlours. The salons primarily catered to the elite, who were open to new talent and ideas, not just those inherited from their lineage. In these candlelit rooms, the public sphere had a private cradle. Before newspapers could freely criticise the king or church, and before any elected assembly existed in France, the salons were training grounds for reasoned debate. They fostered what one historian later called the Republic of Letters, a community of minds that transcended social ranks and national borders. Foreigners like the Scottish historian David Hume or the Italian economist Cesare Beccaria were feted at Paris salons when they visited. In turn, French philosophers built networks of correspondence with thinkers abroad. The cosmopolitan chatter in Madame Geoffrin's salon had echoes in London, Geneva or Berlin as ideas spread. By the 1770s and 1780s, even as economic troubles and political conflict loomed in France, one could still find on any given evening a salon in full swing, a microcosm of an ideal Enlightenment society, where conversation flowed freely, differences were bridged by civility, and a new rational France was imagined in talk long before it existed in fact. By the middle of the 18th century, the written word in France was undergoing an explosive proliferation. In bustling Parisian print shops and in secret presses hidden in attics or across the border, printers churned out mountains of paper, books, pamphlets, journals, broadsides. An insatiable reading public had arisen, hungry for everything from scandalous verse to serious treatises on philosophy. The statistics tell part of the story. By the 1780s, literacy had risen markedly. Roughly half of French men and a quarter of women could read, almost double the rates from a century earlier. More people reading meant more demand for reading material. Where the state or the church tried to censor or limit that material, enterprising publishers found ways to supply it regardless. A veritable underground press emerged, and with it a new kind of intellectual warrior, the hack writer and the clandestine bookseller. Together they would spread Enlightenment ideas to every corner of France, even as authorities scrambled to stem the tide. Officially, the French crown maintained strict censorship. All books were supposed to be approved by royal censors and carry the censor's name. Hundreds of titles were outright banned. The Catholic Church, through the Sorbonne faculty and the infamous Index Librorum Prohibitorum, Index of Prohibited Books, also condemned works deemed heretical or immoral. Punishments for illegal printing could be severe: fines, imprisonment, even the gallows for repeat offenders. But by the 1770s, enforcement was increasingly like plugging holes in a sieve. The appetite for new ideas was too strong and the profits to be made from satisfying it too tempting. Smugglers carried forbidden books into France by the crate, stashing them in false-bottom wagons, or floating them down rivers at night. It was said that in some frontier towns, nearly every customs officer could be bribed. Meanwhile, within France, pirate printers secretly duplicated popular works without permission. One way or another, what was officially banned often ended up widely read. A few examples illustrate the cat-and-mouse game of publishing. In 1759, the monumental project of the Encyclopédie, the great encyclopedia of sciences, arts, and trades edited by Denis Diderot, was banned by King Louis XV after the first 7 volumes, under pressure from church authorities who found its articles too impious. But Diderot did not abandon it. Thanks to sympathetic insiders, not least the enlightened censor Malgerbe, Diderot continued the work in secret, finishing 10 more volumes of articles and plates under a false imprint in Switzerland. Officially, the encyclopedies were suppressed. In reality, subscribers received the remaining volumes clandestinely by 1765. As one contemporary quipped, the authorities had winked at the enterprise. They pretended to shut it down to appease the church, but turned a blind eye to its continued existence because it employed hundreds of workers and had powerful supporters. This delicate dance, ban in name, tolerate in practice, typified the later old regime's lax censorship. By 1780, Diderot's encyclopédie stood complete at 35 volumes, an astonishing trove of Enlightenment knowledge made available to the public, despite all edicts to the contrary. In addition to the encyclopédie, Geneva, Amsterdam, London, and the Rhineland produced illicit literature. Scholars believe that around 600 prohibited books circulated in France before the Revolution. These included philosophical books, scurrilous political pamphlets, and censored novels. According to historian Robert Darnton, several were forbidden bestsellers, books too filthy or seditious for the censors, but eagerly read by everyone who could. Rousseau's Emile on education and the social contract were prohibited in 1762, but pirated volumes spread and made him famous. Obscene leaflets criticising the royal family's morals and crazy stories about the king's ministers were other underground bestsellers. Grub Street writers, hack authors living hand-to-mouth in Paris who wrote whatever sold, specialised in libelles, libellous pamphlets. To get money, such writers might mock the king's mistress one week, compose a natural rights tract the next, and spy for the police the next. Voltaire and Diderot mocked this literary underworld. Voltaire called hack writers things. Ironically, radical ideas sometimes spread through these less recognised venues. The hackers, hungry and alienated from the previous regime, hated authority and fueled the revolution. Print circulation is immense. A recent police inventory of a seized bookstore or the Bastille's confiscated shipment documents shows thousands of illegal books. Popular illegal titles have been republished many times. In the 70s, the Swiss underground publisher Société Typographique de Neuchâtel transported tens of thousands of volumes into France, from Voltaire's philosophical fables to prohibited novels. By 1796, 20 sanctioned and 50 pirated volumes of the forbidden anti-colonial work History of the Two Indies 1770 surfaced. Abbé Raynal's History of the Two Indies, which boldly denounced slavery and tyranny, was banned by the French government and exiled, while the clergy despised him as one of the most seditious writers, which only piqued readers' interest. Despite the embargo, the book was a bestseller and influenced American colonists with its human rights advocacy. The paradox of French Enlightenment publishing was that repression often increased a work's fame and audience. Reading revolutions spread outside the capital. Provincial cities developed lending libraries and reading societies, where members pooled funds to buy books and newspapers under the watchful eye of a suspicious bishop or magistrate. Literature was available to many residents and artisans by the 1780s. Budget-friendly Bibliothèque Bleue books simplified Enlightenment ideals, fairy tales, and practical information. Peddlers sold chapbooks in local marketplaces, spreading new ideas. In a tavern, a peasant may hear a hot story about the king's mistress, or a Voltaire joke. Of course, not everyone liked this print deluge. Conservative voices argued that excessive reading, especially forbidden materials, was corrupting ordinary people. One booklet at a time, some worried that authority was losing respect. They were partly right. Before 1789, printed words affected French public opinion. Pamphlet avalanche swayed public opinion after high-profile scandals or trials, like the Diamond Necklace Affair, 1785, involving Queen Marie Antoinette. Enlightenment authors inform and influence public opinion. They thought education and critical thinking could improve society. It worked, but it also fueled high expectations and simmering discontent. A prison kiosk sold a cheap Rousseau leaflet on the eve of the revolution stating, "Man is born free and everywhere he is in chains." A bawdy song mocking the fat archbishop or a broadsheet celebrating America's successful uprising against its ruler were available. Rights, liberty, and equality, formerly discussed in salons, have permeated common consciousness. The future was printed on legal and unlawful presses. Despite their efforts, the old order's guardians could not unprint it. The clatter of the printer's type and the rustle of secretly turned pages shook a changing France. In a modest Paris apartment in the 1750s, two brilliant men sit exchanging letters, not amicably, but as rivals locked in intellectual combat. On one side is Voltaire, the most famous wit of the age, now in his 60s, polished, urbane, a skeptic who relishes skewering folly. On the other, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 2 decades younger, intensely earnest, a loner who distrusts the very society Voltaire so enjoys. They rarely meet in person, but across miles they trade barbs in print. Upon reading Rousseau's latest work, Voltaire cannot resist sending a withering reply. "I have received, sir, your new book against the human species, and I thank you for it," Voltaire writes with biting sarcasm. "No one has ever employed so much intelligence to make us all stupid. Reading your book inspires a strong desire to take action." His words drip with mock praise. Rousseau's idealization of primitive man, Voltaire implies, is absurd. Civilization may be flawed, but it's far better than the savage life Rousseau extols. This famous quip that Rousseau's philosophy is enough to make a man want to become a beast epitomizes the clash between two towering Enlightenment thinkers whose visions of human nature and society were worlds apart. The Enlightenment was not a singular entity, rather, it represented a multitude of diverse perspectives, frequently engaged in intense debate. Voltaire and Rousseau's rivalry is legendary. Voltaire championed reason, science, and a certain cosmopolitan elitism. He believed enlightened monarchs, ideally advised by philosophers like himself, could gradually improve society. Religion, to Voltaire, was useful as a social glue, but needed purging of superstition. Écraser l'infâme, crush the infamous thing, a fanaticism he would famously declare of the church's abuses. Rousseau, by contrast, distrusted the pretensions of polite society. He thought civilization had corrupted man's originally good nature. In works like Discourse on Inequality, he argued that arts and sciences had led not to progress, but to vanity and oppression. His ideal was a simpler life in harmony with nature, and a political community based on genuine equality and the general will of the people, as he later outlined in the Social Contract. To Voltaire, the idea sounded naive at best, dangerous at worst. Their correspondence started courteously but soured over time. After the devastating Lisbon earthquake of 1755, Voltaire wrote a poem questioning providence. How could a just God slaughter innocents? Rousseau oddly rebuked Voltaire, saying people should not question God's plan, and that if men didn't live packed in cities, the quake would do less harm. Voltaire privately scoffed that Rousseau wanted to send mankind backwards. One longs, in reading your book, to walk on all fours, he jeered, stung by Rousseau's critique. Rousseau, for his part, grew increasingly convinced that Voltaire and his clique were conspiring against him, mocking him behind his back. By the 70s, their relationship had fractured completely. Rousseau even refused Voltaire's offer of refuge when Rousseau was fleeing arrest. The Voltaire-Rousseau split was not just personal, it symbolised a deeper divergence in Enlightenment thought. Voltaire stood for the party of reason, progress through enlightened authority and sharp criticism of tradition. Rousseau became the voice of the party of feeling, valuing emotion, authenticity, and the wisdom of the common man over the polished salon sophisticature. Their quarrel highlighted contradictions. The Enlightenment celebrated reason, yet Rousseau accused reason's apostles of being cold and elitist. It preached equality, yet Voltaire privately disdained the uneducated masses and preferred benevolent despotism to democracy. In their ways, each was prophetic. Voltaire of the liberal, secular values that would shape modern Europe, Rousseau of the romantic, democratic, and even revolutionary currents that would soon erupt. It's fitting that both men died in 1778, a decade before the Revolution, almost as if fate meant to clear the stage for the drama to come. Beyond this famous duo, the Enlightenment was rife with intellectual rivalries and collaborations. Diderot and D'Alembert, co-editors of the Encyclopédie, had their share of squabbles. D'Alembert quit the project in frustration in 1759, leaving Diderot to slog through the remaining volumes largely alone. Diderot also fell out bitterly with Rousseau, who had once been his close friend. Diderot and Baron de Holbach welcomed Rousseau as a kindred spirit in the 1740s, but as Rousseau's ideas diverged and his paranoia grew, he came to believe Diderot had portrayed him negatively in a satirical play. Their friendship collapsed, illustrating how personal slights could fracture even those working for the same broad cause. Meanwhile, Baron de Holbach, host of a famously irreverent salon of atheists, published The System of Nature 1770, a book denying the existence of God outright. This extreme materialism alarmed even Voltaire, who attacked Holbach's atheism as fanatical in its own way. Voltaire believed society needed belief in God as a moral bedrock. If God did not exist, it would be necessary to invent him, he quipped. Holbach and Diderot, however, privately ridiculed Voltaire's deism as a lack of nerve. To them, reason pointed to a universe without need of a divine being. Thus, even among philosophes united against the Church's tyranny, there were deep fractures about religion's role. Another poignant clash involved Montesquieu and Rousseau's political theory. Montesquieu's The Spirit of the Laws, 1748, argued for a balanced constitution, like Britain's, with powers separated among king, parliament, and courts, a moderate vision to prevent despotism. Rousseau's Social Contract, 1762, dismissed Montesquieu's model as too aristocratic. Instead, Rousseau envisioned a republic so egalitarian that, in theory, everyone would obey laws they themselves willed. Voltaire found Rousseau's political ideas as impractical as his primitivism. He quipped that Rousseau's ideal republic was a city of ghosts, and indeed Rousseau's notion that citizens be forced to be free if they violate the general will would trouble critics for its potential for tyranny. Yet these quarrels were not destructive in the long run. Rather, they enriched the Enlightenment's legacy by presenting contrasting ideas that later generations could draw upon. In the salons and in print, either philosophers might lampoon each other, but they also all contributed to a broader movement questioning the status quo. Occasionally the debates got personal and nasty. Pamphlets full of character assassination flew about. Voltaire was a master of the artful insult. When a pompous critic, the Abbé Desfontaines, attacked him, Voltaire retaliated by portraying Desfontaines as a criminal and a fool in a biting satire, effectively destroying the man's reputation. Rousseau too lashed out. In his later years, he wrote withering letters accusing former friends of treachery. Still, these human dramas had larger consequences. The sharp exchanges clarified differences in thought. What was the best form of government? The true foundation of morality? What is the role of religion? Through argument, the philosophy refined their positions. By the 70s, a new generation was emerging too. Figures like Condorcet, a mathematician and protégé of D'Alembert, admired both Voltaire and Rousseau trying to synthesize Enlightenment ideals with practical reforms. Condorcet would advocate for the abolition of slavery and women's rights, pushing the Enlightenment's egalitarian logic further than his predecessors dared. Meanwhile, the rifts among the older philosophers presaged splits in the coming revolution. Aristocratic liberals versus radical democrats, deists versus atheists, and pragmatists versus idealists. The Enlightenment was not one sun but a constellation, with Voltaire and Rousseau as two bright stars often in eclipse of each other. Their clashes, bitter though they were, gave the era much of its dynamism. The salon gossip about Voltaire versus Rousseau was the talk of intellectual Europe. Interestingly, when both Rousseau and Voltaire passed away in 1778, they received brief eulogies as if they had been complementary heroes. Within a few years, the French Revolution would enshrine them by interring both their ashes in the Panthéon in Paris, Voltaire in 1791, Rousseau in 94, symbolically reconciling the two in the Republic of Posterity. France, it turned out, would need both Voltaire's razor wit and Rousseau's passionate cry for freedom as it hurtled toward a new age. The Palace of Versailles courtyard was packed on a sunny September afternoon in 1783, with eyes fixed on the sky. Two provincial brothers, the Montgolfier brothers, were ready to attempt the first hot air balloon flight by the living creatures in front of King Louis XVI and Queen Marie Antoinette. A sheep, duck and rooster were placed into a wicker basket under a taffeta balloon at the sound of a cannon. A second cannon fire announced release. As the balloon gracefully climbed 600 metres, tens of thousands of people gasped. It carried its barnyard aeronauts through the heavens for 8 minutes. Royal biologists quickly examined the animals, which were alive and eating hay, after it softly landed a few kilometres away. The audience applauded. The king was thrilled, albeit the inventors deftly avoided his suggestion to use convicted felons as test passengers. More than amusement, this balloon flight symbolised the Enlightenment's faith in science and reason to expand the conceivable. That moment, even the ancient dream of flight seemed possible. Ingenuity and experimentation had turned imagination into reality before the French public. French Enlightenment science pervaded daily life and great politics. Savants, learned men, and a few women, who passionately studied nature, rose in the 18th century. They studied chemistry, anatomy, botany, astronomy, and electrical. Importantly, they sought practical social reforms. The former Royal Academy of Sciences in Paris was full of experiments. Antoine Lavoisier, a rich Parisian tax officer who loved chemistry, discovered oxygen's role in combustion and established the idea of mass conservation. Lavoisier and his wife Marie, who illustrated and took notes, measured gases and metals with astonishing precision in their home laboratory. He proved that rusting metal gains weight by mixing with airborne oxygen, disproving the phlogiston idea. Such work paved the way for modern chemistry. Lavoisier was a systematic, empirical Enlightenment savant who felt knowledge should advance humanity. Outside the lab, he improved France's gunpowder industry, helping the military, and agricultural research to boost yields. Science historically clashed with religious theology, but by mid-century many clergy were fascinated by it. After the Galileo episode a century earlier, the Church was cautious. Jesuit instructors in France adjusted Cartesian and Newtonian principles. Still, tensions grew. In the 1770s, the Comte de Buffon, the king's naturalist, proposed that the world may be far older than the Bible's 6,000 years. Paris's Faculty of Theology forced him to include a pious disclaimer in his book. Enlightenment science favoured natural explanations above magical ones, contrary to traditional beliefs. Many devout Christians saw scientific findings as proof of God's laws. Medicine and public health were where science and belief intersected most. The introduction of smallpox inoculation, a predecessor to vaccination, was noteworthy. Millions, including royalty, pinduaised or were scarred by smallpox. After Louis XV died brutally of smallpox in 1774, the new King Louis XVI decided to undergo inoculation, a risky, purposeful infection to bestow immunity. Marie Antoinette supported it. Parisian milliners produced the pouf à l'inoculation, a hairdo with symbols of medicine and victory, a serpent-entwined rod, a rising sun for the king, and an olive branch for peace, to commemorate the royal inoculation's success. Fashion and science were linked. The pouf made inoculation look cool and calm public worries. After the monarchy's high-profile sponsorship, what many considered a dubious, possibly impious activity, deliberately infecting someone, gained legitimacy. It was the moment when empirical knowledge, inoculation success in England and the Ottoman Empire, triumphed superstition. People's veins were filled with Enlightenment notions. Enlightenment science influenced common devices and advances. The elite enjoyed mechanical and scientific exhibitions. Salons had electrical machines with spinning glass globes that generated static electricity, sparking and raising arm hair. These machines were novelty but important research tools. When American scientist Benjamin Franklin showed lightning was electrical by harnessing it with a kite, Europe was enthralled. France copied the experiment. Franklin was a star in Paris as a revolutionary diplomat and scientist. and his lightning rod creation was praised as a reasoned defence against nature. By the 1780s, even churches were putting lightning rods, possibly recognising that saving a steeple from blowing up was worth it. Some churchmen first opposed them, believing that it was blasphemous to meddle with the artillery of heaven. So science quietly challenged the idea that disasters were divine will by treating them as mechanical issues. No subject was too obscure for the philosophers to probe. Enlightenment thinkers compared doctors' discussions about the heart to a state's circulation of commerce. Philosophy considered classifying human civilizations like naturalists did species. The encyclopedia includes many scientific articles and images, from anatomical diagrams to windmill improvement designs, aiming to gather and disseminate essential knowledge. To catalogue and communicate practical information was an Enlightenment ideal. Knowledge should not be hidden or guild-bound, but shared for the common good. Diderot published on metallurgy, music theory and other subjects because he believed nature and art might liberate minds and enhance life. During this era, the state often linked scientific development to its goals, fostering a culture of enlightened absolutism. Louis XVI and his ministers wanted to use science to improve armaments, maps and agriculture. In the 1760s, the French government supported the enormous meridian voyages to estimate the Earth's form, reflecting Enlightenment curiosity and state pride. The Academy of Sciences researched ways to enhance navigation and chronometers and gave prizes for practical answers. Nutritionists like Parmentier staged meals featuring potato dishes to convince aristocracy it could prevent starvation. To promote potatoes, Parmentier had a field guarded by troops but let peasants steal from it at night. In urban living, the Enlightenment provided new conveniences. Paris's nightly street illumination improved, bringing enlightenment. Public places like the Jardin du Roi, now Jardin des Plantes, offered botanical gardens and a small zoo, representing the era's natural science curriculum. Travelling lecturers demonstrated physics experiments, such as how an air pump could smother a bird in a vacuum jar, ugly, but a dramatic lesson in air. Crowds watched. These shows blurred the lines between education and spectacle. Science was trendy by the 1780s. In clubs, men debated the ideas of Newton and Descartes, while aristocratic women wore small lightning rods as jewellery. The revolutionary idea of rationally evaluating and engineering society also drew inspiration from science. As scientists sought natural rules, philosophers sought social laws. Scientists' skill in describing the world encouraged them to question whether social structures like the monarchy, church, and feudal privileges were logical or historical accidents. Why not redesign a kingdom if a balloon could fly? Science wasn't politically neutral. Some Enlightenment savants faced persecution and challenges. Revolutionaries denounced Lavoisier for being a tax collector in 1794, despite his gunpowder and chemistry advances. Despite his scientific credentials, Lavoisier faced execution when the public turned against experts with links to the Ancien Regime. The Republic has no need of scientists, the judge allegedly declared, rejecting mercy requests. The new administration returned Lavoisier's things to his widow with a note. To the widow of Lavoisier, who was falsely convicted, a year after his execution, acknowledging his innocence and genius, mathematician Lagrange mourned, "It took them only an instant to cut off that head, and 100 years may not suffice to produce another like it." The convergence of Enlightenment science and revolutionary politics was fragile. Science permeated salons, state policies, and street culture in Enlightenment France. It offered control over nature and reflected society. People cooked, healed, travelled, and illuminated their homes differently. It also influenced their thinking by encouraging them to believe that empirical observation and reason could explain and improve the natural and human world. They would put this optimism to the test, but it held significant power. The Montgolfier balloon soaring to cheers at Versailles showed how knowledge may lift humanity. Once a place of gods and mystery, the sky today hosted human achievement. Everything appeared possible currently, and a social and political revolution was about to happen, spurred in part by Enlightenment science's confidence and inquisitive attitude. Toulouse experienced a horrible scene that exemplified the Enlightenment's fight against injustice in 1762. The cruel wheel punishment sentenced Protestant merchant Jean Calas to death for the murder of his son, who was reportedly converting to Catholicism. Calas claimed innocence, but anti-Protestant sentiment decided his fate. He suffered and maintained his innocence until death. Voltaire learned about this injustice at his Ferney house. The famous philosopher was outraged. I believe it's in everyone's interest to study this topic, which some may consider the apogee of fanaticism. Voltaire wrote, "To ignore such a thing is to abandon humanity." Voltaire pursued Calas's vindication and the diligent judge's prosecution. He wrote to powerful people, authored a treatise on tolerance, 1763, and stirred popular support for religious freedom. After years of struggle, Voltaire succeeded. In 1765, the King's Council in Paris overturned Calas's sentence and exonerated him posthumously. This victory of reason over bias was applauded by Europe and the age of Voltaire. The Calas scandal proved that the monarchs could be swayed to right or wrong, advancing Enlightenment religious tolerance and legislative change. Voltaire's Écraser l'infâme, crush the infamous thing, inspired the philosophes. Religieux superstition and priests' misuse of authority were his concerns, not religion itself. Numerous examples enraged the philosophie. 1766 saw the execution of 19-year-old aristocrat Chevalier de la Barre for impiety for not removing his hat during a religious procession and defacing a crucifix. The authorities fastened Voltaire's philosophical dictionary to La Barre's burning body, blaming Enlightenment principles for teenage irreverence. Voltaire, outraged at La Barre's execution, wrote harshly about the cruelty and stupidity of it. These events led philosophes to strengthen their attacks on the Catholic Church and the absolute monarchy with its nobility as oppressors. Enlightenment ideas held the monarchy and religion accountable to reason, justice, and human rights. In the 70s, old regime criticism, previously nuanced and typically articulated through satire or foreign tales, became bolder. Montesquieu questioned absolute monarchy by praising England's equilibrium. Some went further. Rousseau's Social Contract, 1762, opens with the bold claim, "Man is born free, and everywhere he is in chains," attacking royal and noble privileges. Rousseau believed that sovereignty was with the people, that laws should represent the public will, and that aristocratic titles were illogical. Secret copies of the banned and destroyed book disseminated its ideas quickly. In later works, Diderot focused on colonialism and slavery and suggested that oppressed people should rise up. Raynal and Diderot's popular History of the Two Indies predicts a slave insurrection and the fall of European authority overseas. That conversation exploded. The French crown's Spamdad censors tried to crush it, but they merely pushed it underground, where it became more appealing. Not all Enlightenment figures were radicals. Many favoured enlightened despotism, which held that a wise and sensible king could reform from power. Voltaire courted Frederick the Great of Prussia and praised Emperor Joseph II of Austria for religious toleration and serfdom reform. Enlightenment influenced French ministers and nobility included Turgot, who tried to deregulate grain trade and abolish forced labour, and the Marquis de Condorcet, who promoted educational and judicial reforms in aristocratic circles. Britannica.com. These men attempted internal system reform. In 1780, mild-mannered Louis XVI prohibited torture and interrogations, inspired by Cesare Beccaria's Enlightenment essay on crimes and punishments. By providing Protestants civil rights in 1787, he advocated immunization and religious tolerance. The monarchy often failed and faced opposition from existing interests. Nobles resisted Turgot's reforms, dismissing him. The church leadership actively opposed privilege reduction. The French Catholic Church was a key Enlightenment target. The church had long ruled education, literature, and dissenters with immense great riches. Philosophers, mostly deists or agnostics, denounced church persecution. Voltaire opposed intolerance, like the Calas scandal, to humble the church. Candide, his satirical tale, attacked religious hypocrisy and other flaws. In Cannibals, Diderot subtly mocked European religious communion by comparing Pacific Islander customs to European religious communion. Baron de Holbach's system of nature atheism depicts priests as deceptive characters who use hell to subjugate people. The words were provocative. Toulouse experienced a horrible scene that exemplified the Enlightenment's fight against injustice in 1762. The cruel wheel punishment sentenced Protestant merchant Jean Calas to death for the murder of his son, who was reportedly converting to Catholicism. Calas claimed innocence, but anti-Protestant sentiment decided his fate. He suffered and maintained his innocence until death. Voltaire learned about this injustice at his Ferney house. The famous philosopher was outraged. I believe it's in everyone's interest to study this topic, which some may consider the apogee of fanaticism. Voltaire wrote, "To ignore such a thing is to abandon humanity." Voltaire pursued Calas's vindication and the diligent judge's prosecution. He wrote to powerful people, authored a treatise on tolerance, 1763, and stirred popular support for religious freedom. After years of struggle, Voltaire succeeded. In 1765, the King's Council in Paris overturned Calas's sentence and exonerated him posthumously. This victory of reason over bias was applauded by Europe and the age of Voltaire. The Calas scandal proved that the monarchs could be swayed to right or wrong, advancing Enlightenment religious tolerance and legislative change. Voltaire's Écraser l'infâme, crush the infamous thing, inspired the philosophes, religieux bigotry, superstition, and priests' misuse of authority were his concerns, not religion itself. Numerous examples enraged the philosophie. 1766 saw the execution of 19-year-old aristocrat Chevalier de la Barre for impiety for not removing his hat during a religious procession and defacing a crucifix. The authorities fastened Voltaire's philosophical dictionary to La Barre's burning body, blaming Enlightenment principles for teenage irreverence. Voltaire, outraged at La Barre's execution, wrote harshly about the cruelty and stupidity of it. These events led philosophes to strengthen their attacks on the Catholic Church and the absolute monarchy with its nobility as oppressors. Enlightenment ideas held the monarchy and religion accountable to reason, justice, and human rights. In the 70s, old regime criticism, previously nuanced and typically articulated through satire or foreign tales, became bolder. Montesquieu questioned absolute monarchy by praising England's equilibrium. Some went further. Rousseau's Social Contract, 1762, opens with the bold claim, "Man is born free, and everywhere he is in chains," attacking royal and noble privileges. Rousseau believed that sovereignty was with the people, that laws should represent the public will, and that aristocratic titles were illogical. Secret copies of the banned and destroyed book disseminated its ideas quickly. In later works, Diderot focused on colonialism and slavery and suggested that oppressed people should rise up. Raynal and Diderot's popular History of the Two Indies predicts a slave insurrection and the fall of European authority overseas. That conversation exploded. The French crown spun, censors tried to crush it, but they merely pushed it underground, where it became more appealing. Not all Enlightenment figures were radicals. Many favoured enlightened despotism, which held that a wise and sensible king could reform from power. Voltaire courted Frederick the Great of Prussia and praised Emperor Joseph II of Austria for religious toleration and serfdom reform. Enlightenment influenced French ministers and nobility included Turgot, who tried to deregulate grain trade and abolish forced labour, and the Marquis de Condorcet, who promoted educational and judicial reforms in aristocratic circles. Britannica.com. These men attempted internal system reform. In 1780, mild-mannered Louis XVI prohibited torture and interrogations, inspired by Cesare Beccaриa's Enlightenment essay on crimes and punishments. By providing Protestants civil rights in 1787, he advocated immunization and religious tolerance. The monarchy often failed and faced opposition from existing interests. Nobles resisted Turgot's reforms, dismissing him. The church leadership actively opposed privilege reduction. The French Catholic Church was a key Enlightenment target. The church had long ruled education, literature, and dissenters with immense great riches. Philosophers, mostly deists or agnostics, denounced church persecution. Voltaire opposed intolerance, like the Calas scandal, to humble the church. Candide, his satirical tale, attacked religious hypocrisy and other flaws. In Cannibals, Diderot subtly mocked European religious communion by comparing Pacific Islander customs to European religious communion. Baron de Holbach's system of nature atheism depicts priests as deceptive characters who use hell to subjugate people. The words were provocative. The mathematician, philosopher, and liberal nobleman, Marquis de Condorcet, died in a dismal Bourg-la-Reine jail cell in August of 1794. He fled from the extremist Jacobin regime that called him a traitor. Condorcet, who championed human rights, slavery abolition, and women's suffrage, almost alone among his peers, was now a victim of the revolution he supported. His lifeless body was uncovered by guards. He may have died from disease and exhaustion or from poison he hid when the guillotine approached. The terror's gloom killed one of the Enlightenment's brightest lights. His demise typified the tragic irony that befell many Enlightenment luminaries during the revolutionary storm. Their promised progress had turned on them. As previously mentioned, Lavoisier faced execution despite his claims that his scientific efforts benefited the nation. Madame Geoffrin's daughter saw her salon acquaintances scattered, some executed, as genteel reform conversations gave way to mobs. Even after their deaths in 1793, Voltaire and Rousseau were disputed by revolutionaries, with radicals favouring Rousseau's egalitarianism and moderates Voltaire's tolerance. The Enlightenment inspired the revolution, but the revolution tested it. The French Revolution both upheld and undermined Enlightenment values. On one hand, it formalised many philosophers' essential ideas. Based on Montesquieu, Voltaire, Rousseau and Locke, the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen, 1789, advocated freedom of speech and religion, equality before the law, and the right to resist injustice. The philosopher's dream of a meritocratic society was realised on August 1789, when feudal privileges and tithes were abolished in one night. The Constitution of 1791 established a constitutional monarchy with a Montesquieu-like division of powers. The Revolution fulfilled Voltaire's calls for toleration by seizing church property in 1790 and awarding full citizenship to Protestants and Jews in 1791. When Louis XVI was guillotined in 1793, Rousseau's vision of popular sovereignty, the people's will above divine right kingship, was most clearly confirmed. However, the Revolution's violent, illiberal turn troubled many. The Enlightenment sought to replace tyranny with reasoned conversation, not crowd or one-party power. The Committee of Public Safety murdered thousands of enemies of the Revolution during the Reign of Terror, 1793-4, a terrible inversion of Enlightenment ideas. Reason gave way to another frenzy. Under Robespierre, the revolutionaries formed a municipal religion of the Supreme Being and held deistic festivals, a guillotine-enforced version of Rousseau's civil religion. People executed under the guise of reason for being aristocrats or moderate republicans would have horrified Voltaire. The terror exposed an Enlightenment contradiction. The confidence in a single truth, rational or ideological, can lead to tyranny. Philosophers like de Holbach and Helvetius were as intolerant of religious people as atheists. The Revolution showed how abstract enlightenment may become dogmatism. No one shall spread darkness, on pain of death. Many Enlightenment thinkers did not want democracy. Voltaire favoured an enlightened monarch over an uninformed mob. Some intellectuals said early revolutionary assemblies' disarray showed Voltaire was right about the Quenelle rabble. Before his 1784 death, Diderot had become pessimistic, arguing that despotism might only cease when the last monarch was strangled with the last priest's entrails, a dismal hyperbole the revolutionaries half-jokingly repeated. Diderot probably wouldn't have celebrated the 1793 mass guillotining. Philosophers had not solved how to justly implement principles. This gap existed between theory and practice. Enlightenment supporters faced social contradictions. Few addressed women's condition directly, although they promised equality. Though a proponent of democracy, Rousseau believed women should be educated exclusively to please men and stay at home, contrary to Olympe de Gouges and Condorcet, who authored an essay in 1790 advocating for women's political rights. After writing a Declaration of the Rights of Woman, the revolutionary authority guillotined de Gouges. The Enlightenment fraternity had excluded their sisters from universal rights. There was division among Enlightenment views on race and slavery. Some, like Diderot and Condorcet, strongly criticised slavery as against natural law. The 1788 Society of Friends of the Blacks, founded by Enlightenment-influenced men, sought abolition. Others, like Voltaire, criticised the slave trade in the abstract but made racist statements and invested in colonial corporations. Enlightenment, universal human nature battled with pseudoscientific racism, ironically, a consequence of species classification. The revolution abolished slavery in 1794 after a massive slave insurrection in Saint-Domingue, Haiti, but Napoleon reinstalled it. Ideal and reality differed. Relationship between intellect and emotion was another tension. Rousseau noted that humans are not rational, but the Enlightenment praised reason. The Revolution showed that passions, anger at injustices, desire for vengeance, hope for glory, drive events more than academic treatises. Romanticism, a 19th century counterattack, accused the Enlightenment of disregarding the heart, tradition and faith. Edmund Burke in England and Joseph de Maistre in France held the philosophes, unfairly, responsible for the Revolution's bloodshed by unmooring society from traditional institutions. They said that the Enlightenment's abstract reasoning had dissolved authority and led to chaos and Napoleon's rule. While this view is debatable, by the early 1800s, the Enlightenment was hailed for the Declaration of Rights and scientific advancement, but also accused of revolution. Long-term, the French Enlightenment left a deep and mostly good influence. It inspired the French, American, and later independence movements worldwide. Many Enlightenment goals were achieved in the 19th century, including the abolition of slavery in European empires, France in 1848, Britain 1833, the spread of public education, the rise of secular states and the reduction of church temporal power, the gradual and uneven expansion of suffrage, and the advancement of science and technology without dogma. The 1948 UN Universal Declaration of Human Rights is based on Enlightenment ideas. Today we echo Voltaire's calls for press and conscience freedom. Governments cite Montesquieu when creating checks and balances. When protesters invoke the will of the people, Rousseau is followed. However, the Enlightenment left more uncertain legacies. The scientific revolution and industrial society were fueled by reason, but romantics and later existentialists criticised it for promoting technocracy and soulless rationality. Westerners defended imperialism as bringing civilization, an attitude oddly at conflict with the Enlightenment's empathy, but facilitated by its aim. Enlightenment secularism allowed diversity to develop, but also left a spiritual hole that 19th and 20th century ideologies and nationalisms strove to fill, not always for the better. After Napoleon's collapse in 1815, France's monarchy re-established church dominance and conservative tendencies. Intellectual life had changed, thus the genie could not be put back. French politics alternated between liberal and conservative in the mid-19th century, but Enlightenment ideas set the standard. Even conservatives had to justify themselves in terms of logical government and national interest, not divine authority. France will officially divorce church and state in 1905, fulfilling the philosophes' aim of a secular republic based on liberté, égalité, fraternité. Enlightenment principles filtered through revolutionary experience. The French Enlightenment did not finish neatly in 1789. The revolution was chaotic and its aftermath complicated. Perhaps that emphasises a last Enlightenment lesson. The movement always understood that human affairs are imperfect and progress zigzags. Diderot observed, "Passions are the only orators that always persuade, conceding that reason doesn't control the world." Later in life, Voltaire tempered his mockery with appeals for steady improvement, not utopia. Even radical Rousseau cautioned that abrupt upheaval could lead to harsher despotism. Many Enlightenment thinkers realised that Enlightenment would be a long-term tense project. Thus the Enlightenment's twilight transformed rather than ended. People called themselves ideologues or intellectuals instead of philosophes in the 19th century, but they inherited the Enlightenment's realm. Questioning authority, demanding reasoned answers, and claiming individual dignity became entrenched in Western civilization. When we read Voltaire's witty, courageous writings, Rousseau's profound challenges, Diderot's encyclopedic labours, or Condorcet's prescient humanism, we are reminded of the Enlightenment's very human story: salon gatherings and clandestine pamphlets, friendships and feuds, and people risking prison for a pamphlet or exile for a principle. Ideas could overthrow thrones in that age. Its legacy lives on every time an informed public holds a tyrant accountable. A youngster is taught science without superstition, various individuals sit down to talk and debate rather than fight, and we choose light over darkness. The French Enlightenment was truly a turning point in human history. Now imagine this in that comfy bed of yours. You're standing on the deck of a research vessel in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, 300 miles from the nearest land. It's just past dawn, and the water around you is that particular shade of blue that doesn't exist anywhere else on Earth. Not the blue of swimming pools or tropical lagoons, but something deeper, more honest. The kind of blue that makes you realise the ocean isn't trying to be pretty for anyone. Below your feet, the ocean floor lies nearly 4 miles down. If you could somehow drain all this water away, you'd be standing at the edge of a cliff that makes the Grand Canyon look like a drainage ditch. But you can't see any of that from here. All you can see is the gentle roll of swells that began somewhere near New Zealand and will end, eventually, on a beach in California. The research submersible hangs from a crane, its white hull gleaming in the early light. It looks exactly like what it is. A very expensive, very sophisticated metal ball with windows. The head researcher, a woman who's made this descent 17 times, checks her watch and nods to the crew. You climb inside through a hatch that's barely wide enough for your shoulders, settle into a seat designed by someone who'd apparently never met a human spine, and watch as they seal you in. The descent begins with all the drama of a grocery store elevator. For the first few minutes, you're still in the zone where normal ocean things happen. The water is that luminous Caribbean blue that makes you understand why people pay thousands of dollars to go snorkeling. Sunlight streams down in shafts that look almost solid, as if you could grab onto them. Small fish dart past the viewport, species you might recognise from aquariums or fishing documentaries. The water is about 75 degrees, which is to say perfectly pleasant, The temperature of a bath you'd actually want to get into. At 50 feet down, you notice the first change. The red wavelengths of light have vanished. If you'd brought a tomato with you, which would be weird, but bear with me, it would look black. Blood looks black down here too, which is something that surprises new divers when they cut themselves and see what appears to be ink leaking from their skin. The ocean is eating the colour spectrum one wavelength at a time, starting with the warm tones, the colours of fire and sunset and everything humans traditionally associate with safety. At 100 feet, the orange goes, then yellow at 300 feet, which is about as deep as recreational scuba divers ever go, and honestly, good for them for knowing their limits. The water is still relatively warm and still bright enough to read by, but already you've descended farther than 99% of humans ever will. You're now in a realm visited only by professional divers, military submarines, and people who made some really interesting life choices. At 600 feet, the green wavelengths filter out. The water around you is now entirely blue and purple, the colours of bruises and twilight. The temperature has dropped to 50 degrees, which doesn't sound that cold until you remember that water conducts heat away from your body 25 times faster than air. Outside this pressurised capsule, hypothermia would be competing with nitrogen narcosis for which could kill you first. It would be a close race. This is the Twilight Zone, officially called the Mesopelagic, but Twilight Zone sounds much better, and scientists appreciate a good name as much as anyone. Some light still penetrates here, but it's the kind of light that makes you squint that never quite feels like enough. If this were a place on land, it would be that moment just after sunset when you're trying to decide if you should turn on the headlights, or if you can make it home first. You definitely turn on the headlights. By 1,000 feet, even the blue is starting to give up. The water looks less like water and more like smoke, like you're descending through some dense medium that can't quite decide what state of matter it wants to be. The temperature is 45 degrees now. Outside the submersible, the pressure is roughly 45 times what it is at the surface, which means every square inch of your body would be experiencing 45 pounds of force. The submersible's hull is 6 inches of titanium designed by people who stayed awake during their physics classes, and you're suddenly very grateful for their attention to detail. At 2,000 feet you enter the midnight zone, the Bathypelagic, and the last of the light goes out. Not gradually, not with any ceremony, just gone. You've been descending for about 40 minutes, and now you're in the kind of darkness that city dwellers don't even have a reference for. It's not the darkness of a room with the lights off, where your eyes adjust and you can still make out the shape of the furniture. It's not the darkness of a rural road at night, where you still have starlight. This is the darkness of being inside a mountain, inside a cave, inside the earth itself. The only light now comes from your submersible's external floods, which cut through the water in stark white beams that make the darkness beyond them seem even more absolute. And in those beams you see them. Particles. Millions upon millions of particles drifting down through the water like the world's slowest snowstorm. This is marine snow, the detritus of the ocean's surface, everything that lived and died up where the sun shines, now making its long, slow journey to the bottom. Dead plankton, fragments of fish scales, fecal pellets from whales, sharks and sardines, bits of jellyfish, scraps of seaweed. The water is thick with organic confetti, each speck representing something that was once alive in the world above. It takes weeks for this material to drift down from the surface, tumbling end over end through the dark water, getting smaller as bacteria break it down, and being eaten and re-eaten by creatures that live at different depths. This is what sustains the deep ocean, leftovers from someone else's party. The temperature is 38 degrees now. If you could somehow step outside, which you absolutely cannot and should not even think about, the pressure would be approximately 120 times what it is at the surface. Your lungs would collapse before you could even inhale. Your eardrums would rupture. Gas spaces in your body would compress to nothing. It would be, to put it mildly, a bad experience. At 3,000 feet, you're deeper than the vast majority of submarines ever go. Military vessels generally tap out around 2,000 feet because at some point, even governments decide that discretion is the better part of not being crushed like a soda can. You're now in a depth zone visited only by research vessels, certain species of whales that are frankly showing off, and fish species that have never seen sunlight and never will. The marine snow continues its endless drift. Your submersible passes through clouds of it, and for a moment you could almost convince yourself you're in a gentle snowstorm, maybe in Vermont, maybe anywhere except 3 miles underwater in the Pacific. But then you see something move in the darkness beyond your lights, something larger than the particles, something deliberate, and you remember exactly where you are. At 3,500 feet, you've descended deeper than the Titanic rests. That ship took 2.5 miles to reach the bottom, and it took 93 years before someone sent a submersible down to photograph it. The water temperature is now 36 degrees, just above freezing, cold enough that you can see your breath inside the capsule despite the heating system. The pressure is nearly 2,000 pounds per square inch. At the surface, your body displaces about 2 gallons of air. Down here, that same amount of air would fit in a tennis ball. And still, you keep descending. Still, somehow, there's farther to go. The ocean, you realise, is almost incomprehensibly deep. If Mount Everest, all 29,000 feet of it, were placed in the deepest part of the ocean, there would still be a mile of water above the summit. The average depth of the ocean is over 12,000 feet. Humans live on what amounts to tiny dry islands poking up through a global water envelope that covers 71% of the planet's surface. At 4,000 feet, your descent slows. The seafloor is approaching, not the dramatic trenches, but the abyssal plain, the endless, flat, muddy expanse that covers more of Earth's surface than all the continents combined. Your lights illuminate sediment that hasn't been disturbed in thousands of years, fine particles that settle over everything like dust on an abandoned house. The last photon of sunlight that could theoretically reach this depth gave up about 2 miles ago. You are now in a place of absolute eternal night, a place where the sun is a rumour, where darkness isn't the absence of light, but rather the default state of existence, interrupted only by the bioluminescent flashes of creatures making their own rules about illumination. And yet, as your submersible finally touches bottom with a gentle bump and a puff of sediment, you see something moving, multiple somethings. The ocean floor, supposedly so hostile to life, is crawling with it. The fading of light, it turns out, was just the beginning. The first thing you notice about the abyssal plain is how flat it is. I mean really genuinely flat in a way that makes Kansas look positively mountainous. From your viewport, the seafloor stretches away in all directions like a parking lot designed by someone with no imagination and unlimited space. The sediment is a uniform grey-brown, fine as talcum powder, and it appears to go on forever in every direction. The pressure outside is now around 6,000 pounds per square inch. To put that in perspective, if you could somehow stand on this seafloor unprotected, you'd experience about 400 times the pressure that's crushing your car tyres right now. Every square inch of your body would be supporting the weight of a small car. This is the kind of pressure that makes steel spheres creak and groan, the kind of pressure that turned the Titan submersible into compressed fragments in about 4 milliseconds during its ill-fated descent to the Titanic. Your submersible, thankfully, was designed by people who understood exactly what water pressure at depth means. The titanium hull is thicker than your thigh, with no straight seams where stress could concentrate, and no clever corners where physics could gain a foothold. It's essentially a very sophisticated ball, because balls, as it turns out, are very good at handling omnidirectional pressure. Submarines are cylindrical because they need to move through water efficiently. Submersibles that just need to not implode are spherical, because spheres distribute stress evenly across their entire surface. The water temperature is stabilised at around 36 degrees Fahrenheit, just barely above freezing. At this depth, water actually becomes slightly more dense than it is at the surface, compressed by its own weight into something that's not quite the H2O you're used to. If you could examine it at the molecular level, you'd see the water molecules packed together more tightly than they ever get in your glass at dinner. Outside, a creature swims past your viewport, something that looks vaguely fish-like if fish were designed by someone who'd only heard them described over a bad phone connection. It's about 8 inches long, translucent, with eyes that are disproportionately huge and teeth that are disproportionately pointier than seems necessary. This is a bristlemouth, one of the most numerous vertebrates on Earth. You've probably never heard of it because it lives where humans don't. There are more bristlemouths in the ocean than there are humans on land, but they live in a place so removed from our experience that we barely acknowledge their existence. The submersible's manipulator arm extends, collecting a sediment sample. The movement is excruciatingly slow because everything moves slowly down here. Water at this depth has a viscosity about 60% higher than at the surface, which means pushing through it feels less like swimming and more like moving through cold honey. For the creatures that live here, speed is mostly irrelevant anyway. Where exactly would they hurry to? A sea cucumber trundles past, and trundles is really the only appropriate verb. It's moving at approximately the speed of erosion, one of those animals that makes sloths look hyperactive. Sea cucumbers are essentially animated vacuum cleaners, crawling across the sediment and ingesting anything organic they encounter. They process the mud, extract whatever calories they can from the sparse organic matter, and excrete pellets of slightly reorganized mud. It's not glamorous, but it's a living. Technically, the pressure affects everything down here in ways that seem almost designed to make life inconvenient. Gas bladders, which many fish use to control their buoyancy in shallow water, are completely useless at this depth. The pressure would compress them to nothing. So the fish that live here have either given up on gas bladders entirely, or replaced them with deposits of lighter-than-water oils that don't compress. It's the difference between trying to use a balloon for buoyancy versus using a chunk of styrofoam. One option adapts to pressure, the other just gets crushed. Your submersible drifts forward slowly, its motors barely audible as it hums through the hull. In the distance, and distance is weird down here because there are no reference points, you see a cluster of what looks like tube worms, each one rising from the sediment like an abandoned periscope. These are polychaete worms, and they've constructed tubes from mucus and sediment particles. They extend their feathery feeding appendages into the water, hoping to snag some of that marine snow as it drifts past. They've been growing for decades, possibly centuries, adding millimetres to their tubes each year. A rat-tail fish appears at the edge of your lights, named for its long, tapering tail that looks exactly like you'd expect from the name. It hovers near the seafloor, essentially waiting for something edible to wander by. Hunting down here isn't so much hunting as it is strategic loitering. With food so scarce, predators can't afford to waste energy chasing prey. They park themselves somewhere promising and wait, sometimes for days. The metabolic rate of deep-sea fish is astonishingly low, often just 2 to 3% of what surface fish require. They've evolved to run on fumes. The pressure means that simple biological processes work differently down here. Cell membranes, which are fluid at the surface, would become rigid and useless at this depth, except that deep-sea organisms have adapted their membrane lipids to stay flexible under pressure. Proteins that would denature and fall apart in shallow water fish have been modified with subtle molecular changes that make them stable under pressure. It's like comparing a house built for California versus a house built for Alaska. Same basic structure, different engineering requirements. You notice something odd about the fish that pass through your lights. Many of them appear to be melting. Not literally, but their flesh has a weird gelatinous quality. A translucence that makes them look like they're made of partially set jello. This isn't disease or damage, it's adaptation. At these depths, where food is scarce and every calorie counts, maintaining a dense, muscular body is a waste of resources. These fish have essentially given up on structural integrity in favour of energy conservation. They're built like water balloons because down here there's no evolutionary pressure to be streamlined or sturdy. There are no fast currents to fight against, no predators fast enough to make fleeing worthwhile. An isopod crawls across the sediment, a creature that looks distressingly like a pill bug that got into the steroids. It's about 10 inches long, armoured, and moving with the deliberation of something that has nowhere to be and an eternity to get there. Giant isopods are scavengers, the vultures of the deep ocean. They can go years without eating, their metabolism slow to a level that barely qualifies as life. When a whale carcass or large fish drops to the seafloor, they congregate in numbers that would make a horror movie director weep with joy, stripping the remains down to bare bones over the course of months. The submersible's sonar pings mapping the seafloor around you. The sound travels strangely down here. Water pressure affects the speed of sound, making it travel about 3% faster than at the surface. But more interesting is what the sonar reveals. The abyssal plain isn't quite as flat as it appeared. There are subtle variations, gentle hills and valleys measured in metres, and features that took millions of years to form as sediment accumulated grain by grain, century by century. You're sitting in a place where sediment accumulates at roughly 1 centimetre every 1,000 years. The mud directly beneath your submersible is therefore older than human civilization, older than agriculture, older than the last ice age. You're resting on layers of time compressed into geology, each stratum representing millennia of marine snow slowly drifting down and settling. A grenadier fish swims past, another deep-sea resident with a large head and tapering body that seems to be standard issue down here. Its eyes are huge and dark, adapted to detect the faintest bioluminescent flashes. Those eyes can't form clear images. There's not enough light for that, but they're extraordinarily sensitive to movement and dim glows. The grenadier is essentially navigating by glimpses and suggestions, piecing together a picture of its world from fragments of light that wouldn't register to human eyes at all. The pressure outside continues to press against the submersible's hull with a force of several million pounds. The titanium flexes microscopically, distributing the stress. Inside, you're comfortable at 1 atmosphere of pressure, the same as a nice spring day at sea level. But between you and the ocean floor is just 6 inches of metal and engineering, beyond which the pressure is sufficient to compress bone. A jellyfish drifts past, though calling it a jellyfish is generous. It's more like a translucent blob with tentacles, so delicate it looks like it might come apart if you looked at it too hard. These deep-sea jellies are about 95% water, with just enough biology to qualify as alive. They drift through the darkness, trailing tentacles that can extend for 20 or 30 feet, waiting for something small and unlucky to blunder into them. When they capture prey, which happens rarely based on how thin these jellies are, they digest it over the course of weeks. Everything happens in slow motion down here. The weight of water shapes everything at this depth. It determines body structure, hunting strategies, reproduction, and even the chemistry of life itself. Creatures here have evolved under pressure, literal physical pressure, that would kill surface organisms instantly. They've solved engineering problems that human engineers struggle with, and they've done it not through intelligence or design, but through the simple, brutal process of trying everything, keeping what works, discarding what doesn't, and repeating for 50 million years. Your lights sweep across the sediment, and something catches your eye. Tracks. Long parallel grooves in the mud, leading off into the darkness. Something walked here recently being a relative term when sediment takes millennia to settle. The tracks could be hours old or decades old. Time moves differently when the environment changes so slowly that centuries are barely noticeable. The submersible begins to rise, ascending slowly from the abyssal plain toward the next leg of your journey. As you lift away from the seafloor, you take one last look at that uniform, muddy expanse. It looks lifeless, barren, a place where nothing should exist, and yet impossibly life persists, adapted to pressure that would crush submarines, cold that would kill in minutes, and darkness that never ends. Life persists because life is stubborn that way, because chemistry finds paths even under 6,000 pounds per square inch of water. The weight of water doesn't end a life, it just changes the terms. The thermometer on your instrument panel reads 35.7 degrees Fahrenheit. This isn't the kind of cold that makes you put on a sweater. This is the kind of cold that permeates everything, that seeps into molecular structures and slows chemical reactions to a crawl. This is cold that has lasted, unchanged for millions of years. Here's something that will reorganise your perspective. The deep ocean doesn't really do seasons. While the surface might warm in summer and cool in winter, down here at 12,000 feet, the temperature has been essentially constant since long before humans started recording weather. The ice ages came and went. Massive glaciers covered half of Europe and North America, melted, reformed and melted again. And down here, the temperature may be changed by half a degree. Maybe. This stability is both a blessing and a curse for deep-sea life. The blessing is predictability. Organisms don't need to adapt to temperature swings, don't need to prepare for winter or endure summer heat waves. The curse is that they've become so specialised for cold that even minor temperature increases would be catastrophic. These creatures are like people who've only ever lived in one climate their entire lives, who've built every aspect of their biology around specific environmental conditions. A squid glides past your viewport, its body about 2 feet long, arms trailing behind. In warmer water, a squid this size would be darting around, changing colours, demonstrating the kind of hyperactive energy that makes squid both fascinating and exhausting to watch. This one moves like it's swimming through molasses, which in a sense it is, given the viscosity of cold, pressurised water. Its metabolism runs at a fraction of the speed of its surface-dwelling cousins. Where a coastal squid might live 2 years, this one could live 20. Everything happens slower when you're running your biology on economy mode. The cold affects proteins in fascinating ways. At surface temperatures, proteins are flexible, dynamic molecules that fold and unfold, bind to things and release them, and generally act like the busy little molecular machines they are. But cold makes molecules sluggish. It reduces the kinetic energy available for chemical reactions. So deep-sea organisms produce proteins that are specifically adapted to work at low temperatures. Proteins that would actually stop functioning properly if you warmed them up. These creatures would be poisoned by warm water, not because heat itself is toxic, but because their entire biochemistry would stop working correctly. A fish swims past that appears to have antifreeze in its blood, which, as it turns out, it does. Many deep-sea fish produce antifreeze proteins, molecules that prevent ice crystals from forming in their tissues. Now, you might reasonably point out that 36 degrees is above freezing, so why would they need antifreeze? Excellent question. The answer is that at these pressures the freezing point of water drops slightly. Also, fish body fluids have a lower freezing point than pure water anyway, because they contain salts and proteins. But some deep-sea fish have added an extra margin of safety, producing glycoproteins that bind to any ice crystals that start to form and prevent them from growing. It's biological insurance against a catastrophe that might occur once in a million years. The cold also means that decomposition happens at a geological pace. When a fish dies in warm surface water, bacteria break it down within days. Down here, that same fish might remain relatively intact for months or even years. The cold slows bacterial metabolism just like it slows everything else. This has interesting implications. The deep ocean is, in effect, a preservation chamber. Whale carcasses can remain on the seafloor for decades, slowly being consumed by a succession of specialists. Organic matter that would vanish quickly in warm water persists, providing a long-term food source for the scavengers patient enough to find it. Your lights illuminate a cluster of amphipods, small crustaceans that look like swimming commas, clustered around what appears to be a fragment of something organic. Could be fish flesh, could be whale blubber, could be the remains of a jellyfish that died at the surface 6 months ago and finally drifted down here. The amphipods are eating it with the enthusiasm of people who aren't sure when they'll eat again, because they genuinely aren't sure when they'll eat again. Food is so scarce down here that finding a meal is an event worth documenting. The submersible's external sensors record the water's salinity, dissolved oxygen levels, and trace chemical composition. The oxygen content is surprisingly high. Cold water holds more dissolved oxygen than warm water, which is one of the few advantages of operating in what amounts to a natural refrigerator. Many deep-sea organisms have evolved large gill surfaces to extract that oxygen efficiently, because while there's plenty of oxygen available, the cold temperature means their metabolic machinery works slowly, so they need to maximise intake. A comb jelly drifts past, its rows of cilia creating those characteristic rainbow ripples as they catch your lights. Comb jellies are among the most alien-looking creatures in the ocean, all translucent geometry and flowing movement. This one is about the size of your fist, pulsing slowly through the water. In warm surface waters, comb jellies can swim with surprising speed, their cilia beating rapidly. This one moves like it's underwater, which, okay, it is underwater, but you know what I mean. It moves like it's underwater, even for something underwater. Slow, dreamlike, as if swimming through time rather than water. The cold has another effect that scientists didn't fully appreciate until recently. It affects intelligence. Many deep-sea fish have smaller brains relative to their body size than surface fish. This isn't because they're stupid. Well, they might be, but that's not the point. Brain tissue is metabolically expensive, requiring significant energy to maintain. In an environment where food is scarce and metabolism is slow, maintaining a large brain is a luxury few species can afford. So deep-sea fish have evolved to operate on minimal neural hardware, like running a modern computer on a processor from 1995. It works, but don't expect miracles. A sea cucumber crosses the sediment with the urgency of a glacier. Sea cucumbers are basically the Roomba vacuum cleaners of the deep ocean, except slower and less intelligent. which is saying something given that Roombas regularly get stuck on shoelaces. This particular specimen is about a foot-long dark brown and covered in small papillae that might serve some function, or might just be along for the ride. It's processing sediment, extracting whatever trace organic matter it can find, and leaving behind neat little piles of waste pellets. In cold water, this process takes even longer than it would in warm water. This sea cucumber might move 10 feet in a day, and consider it a productive outing. The cold also affects reproduction in ways that seem almost designed to frustrate the animals involved. Many deep-sea species reach sexual maturity slowly. We're talking years or even decades. The anglerfish you saw earlier, with its bioluminescent lure, it might not be ready to mate until it's 15 years old. Compare that to surface fish species that reach maturity in months. The cold temperature slows growth rates, delays development, and generally makes the entire process of reproduction an investment that requires serious long-term planning. A Dumbo octopus appears at the edge of your lights, named for the ear-like fins on its head that make it look like Disney's elephant had a really strange evolutionary pathway. Dumbo octopuses live at depths ranging from 10,000 to 20,000 feet, making them some of the deepest living octopuses known. They hover just above the seafloor, flapping those ear fins in slow motion, looking for small worms and crustaceans. Everything about this octopus says low-energy lifestyle. It doesn't jet around like its shallow water cousins. It doesn't change colour rapidly. Its chromatophores likely work sluggishly at this temperature. It simply drifts along, occasionally extending an arm to grab something edible, then continuing its endless slow-motion patrol of the abyss. The submersible's heating system kicks on with a quiet hum. Inside, you're comfortable at about 68 degrees, but the cold outside is constantly trying to infiltrate, conducting through the titanium hull despite the insulation. It's a reminder that you're essentially sitting in a warm bubble surrounded by a cold that has persisted longer than our species has existed. Scientists have discovered that many deep-sea organisms produce what are called cold shock proteins, molecules that help stabilize other proteins at low temperatures, preventing them from folding incorrectly or aggregating into useless clumps. It's like having molecular chaperones that make sure all the other proteins maintain their shapes and keep doing their jobs despite working in what amounts to a giant underwater freezer. A jellyfish of truly impressive size appears ahead of you. Its bell is at least 3 feet across, translucent, with dozens of tentacles trailing behind it like streamers. This is a deep-sea Medusa, and it's probably been drifting through these cold waters for years, growing slowly, capturing whatever small creatures are unlucky enough to brush against its stinging tentacles. In warm water, a jellyfish this size might live for a few months. In the cold deep ocean, it could persist for decades, its tissues breaking down so slowly that time becomes almost irrelevant. The cold doesn't just slow life down, it changes the entire strategy. Surface-dwelling organisms live fast, reproduce quickly, and die young. Deep-sea organisms live slowly, reproduce rarely, and persist for decades or centuries. It's the difference between a sprinter and an ultramarathoner. Between burning bright and burning long, your submersible continues its journey across the abyssal plain, through water that has been cold since before there were humans to feel cold, through an environment so stable that evolution here happens even more slowly than usual. The organisms around you aren't surviving the cold, they've transcended it, becoming so perfectly adapted to it that the cold is simply their default state, the only temperature they've ever known or could tolerate. The thermometer still reads 35.7 degrees. It will read 35.7 degrees 1,000 years from now, 100,000 years from now. The cold that outlasts ice ages doesn't fluctuate, doesn't change, and doesn't care about what's happening on the surface. It simply persists, patient and eternal, shaping life into forms that move slowly, think slowly, grow slowly, and endure. You're hovering about 50 feet above the abyssal plain, and you haven't seen anything eat anything else for the past 45 minutes. This, it turns out, is completely normal. Down here, food isn't scarce. It's essentially theoretical. It's something you've heard exists, something your grandparents mentioned once, something you might encounter at some point before you die of old age. The marine snow continues its endless drift downward, and now you understand why they call it that. It really does look like snow, except that snow falls at roughly 3 to 4 miles per hour. This falls at about 4 feet per day. A particle leaving the surface today won't reach this depth for about a month and a half. And by the time it gets here, it's been picked over by every hungry creature at every depth along the way. What reaches the abyssal plane is basically the crumbs from someone else's crumbs from someone else's crumbs. Scientists estimate that only about 1% of the organic matter produced at the surface ever makes it to the deep sea floor. 1%. Imagine living in a place where 99% of all food is destroyed before it reaches you, and the 1% that remains has been thoroughly pre-chewed by everyone else. Now imagine that's the good times, the feast periods. That's the deep ocean. A transparent squid hangs motionless in the water ahead of you. And when I say transparent, I mean you can literally see its internal organs through its skin. This isn't some artistic choice. It's camouflage. In a place with no light, being invisible doesn't help much. But this squid likely migrates upward at night to feed in slightly shallower waters, where transparency is actually useful. Right now, though, it's just hanging there, doing absolutely nothing. Because doing nothing is the only energy-efficient strategy when food is this rare. The squid's stomach is visible through its translucent tissue, and it's empty. Not just empty like, I should probably eat soon, but empty like, I last ate 3 weeks ago and I'm fine with that. Deep-sea creatures have evolved metabolic rates so low that they make hibernating bears look hyperactive. This squid might eat twice a month and consider itself well-fed. Here's a fun fact that'll rearrange your understanding of energy. Some deep-sea fish have metabolic rates so low that they burn fewer calories per day than a battery releases. We're talking about animals that operate on less than 10 calories per day. A single potato chip contains more energy than some deep-sea fish consume in a week. They've essentially learned to run their entire biology on standby mode, keeping just enough functions active to qualify as alive, waiting for the rare moment when food actually appears. A rat-tailed fish swims past and you notice something odd about its body composition. It's mostly water and very little muscle. Maybe 20% of its body weight is actual tissue, the rest is water and gelatinous protein. This is the deep-sea equivalent of a budget laptop. Maximum size, minimum components. The fish needs to be large enough to avoid predation, and to hold sufficient eggs for reproduction. But it can't afford the energy cost of maintaining muscle tissue it rarely uses. So it's essentially a water balloon with just enough biology attached to keep things running. Your lights catch something falling, a larger chunk of organic matter, maybe the size of a softball, descending faster than the usual marine snow. This is what scientists call fast-sinking particles. Chunks of fecal matter from surface whales, dead jellyfish, and fragments of large fish. This is prime real estate in the deep ocean, the equivalent of finding a $20 bill on the sidewalk. Within moments, small crustaceans appear from the darkness, converging on this falling treasure. They'll strip it clean before it reaches the seafloor, fighting over scraps that surface creatures would consider garbage. The food scarcity affects every aspect of life down here. Take reproduction. Many deep-sea fish are what's called broadcast spawners. They release eggs and sperm into the water and hope some of them meet. In food-rich surface waters, fish can afford to produce hundreds of thousands of tiny eggs because most will die, but enough will survive. In the deep ocean, females produce far fewer eggs, but each one is large and packed with nutrients, giving the larvae a better chance of surviving the brutal early weeks when they're too small to compete for food effectively. A gulper eel appears in your lights, and it's exactly as unsettling as the name suggests. Its mouth is enormous, literally 4 times the size of its body, opening to a size that looks physically impossible. This is because when you never know when you'll eat again, you can't afford to be picky about prey size. If something edible swims past, you need to be able to swallow it, whether it's smaller than you, roughly your size, or, in some remarkable cases, actually larger than you. The gulper eel has essentially evolved into a self-propelled stomach that occasionally encounters food. But here's the thing, even that enormous mouth goes unused most of the time. Scientists have examined gulper eel stomachs and found them empty more often than not. This fish can go months without eating. Its metabolism is so slow that a single meal, even a small one, can sustain it for weeks. It drifts through the darkness, mouth agape, essentially trolling for food on the off chance that something edible might swim into it. It's the most passive hunting strategy imaginable, and it works about as well as you'd expect, which is to say barely. A haul of marine snow accumulates on the seafloor beneath you, forming small mounds that rise perhaps an inch above the surrounding sediment. These mounds represent months or years of accumulation, and they're hotspots of biological activity, which in this context means that 2 or 3 sea cucumbers might visit them in a given decade. The sea cucumbers will process this sediment, extracting whatever trace organic matter remains, and leave behind slightly different sediment. It's the deep ocean's version of farming, except slower and sadder. The food scarcity has led to some truly bizarre feeding strategies. Some deep-sea fish have jaws that can dislocate to allow them to swallow prey larger than themselves. Others have expandable stomachs that can stretch to accommodate rare large meals. It's like showing up to a buffet once a year and trying to eat enough to last until the next one. The strategy works technically, but it's not something you'd recommend. A vampire squid drifts past, and despite the name, it doesn't suck blood. It got its name from the dark webbing between its arms, which looks like a vampire's cloak when it inverts the arms over itself in a defensive posture. But here's what makes the vampire squid special. It's one of the few deep-sea creatures that's figured out a clever food hack. Instead of waiting for live prey, it collects marine snow, those drifting particles of organic matter, using filaments covered in sticky mucus. It then runs these filaments through its arms, scraping off the collected particles and eating them. Is this dignified? No. Does it sound like something a creature would do if it had literally any other option? Also no. But it works. The vampire squid has essentially become a filter feeder in a place where filter feeding shouldn't be viable, because there's so little to filter. It's surviving on scraps of scraps, and somehow, impossibly, it's making it work. Your submersible sensors detect a localized area of slightly higher biological activity ahead. As you approach, you see why. A whale, full. A grey whale, dead for perhaps a decade, lies on the seafloor like a gift from the gods. Its flesh has been stripped away by scavengers, but its bones remain, and they're covered with strange white filaments. These are zombie worms. Yes, that's their actual name. And they're dissolving the whale bones to extract the lipids trapped inside. This whale carcass, which would decompose in months in warm, shallow water, will sustain a community of specialists down here for 50 or 60 years. This is what counts as a bonanza in the deep ocean. A dead whale that'll last 2 generations. The scarcity of food has shaped every aspect of evolution down here. Deep-sea fish have reduced skeletal density. Less bone means less tissue to maintain. They have minimal scales or no scales at all. Their brains are smaller. Their organs are compact. Everything non-essential has been stripped away in the name of energy efficiency. They're like organisms that have been through a ruthless corporate restructuring, cut down to only the departments that absolutely must keep running. A tripod fish sits on the seafloor ahead, and it's doing exactly what its name suggests, standing on 3 elongated fin rays like a camera tripod. It's facing into the current, such as it is, waiting for food to drift past. This fish can stand here for days, barely moving, barely breathing, and conserving every possible calorie. When something edible touches its sensory rays, it'll strike, a quick snap of jaws that represents more energy expenditure than the fish has made in the past week. Then it'll return to its tripod stance and wait some more. This is hunting in the deep ocean, standing very still for a very long time and hoping. The food scarcity, oddly enough, has led to less competition. When resources are this sparse, defending a territory makes no sense because there's nothing worth defending. Fighting over food costs more energy than just waiting for the next bit of marine snow to drift past. So deep-sea creatures have largely abandoned territorial behaviour. They simply spread out, maximise their spacing, and hope their particular patch of seafloor receives slightly more than average rainfall of organic matter. Your submersible begins to ascend, leaving the abyssal plain behind. As you rise, you look down at the seafloor one more time, at the vast muddy expanse where food is rare enough to be precious, where creatures have evolved to survive on almost nothing, and where the entire ecosystem operates on energy margins so thin that surface organisms couldn't even comprehend them. When food becomes fiction, life becomes patience, and down here, patience is the only virtue that matters. Your submersible is moving laterally now, crossing the abyssal plain towards something the sonar detected an hour ago. A ridge rising from the seafloor like a mountain range that never quite breaks the surface. You're approaching what's called a mid-ocean ridge. one of the places where tectonic plates are spreading apart and Earth is literally creating new seafloor, pumping out fresh rock from the mantle below. The water temperature ahead is rising. Not much, you've gone from 36 degrees to 38 degrees, but in a place where temperature has been constant for millions of years, 2 degrees feels like a revolution. Your sensors are also detecting chemical anomalies, hydrogen sulfide, methane and metals in solution. Something ahead is profoundly changing the chemistry of the water, and then you see it. A black smoker. It rises from the seafloor like a chimney from hell, roughly 20 feet tall, made of minerals that have precipitated out of superheated water, and from its opening, billowing up into the cold ocean, comes a dark plume that looks like smoke but is actually water. Water heated to over 600 degrees Fahrenheit, so hot it would boil instantly at the surface, but stays liquid down here, because the pressure is too intense to let it vaporize. This is a hydrothermal vent, and it represents a complete inversion of everything you've learned about the deep ocean. This is a place of heat in the cold abyss, of chemical energy in a food-starved wasteland, of abundance and scarcity, and it's absolutely crawling with life. The area around the vent is covered, and I mean covered, with tube worms. They're called riftia, and they're about as weird as organisms get. Each one is 6 feet long, white with brilliant red plumes extending from their tubes. They have no mouth, no digestive system, and no anus. They survive entirely through a symbiotic relationship with bacteria that live inside their bodies. The bacteria use the hydrogen sulfide from the vent water, which is toxic to most organisms, to produce energy through chemosynthesis, and they share that energy with the worm. The worm, in return, provides the bacteria with hydrogen sulfide and oxygen. It's photosynthesis without the photo part, life powered by Earth's internal heat rather than the sun. A white crab scuttles across the tube worm stalks, picking at the plumes with its claws. This is a vent crab, and it's blind. Its eyes have regressed to useless nubbins because there's no light down here anyway, and maintaining functional eyes costs energy that could be better spent elsewhere. But it doesn't need eyes. It can sense the chemical gradients in the water, finding its way toward food sources by chemistry alone. The black smoker continues to billow its dark plume, which is actually mineral-rich water precipitating out iron, copper, zinc, and other metals as it hits the cold ocean. Over time, this precipitation builds the chimney taller, adding layer upon layer of minerals. Some of these chimneys grow for decades, reaching heights of 60 or 70 feet before they collapse under their own weight, or seal themselves shut with mineral deposits. A shrimp swarms around the vent opening, thousands of them, so densely packed they look like a living carpet. These are vent shrimp, and they're farming bacteria. They've evolved specialized structures on their backs where bacteria grow, and the shrimp position themselves at just the right distance from the vent, close enough to benefit from the chemical-rich water, far enough not to cook. They literally stand at the edge of boiling, harvesting microorganisms that are, themselves, harvesting energy from toxic minerals. The temperature gradients here are extreme. The water exiting the vent is over 600 degrees. 6 inches away, it's 300 degrees. A foot away, it's 100 degrees. 2 feet away, it's back to ambient temperature, that same 36 degrees that characterizes the rest of the abyss. Organisms here have to navigate thermal boundaries that would be instantly lethal if crossed, positioning themselves with precision in a zone that's simultaneously warm enough to support chemosynthetic bacteria, but cool enough not to denature. Proteins. A giant clam sits near the base of the vent chimney, its shell easily 3 feet across. Like the tube worms, it has no need for a conventional digestive system. It's full of chemosynthetic bacteria that do the heavy lifting of energy production. The clam just sits there, filtering vent water, providing its bacterial partners with hydrogen sulfide and collecting the nutrients they produce. It's been sitting in this exact spot for potentially 100 years, growing slowly surrounded by toxic chemicals that would kill most organisms within minutes. What's remarkable about these vent ecosystems is that they're completely independent of the sun. Every other ecosystem on Earth, forests, grasslands, coral reefs, even the deep ocean's abyssal plains, ultimately depends on photosynthesis. Energy enters through plants or phytoplankton and then moves up through food chains. But here, at hydrothermal vents, energy enters through chemistry. Bacteria take hydrogen sulfide and produce organic compounds. and those bacteria become the foundation of an entire food web. This means that if the sun went out tomorrow, which let's be clear it won't, but hypothetically, these vent communities would be fine. They wouldn't even notice. They're powered by Earth's internal heat, by the radioactive decay of elements in the mantle, and by geological processes that will continue for billions of years after the sun expands into a red giant and consumes the inner planets. An octopus appears at the edge of your lights, pale and ghostly. It's hunting, extending its arms into crevices between rocks, searching for crabs or shrimp. This is one of the few places in the deep ocean where predators can actually find enough food to justify hunting actively. The concentration of life here is so unusual, so contrary to the sparse distribution of organisms on the abyssal plain, that it almost feels like you've travelled to a different planet. The black smoker pulses slightly, not dramatically, just a subtle variation in the plume intensity. This is because the flow isn't constant. It varies with pressure changes deep in the Earth's crust, with the opening and closing of microscopic fissures in the rock below. When a vent's flow stops, the ecosystem dies. The tube worms, unable to move, simply perish. The bacteria die. The crabs leave. Within months, a thriving community can become a graveyard. But new vents are always forming along the mid-ocean ridges. Tube worm larvae drift in the currents, waiting to detect the chemical signature of hydrogen sulfide. When they find a new vent, they settle and begin building their tubes. Within a few years, a new community establishes itself. The vents are ephemeral on geological timescales. Each one might last 20 or 30 years before it seals shut. But the system as a whole persists, because there are always new vents forming somewhere along the 40,000-mile-long mid-ocean ridge system. A fish swims past that looks relatively normal, or at least as normal as deep-sea fish look, but with one striking feature. Its gills are bright red, almost fluorescent. This is a vent fish, and those red gills are packed with hemoglobin that's specially adapted to handle both the low oxygen of deep water and the presence of hydrogen sulfide, which normally interferes with oxygen transport in blood. It's solved a chemical problem that would stump most organisms, allowing it to live in water that's simultaneously oxygen-poor and toxin-rich. The submersible sensors are recording constantly: temperature, chemical composition, pH levels and flow rates. The water here is acidic, pH around 5 or 6, and loaded with heavy metals. By surface standards, this is a toxic waste dump. By the standards of vent organisms, it's paradise. A white smoker appears in the distance, a related but different phenomenon. Where black smokers emit dark, mineral-rich water, white smokers emit lighter-coloured fluids that are cooler, only about 200 to 300 degrees, and contain different dissolved minerals. They support similar but distinct communities, different species of tube worms, different bacteria, and different crabs. Evolution has produced specialists for every conceivable niche in this environment. What scientists find most exciting about hydrothermal vents isn't just that life exists here, but what it implies. If life can thrive in toxic superheated water, powered by chemistry rather than sunlight, in complete darkness under crushing pressure, well, it suggests life might be possible in places we'd previously written off as uninhabitable. The subsurface ocean of Jupiter's moon Europa? Maybe. The underground water of Mars? Possibly. The concept of a habitable zone has expanded dramatically since hydrothermal vents were discovered in 1977. A bacterial mat spreads across the rocks near the vent base, white and fuzzy looking. These bacteria are probably growing at the fastest rate any organism grows in the deep ocean, which is still slow by surface standards but blazing fast compared to the millimetre per year growth of most deep sea life. They're converting hydrogen sulfide to energy, reproducing, and forming layers of biomass that other organisms will graze on. The concentration of life here is staggering compared to the barren abyssal plain. On the plain, you might see a fish every few hours. Here you can count hundreds of organisms in a single frame of the viewport. It's the difference between a desert and an oasis, between starvation and abundance. The submersible begins to pull away from the vent, and as it does, you watch the community recede into darkness. The bright plume of black smoker water continues to billow upward. The tube worms wave their red plumes in the current. The crabs continue their endless scavenging. And somewhere in the rock below, magma is heating water, dissolving minerals, and creating the chemical foundation for this entire impossible ecosystem. Where black smokers roar with life, the deep ocean's rules are suspended. Food is abundant, growth is quick, the temperature rises above freezing, and life, improbably, thrives. Your submersible has left the hydrothermal vent behind and returned to the vast dark expanse of the open water column. The depth gauge reads 11,000 feet. The temperature is back to 36 degrees. The pressure is enormous. And now, for the first time since you passed through the Twilight Zone hours ago, you're about to see light. Real light. Produced by living organisms for purposes that would make a communications engineer envious. The first flash is so brief you almost miss it. A blue-green spark about 50 feet away, lasting maybe a tenth of a second. Then another. Then 3 more in quick succession, forming a pattern. ... dash 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 ... You're not receiving a Morse code SOS, but you are witnessing one of the most sophisticated communication systems in nature, bioluminescence. Down here, where sunlight never reaches, roughly 90% of organisms produce their own light. Not weak light, not ambiguous glows, but actual photons generated through chemical reactions, usually involving a molecule called luciferin reacting with an enzyme called luciferase. The names sound like they came from a fantasy novel. Luciferin, literally light-bringing, named after Lucifer, the light-bearer. Scientists in the 19th century had a flair for dramatic naming. A jellyfish drifts past your viewport, and as it does, it pulses with light. Not bright light, more like the glow of a watch dial, but enough to illuminate its bell and trailing tentacles in a ghostly blue-green. The colour isn't random. Blue-green light, with wavelengths around 470 nanometers, travels farthest through seawater. Red light is absorbed within feet of the source. But blue-green can travel dozens of yards before being scattered or absorbed, so evolution has tuned most bioluminescence to this narrow band of the spectrum, the colour that actually works in this environment. Another flash, this one from something small and fast-moving. It zips across your field of view, leaving a trail of light, a luminous contrail in the black water. This might be a copepod, one of the tiny crustaceans that form the base of the ocean's food web, even down here. When threatened, many copepods release a burst of bioluminescent chemicals, creating a flash that startles predators or, more cleverly, illuminates the predator, making it visible to its own predators. It's biological misdirection. I might be eaten, but you're definitely being seen. A lanternfish appears in your lights, one of the most common fish in the ocean, though most people have never heard of them because they live in the mesopelagic zone, and only venture near the surface at night. Its sides are covered with photophores, specialised light-producing organs arranged in precise patterns. Each species has a different pattern, like a barcode made of lights. This is how lanternfish recognise their own species in the dark, by reading each other's light patterns. The lanternfish swims beneath your submersible, and as it does, its ventral photophores glow softly. This is called counter-illumination. The fish matches the faint downwelling light from above, making itself invisible to predators looking up from below. It's active camouflage using bioluminescence, a biological version of what stealth aircraft do with radar. The fish isn't trying to be bright, it's trying to be precisely as bright as the background, which is much harder. A dragonfish materializes from the darkness, and it's carrying its own spotlight. Beneath its eye is a photophore that emits red light, which is extremely unusual in the deep ocean. Most organisms can't see red light at this depth. They lack the necessary photoreceptors, but dragonfish can. They've evolved the ability to see red, and they've evolved the ability to produce it. This gives them a private channel of communication, and more importantly, a hunting tool. They can illuminate prey without the prey knowing they're being illuminated. It's like having night vision goggles in a world where everyone else is blind. The dragonfish's light sweeps across the water like a searchlight, and for a moment you see several small crustaceans frozen in its beam, illuminated in wavelengths they can't detect. They have no idea they've been spotted. Then the dragonfish strikes, inhaling one of them, and disappears back into the darkness. A siphonophore drifts past, a colonial organism that looks like a long, stringy jellyfish. The entire length of it, maybe 30 feet, is decorated with tiny bioluminescent lights, making it look like an underwater Christmas tree. These lights serve multiple purposes, attracting prey, startling predators, and maybe communicating with other siphonophores. The colony pulses its lights in waves, creating patterns that ripple along its length. You're watching a light show designed by evolution for an audience of hungry fish. Your submersible's external lights switch off. The crew wants to observe bioluminescence without interference. For a moment you're in complete darkness. The kind of darkness that makes you understand what absence of light really means. And then, slowly, you start to see them. Flashes, glows, pulses. The water around you is alive with light. A squid produces a burst of luminous ink. Not black ink like its surface relatives use, but glowing ink. The cloud of light hangs in the water, roughly squid-shaped, while the squid itself jets away into the darkness. The predator that was pursuing it lunges at the glowing decoy, giving the squid precious seconds to escape. Its biological sleight of hand. I'm over here. No, wait, I'm over there. Actually, I'm nowhere near either of those locations. A fish swims past with photophores inside its mouth. When it opens its jaws, the inside glows, creating a luminous cave that small prey might mistake for shelter. They swim toward the light, seeking safety, and find teeth instead. It's the anglerfish strategy refined. Instead of a lure dangling in front, the entire mouth becomes the trap. The bioluminescence down here serves so many purposes that scientists are still cataloguing them. Defense, startle predators, illuminate them for their predators, or create decoys. Hunting, lure prey, illuminate prey invisibly, if you have red light, or create hunting partnerships by signalling to others. Communication, species recognition, mate attraction, and territorial displays. Camouflage, counter-illumination to disappear against downwelling light. A jellyfish passes by that looks unremarkable until something bumps into it. Then it explodes with light. Bright, pulsing rings that radiate out from the point of contact. This is a burglar alarm display. The jellyfish is trying to attract attention to whatever just touched it, hoping that attention comes in the form of a predator that will eat the thing that bumped into it. It's desperate, loud, and surprisingly effective. Many fish will immediately retreat from anything that suddenly lights up like a police car. Some of the light patterns you're seeing aren't random flashes but coded signals. Certain species of squid produce specific patterns when they're looking for mates. Particular sequences of flashes that translate roughly to I'm available, I'm the right species, and I'm in breeding condition. Other squid produce different patterns that mean this territory is occupied, or I'm too large to be worth attacking. A flashlight fish appears, yes, that's its actual name, with large photophores beneath its eyes that it can cover with specialised flaps of skin, creating a controllable on-off signal. It flashes in patterns. 3 quick, pause, 2 quick, pause, 1 long. Other flashlight fish respond with their own patterns. You're watching a conversation conducted entirely in blinks, a discussion of whatever matters to flashlight fish. Feeding spots, perhaps. Mating availability. Local predators. The content doesn't matter as much as the fact that it's happening. Social communication using light, in a place where light was supposed to be impossible. The submersible's lights come back on, and the bioluminescence vanishes, washed out by the bright artificial illumination. It's a reminder that what you were seeing was actually quite dim. Photons produced one reaction at a time, efficient but not powerful. A typical bioluminescent organism produces about as much light as a single LED. It seems brighter in absolute darkness, but it's nowhere near the intensity of sunlight or even a flashlight. An anglerfish swims slowly past, and its lure is glowing again. That famous dangling appendage with bioluminescent bacteria living inside it. The bacteria glow continuously, and the anglerfish controls whether the light is visible by covering or uncovering the organ with specialised pigment cells. It's an on-off switch controlled by chromatophores, the same cells that squid and octopuses use to change colour. Biology has repurposed the same tools for completely different applications. The depth gauge now reads 12,000 feet. You're approaching the deepest zones most submersibles can reach, the Hadal zone, named after Hades. And even here, in what should be a realm of absolute darkness, life carries its own light. Not as defiance, not as celebration, but as a tool. A way to survive, communicate, hunt, and reproduce in a place where survival seems impossible. The light that carries messages isn't trying to illuminate the darkness. It's just trying to say something, one flash at a time. I'm here. I'm hungry. I'm available. I'm dangerous. I'm food. Stay away. Come closer. Simple messages, really, but delivered with photons instead of sound, with chemistry instead of electricity, and with elegance that makes human communication systems seem almost crude. The chronometer on your instrument panel indicates you've been descending and exploring for 6 hours. But down here, at 13,000 feet, you could be told it's been 6 minutes or 6 days, and you'd have no way to verify it. Time works differently when nothing around you indicates its passage. No sunrise, no sunset, no temperature changes, no seasons, and no tide strong enough to notice. Just the eternal now, stretching in all directions. A bristle worm crawls across the sediment beneath you, and based on the growth rings in its segments, scientists estimate this individual is somewhere between 40 and 60 years old. It's been alive since the Kennedy administration, possibly, moving at roughly the speed of tectonic plates, eating sediment and processing nutrients so slowly that its metabolism is barely distinguishable from geology. Time in the deep ocean isn't measured in days or weeks, but in decades and centuries. That sea cucumber you saw earlier? Based on growth rate studies, it might be 100 years old. The tube worms at the hydrothermal vent can live for 250 years, adding microscopic amounts to their length each year. So patient, they make tortoises look impulsive. A grenadier fish hovers near the sea floor, essentially doing nothing. It's been doing nothing for the past 3 days. Not because it's lazy, but because with a metabolic rate this low, doing nothing is its default state. It will wait here until something edible comes within range, then it will strike with movement so slow you could probably dodge it if you were paying attention. The strike will consume more calories than the fish has burned in the past week, which is why it won't attempt another one unless success seems very probable. Your submersible settles onto the seafloor with a gentle bump, stirring up a small cloud of sediment that takes several minutes to settle. At the surface, disturbed sediment would resettle in seconds, maybe a minute at most. Down here, in cold, viscous water, the particles drift downward with the enthusiasm of a teenager asked to do chores. They're in no hurry. There's no current to speak of, no disturbance, and no reason for haste. The sediment cloud finally settles, and you can see the surface clearly again. Uniform, undisturbed mud extending in every direction. The layer of sediment you just disturbed was probably deposited over the course of several thousand years. The layer beneath it, another several thousand years. You can core down through the mud here and read Earth's history like a very boring book, each centimetre representing a millennium, each metre representing a geological age. A sea pen rises from the sediment, a colonial organism that looks like an old-fashioned quill pen, which is exactly where it got its name. This individual is about 2 feet tall, swaying almost imperceptibly in currents too weak to register on your instruments. It's filter feeding, extending polyps to catch whatever organic particles drift past. Based on its size, this sea pen is probably at least 200 years old. It was here before the American Revolution. It will be here long after your great-grandchildren are dust. The slow pace of life down here isn't a disadvantage, it's an adaptation. In an environment with minimal food, limited temperature variation and few predators, there's no evolutionary pressure to move fast or reproduce quickly. The organisms that thrive here are the ones that learn to run their biology on minimal energy, to live slowly and to wait. They're the biological equivalent of high-efficiency vehicles, optimized not for speed, but for distance per calorie. A tripod fish remains in its characteristic stance, elevated on elongated fin rays, facing into the imperceptible current. It's been in this exact position for at least the past week, based on the undisturbed sediment around its feet. It will probably remain here for another week, and the week after that. Moving costs energy. Standing still and waiting for food to come to you costs almost nothing. Time in the deep ocean is measured by growth rings in fish ear bones, by radioactive decay in sediment layers, and by the slow accumulation of marine snow. A glass sponge nearby might be 500 years old, older than the founding of St. Petersburg, older than the Taj Mahal. It's been sitting on this spot filtering water since the Ming dynasty. If it could speak, it would tell you that change is something that happens to other people, in other places. Your submersible's sampling arm extends and collects a core of sediment. A tube perhaps 2 feet long, containing mud that represents roughly 2 million years of deposition. The bottom of this core is from the Pleistocene, from a time when mastodons walked the earth and humans were just figuring out fire. The top layer was deposited last Tuesday, or maybe last month. At this rate of accumulation, the distinction is meaningless. A crinoid sits attached to a rock, and a kynoderm that looks like a flower made of arms. Crinoids are sometimes called living fossils, though that term is somewhat misleading because all organisms are equally evolved, having had the same amount of time to adapt to their environments. But crinoids do look remarkably similar to their ancestors from 300 million years ago, which suggests that their body plan works well enough that there's been no pressure to change it. If it's not broken, don't fix it, even if not fixing it means staying the same for geological eras. The slow time of the deep ocean means that recovery from disturbance takes decades or centuries. If a submarine scrapes across the seafloor, the tracks can remain visible for 50 years. If deep-sea mining were to occur, the disturbed areas wouldn't recover in any human meaningful time frame. The organisms here have adapted to stability, to an environment that changes so slowly that they can afford to grow slowly, reproduce slowly, and recover slowly. Rapid change is something their biology simply isn't equipped to handle. A sea spider walks across the sediment. Not actually a spider, but a pechnogonid, a creature so weird that scientists had to give it its own taxonomic class. This particular specimen is about the size of your hand, moving with the deliberation of something that understands it has all day and all night and all year to get wherever it's going. Its legs probe the mud, searching for small worms or hydroids. When it finds one, it will feed for hours, possibly days, extracting nutrients with the enthusiasm of someone reading terms and conditions. The concept of circadian rhythms, the 24-hour biological cycles that govern most surface life, barely exists down here. There's no day-night cycle to synchronize to, no reason for an organism to be more active at one time than another. Some deep-sea fish show activity patterns that correspond to the vertical migration of prey from above, peaks of activity every 12 or 24 hours, but many show no cycles at all. They feed when they encounter food, rest when they don't, and ignore the passage of time entirely. Your instruments detect a slight current, water moving at approximately 1 centimetre per second, or about 2 feet per minute. This is what passes for strong flow in the deep ocean. On land, you wouldn't even feel this. It wouldn't ruffle your hair or cool your skin. But down here, it's sufficient to influence where organisms settle, which direction they face, and how they position themselves to maximise food capture. A bacteria colony grows on a piece of driftwood that somehow made it down here, probably sank after being waterlogged for months at the surface. The wood is being slowly consumed by bacteria and specialised wood-boring bivalves. This process will take decades. A similar piece of wood on land would be decomposed within years, maybe months in a humid environment, but down here, in cold water with limited oxygen and sparse bacterial populations, decomposition happens at geological speeds. The slow time has strange effects on evolution, with generation times measured in decades rather than years, and population sizes often small due to food scarcity. Genetic changes take longer to spread through populations, but there's also less competition, fewer environmental changes to adapt to, and therefore less selective pressure. Evolution here happens in slow motion, which is fitting for organisms that do everything in slow motion. A cusk eel swims past, one of the deepest dwelling fish ever recorded, found at depths exceeding 27,000 feet. It moves through the water with minimal effort, its body undulating slowly. Time for this fish is measured differently than for surface fish. Where a tuna might burn through its energy reserves in hours of high-speed swimming, this cusk eel can go weeks on a single small meal. It's playing a completely different game, one where patience isn't a virtue but a survival requirement. The submersible's clock indicates you've been on the bottom for 90 minutes, but it feels both longer and shorter than that. Longer because so little has happened. No dramatic events, no sudden movements, no changes in the environment. Shorter because the unchanging nature of your surroundings makes time feel compressed, as if you just arrived and it's already time to leave. This is time at the bottom of the world, not linear, not urgent, not bound by the rotations and revolutions that govern surface life. Just the slow accumulation of moments into hours, into days, into decades, into centuries, Each one identical to the last, each one likely to be identical to the next. Time down here doesn't pass, it accumulates. Your submersible is ascending now, rising slowly through water that humans have visited perhaps 20 times in all of history. 20 visits to a realm that covers more than half the planet's surface. We've sent more missions to the moon, 12 Apollo landings alone, than to the deepest parts of the ocean. We have better maps of Mars than of the seafloor. There are more people who've walked in space than have been to the Hadal zone. This fact should bother you more than it does. We've designated ourselves the dominant species on Earth, the only ones with self-awareness and technology and grand ambitions, and yet we've barely explored our own planet. The deep ocean remains the largest unexplored frontier on Earth, not because it's impossible to reach, but because it's expensive, difficult, and yields knowledge rather than profit. In 1960, Jacques Piccard and Don Walsh descended to the bottom of the Challenger Deep, the deepest point in the ocean, nearly 36,000 feet down. They spent 20 minutes on the bottom, saw a flatfish and a shrimp, and returned to the surface. Then, nothing. It would be 52 years before anyone returned to that depth. 52 years. In that time, we sent humans to the moon 6 times, launched hundreds of satellites, built the International Space Station, and sent probes to every planet in the solar system. But the deepest part of our own ocean, one visit every 50 years sounds about right. The deep ocean doesn't make for good television. There are no stunning vistas, no dramatic landscapes, and no charismatic megafauna. Just darkness, mud, and weird fish. It's hard to get funding for exploring mud. It's hard to get public interest in creatures that look like mistakes. Space is sexy. The ocean floor is not. Your ascent continues. 8,000 feet now, rising through the abyssal zone. The organisms you're passing, the jellyfish, the squid, the strange fish with impossible proportions, have probably never seen a submersible before, might never see one again. Your lights are likely the brightest illumination they've experienced since, well, ever. You're a UFO to them, an inexplicable intrusion of light and noise and artificial geometry into their world of organic curves and bioluminescent whispers. Scientists estimate that we've explored less than 5% of the ocean floor. 5%. We know more about the surface of Venus, where the temperature is 900 degrees and the pressure would flatten you instantly, than about significant portions of our own sea floor. We've mapped 100% of Venus. We've mapped 5% of the ocean floor at high resolution. 6,000 feet now. You're passing through zones where scientists have collected perhaps a dozen specimens of certain species. We know these creatures exist because we've accidentally caught them in nets, but we don't know how they live, where they breed, what they eat, or how long they survive. We have their bodies, but not their stories. The deep ocean resists human intrusion not through hostility, but through indifference. It doesn't care that we want to explore it. It continues its cold, dark, high-pressure existence whether we visit or not. The organisms here have been evolving for hundreds of millions of years without human input, and they'll continue evolving long after we're gone. Our submarines and submersibles are footnotes in their world, brief anomalies that appear, collect a few samples, take some photographs and vanish. 4,000 feet. You're approaching the depth where submarines operate, where human technology becomes more common. But even here, the visits are rare. A military submarine might pass through these waters once a month or once a year. Research vessels come even less frequently. The creatures here live their entire lives in near total isolation from human observation. There's something humbling about that. We like to think we've conquered Earth, that we've catalogued its creatures and mapped its terrain and understood its systems. But the deep ocean reminds us that most of this planet is beyond our reach, operating according to rules we barely understand, populated by creatures we've never seen. 2,000 feet now. You're in the bathyal zone, where a few more submersibles operate, where some commercial fishing impacts the ecosystem. But even here, human presence is sporadic. A trawler might drag the seafloor once, destroying century-old coral in minutes, then move on. The damage remains for decades, but the humans who caused it never return to see it. Scientists estimate that there are potentially 1 million species living in the deep ocean that we haven't discovered yet. 1 million. In an age where we can sequence genomes and edit genes and create artificial intelligence, we still don't know what lives in 70% of our own planet. We're cataloguing exoplanets in other solar systems while remaining fundamentally ignorant of our ocean's depths. 1,000 feet. Light is beginning to penetrate from above. Faint, blue, but real sunlight. You're leaving the midnight zone, entering the twilight zone, and approaching the realm where human activity is common. Fishing vessels, submarines, underwater cables, offshore drilling platforms. Technology is everywhere up here. The contrast is striking. In the space of a few hours, you've moved from a place essentially untouched by humanity to a place where human impact is everywhere. From seafloor that hasn't been disturbed in millennia to waters fished commercially. From darkness and isolation to light and intrusion. 500 feet. You can see the surface now, a boundary between worlds, a transition from the familiar to the alien. Above, sunlight, warmth, human ships, satellites, and billions of people living their lives mostly unaware of what exists below. Below, the cold, the dark, the pressure, and the strange, slow life that persists in conditions that would kill surface organisms instantly. The submersible breaks through the surface with a splash that seems absurdly loud after hours of near silence. Water streams off the hull, the hatch opens and warm air floods in, air that feels tropical compared to the refrigerated interior. You climb out into sunlight that seems impossibly bright, painful almost. The research vessel's crane lifts the submersible from the water. The ocean surface rolls gently, looking exactly the same as it did 6 hours ago. Nothing about it suggests what lies beneath. The miles of cold darkness, the strange creatures, the slow time, the alien ecosystems. The surface keeps its secrets. You'll write a report. Scientists will study your samples. A few photographs will be published. And then, everyone will mostly forget. Because the deep ocean doesn't capture imagination the way space does. It doesn't promise mineral wealth or strategic advantage. It's just there, deep and dark and full of weird fish. But for the creatures down there, this is everything. This is their entire world. The only world they've ever known or will know. And we are to them vanishingly rare. We are legends, rumours, inexplicable lights that appear once in a lifetime, if at all. The rare moments we arrive change nothing for them. The deep ocean continues its cold, dark existence. The marine snow keeps falling. The tube worms keep filtering hydrogen sulfide. The tripod fish keep waiting for food. Time moves slowly, pressure remains constant, and life persists in the dark, with or without us. You're standing on the deck of the research vessel, watching the sun set over the Pacific. The water is turning from blue to purple to almost black as the light fades. In an hour it'll be completely dark, surface dark, the kind where you can still see stars and ship lights. Not deep ocean dark, which is a different thing entirely. Somewhere beneath this ship, 4 miles down, life is continuing exactly as it has for millions of years. Sea cucumbers are processing sediment. Fish are waiting for food. Bacteria are converting chemicals into energy at hydrothermal vents. And none of them know or care that humans exist, that we've built civilizations and technologies and dreams of exploring the universe. The deep ocean represents Earth's final frontier. Not because it's the last place to explore chronologically, but because it might be the last place we actually do explore thoroughly. Space is the dream that captures human imagination. Mars, the moons of Jupiter, exoplanets orbiting distant stars. These are the frontiers that inspire funding and public interest. The deep ocean is just there. Wet, dark, expensive to visit, and full of uncharismatic fauna. But here's what we're missing. The deep ocean is genuinely alien in ways that Mars isn't. Mars is a dead world. It's cold, dry, and sterile. If there's life there, it's probably microbial, probably hiding underground, and probably not doing anything particularly interesting. The deep ocean is teeming with complex life. Organisms with bizarre adaptations, intricate ecosystems, and evolutionary solutions to problems we didn't know existed. It's alien life on our own planet, and we're largely ignoring it. The pressure, the cold, the darkness, these aren't just obstacles to exploration. They're selective forces that have created organisms fundamentally different from anything in our terrestrial experience. A hadal snailfish that looks like it's melting, a gulper eel that's mostly mouth, a barrel-eye fish with a transparent head and upward-pointing tubular eyes. These aren't science fiction creatures. They're real organisms that evolved to solve real problems in real environments, and we barely know them. Most deep-sea species are known from a handful of specimens, if that. We have rough ideas about their diets, vague estimates of their populations, and speculation about their reproduction. It's 2026, and we can sequence the genome of any organism we can catch, but we can't catch most of them because we don't know where they live or how to find them. The sun is gone now. Stars are appearing, more than you can see from cities, but still washed out by the ship's lights. Real darkness, the kind that makes the deep ocean's darkness meaningful, is hard to find on Earth's surface anymore. We've illuminated the land, lit up our cities, and banished the night through technology. But the deep ocean remains dark, indifferent to our lights, unchanged by our presence. Scientists talk about charismatic megafauna, the pandas, tigers, elephants, and whales, organisms that capture public imagination and drive conservation efforts. The deep ocean has almost no charismatic megafauna, giant squids maybe, though we've filmed living specimens only a handful of times. Most deep-sea creatures are small, weird, translucent, and utterly lacking in appeal to anyone who isn't a marine biologist or genuinely strange. This presents a problem. How do you conserve and protect ecosystems that people don't care about? How do you prevent deep-sea mining when the alternative is mud? How do you regulate fishing in areas no one visits, for species no one's heard of? The answer so far has been we mostly don't. The deep ocean remains largely unregulated, unexplored and unprotected. A few marine reserves exist, but they're drops in an ocean. Commercial interests are already eyeing the mineral deposits around hydrothermal vents, rich in copper, zinc and rare earth elements. The economics are compelling. The ecological costs are unknown, but likely severe. A crew member walks past, heading below deck. The ship rocks gently in the swells. Somewhere in the darkness, dolphins might be riding the bow wave, or bioluminescent plankton might be creating glowing trails in the water. The surface ocean is still magical in places, still capable of wonder, but the real mysteries, the real alien environments, are below. The deep ocean is Earth's largest biome. The abyssal plains alone cover more area than all terrestrial habitats combined, and we've sampled it about as thoroughly as you'd sample a continent by collecting a few dozen shovelfuls of dirt. We're extrapolating ecosystems from fragments, inferring food webs from partial evidence, and guessing at population dynamics based on mathematical models. This is fine for generating hypotheses, but it's a poor foundation for protecting ecosystems we don't understand. How do you assess the impact of deep-sea mining when you don't know what lives there? How do you prevent extinctions of species you haven't discovered? How do you balance resource extraction against ecological preservation when the ecology is mostly guesswork? The stars are bright now. You can see the Milky Way, a pale band across the sky. Billions of stars, many with planets, some of those planets potentially harbouring life. We're spending billions on telescopes and space missions to find that life, while simultaneously ignoring complex ecosystems in our own oceans. There's no contradiction, really. Space and ocean exploration aren't in competition. We could fund both adequately if we chose to, but the funding ratios reveal our priorities. Space gets the money, the public interest, and the grand ambitions. The ocean gets what's left over, which isn't much. Maybe that's human nature. We've always looked outward, toward horizons, toward what's beyond the next hill or across the next ocean. Looking down into depths that crush and freeze and hide their secrets doesn't trigger the same exploratory impulse. But the ocean depths are genuinely here, genuinely alien, and genuinely full of discoveries waiting to be made. The deep ocean will outlast humanity. When we're gone, whether in 100 years or 100 million, the abyssal plains will still be accumulating sediment, the hydrothermal vents will still be creating oases of life, and the Hadal snailfish will still be doing whatever it is Hadal snailfish do. The ocean doesn't need us. It was here before we evolved, and it'll be here after we're extinct. But we need it in ways we probably don't fully appreciate. The ocean regulates climate, produces oxygen, absorbs carbon dioxide, and drives weather patterns. The deep ocean is part of that system, not isolated from the surface, but connected through the slow mixing of water, the vertical migration of organisms, and the rain of organic matter from above. And we're changing it. Ocean acidification, caused by absorbed CO2, is affecting deep-sea organisms that have never dealt with pH changes. Warming surface waters are altering circulation patterns that determine where nutrients go, which affects what sinks to the deep. Plastic microparticles have been found at the bottom of the Mariana Trench. We've managed to pollute the deepest part of the ocean, a place we barely visit. The deep ocean is Earth's final frontier, not because it's the last place left to explore, but because it might be the last place we actually recognise as worth exploring before it's too late, before we've changed it too much to understand what it was, before we've lost species we never knew existed. The ship's engines rumble to life. You're heading back to port, back to land, back to the world of air and sunlight and reasonable pressure. The deep ocean recedes behind you, not physically, it's still right there under the ship, but conceptually. It becomes something you visited rather than something you're experiencing, a memory rather than an immediate reality, and that's how most people experience the deep ocean, as an abstraction, a fact mentioned in documentaries, a place that exists theoretically but has no bearing on daily life. It's easier that way, easier than contemplating the vast cold dark volumes of water that cover most of the planet, easier than imagining the strange slow life that persists there. But it exists regardless. The deep ocean doesn't need our acknowledgement or our understanding. It simply is. Eternal, patient, indifferent. Earth's quiet depths, where life found ways to persist that surface organisms would consider impossible, where time moves differently, where light is a message rather than an environment, and where food is rare and patience is everything. The final frontier isn't out there among the stars. It's down there, beneath our ships, beneath our feet when we stand on the shore. Alien, vast, mostly unknown, and largely ignored while we dream of Mars. The stars wheel overhead, the ocean rolls beneath. And somewhere in the darkness below, at depths that crush submarines, life continues its slow, patient existence, with or without our attention, with or without our understanding, just continuing, as it has, as it will. In the end, that's what the deep ocean teaches us. Persistence matters more than speed. Patience matters more than urgency. And life finds ways to exist in conditions that seem impossible. The creatures of the deep aren't trying to impress anyone. They're not putting on a show. They're simply living in the only way that works in their environment. And maybe that's the lesson worth keeping as you head back to shore, back to human complexity and artificial light. Life is remarkably good at being life, even in places where it shouldn't work, even under conditions that would kill most organisms instantly. The deep ocean exists, vast, cold, dark, and patient, always there, always waiting, always doing what it's done for hundreds of millions of years, and we occasionally, briefly, expensively visit its edges and marvel at what we find, then return to the surface, to the light, to the warm shallows where humans belong. The deep remains, quiet, eternal, unknown. Picture yourself stepping off a dusty stagecoach in 1882 somewhere in the Arizona Territory. Your back aches as if you've been sitting on a concrete park bench for 12 hours. A situation that, given the suspension system of frontier transportation, isn't too far from reality. The sun is setting behind the mountains, painting everything in that golden hour light that would make a modern Instagram influencer weep with envy. You're searching for a place to eat, drink, and maybe wash off 3 days' worth of trail dust, and there it is, right across the street, the Silver Dollar Saloon. Its painted sign creaks in the evening breeze, and those iconic batwing doors, you know, the ones that swing both ways and come up to about chest height, are practically calling your name. Now before you push through those doors, let's pause for a moment. You're about to enter what was essentially the social media platform of its day. Imagine a Wildwest saloon as a fusion of Facebook, Twitter, and your local Starbucks, all housed within a single wooden structure that exudes a scent of tobacco, whiskey, and surreal dreams. The batwing doors weren't just for show, by the way. They were brilliantly practical, like cargo shorts, but actually useful. They kept out dust and tumbleweeds while letting in fresh air, and allowing people to see who was coming and going. In a place where your reputation literally determined whether you lived or died, knowing who just walked in was rather important information. As you approached the entrance, You notice the doors are worn smooth by thousands of hands pushing through them. The wood has that patina that only comes from decades of use, like the handle of a well-loved baseball bat or your grandmother's rolling pin. Inside, you can hear the sounds of laughter, glasses clinking, a slightly off-tuned piano, and the occasional thud of boots on wooden floors. You take a deep breath, catching scents of wood smoke, roasted meat, and something that might be coffee but could just as easily be paint thinner. Your stomach rumbles, reminding you that hardtack and jerky don't constitute fine dining, no matter how you look at it. Here's where your modern sensibilities start to kick in. You're accustomed to perusing online restaurant reviews and perhaps observing the health department's rating prominently displayed in the window. But this isn't that world. The only review system here is whether people are still alive after eating the food, and even that's not always a reliable indicator given the general life expectancy of the frontier. You adjust your hat, because everyone wore caps then, it wasn't optional like wearing pants to Walmart, and push through those swinging doors. They spring back behind you with a satisfying whoosh, and suddenly you're inside, and oh my, it's quite a scene. The first thing that hits you isn't the sight, it's the sound. It's loud. It's not as loud as a rock concert, but rather as loud as a busy restaurant on a Friday night. Conversations overlap like competing radio stations, punctuated by the occasional burst of laughter, the scrape of chairs on wooden floors, and the rhythmic thunk-thunk of someone dealing cards at a table near the back. The second thing that hits you is the smell. It's a complex bouquet that no modern nose is quite prepared for. There's the obvious whiskey and tobacco, but underneath that is the earthy scent of wool and leather, the metallic tang of gun oil, and something that might charitably be called frontier cologne, but more accurately described as 3 weeks without a proper bath. The lighting is dim. Not romantic restaurant dim, but we only have oil lamps and candles dim. Your eyes take a moment to adjust, like when you walk into a movie theatre. Except the movie theatre doesn't have armed patrons and questionable hygiene standards, and there you stand, just inside those famous swinging doors, taking in your first real Wildwest saloon. The adventure is about to begin, and honestly, you're not entirely sure whether to be excited or concerned. Maybe both. Probably both. You can now see the faces around you, as your eyes have adjusted to the oil lamp's amber glow. And what faces they are. It's as if you've stepped into a dynamic daguerreotype, only with everyone in motion and some armed. The first rule of saloon etiquette, which nobody bothered to mention in your guidebook, is this. Don't just stand there gawking like a tourist at Times Square. You need to move with purpose, even if that purpose is simply find a place to sit without getting shot. The bartender catches your eye and nods, a universal gesture that transcends time and roughly translates to buy something or get out. He's a large man with sleeves rolled up past his elbows, sporting the kind of moustache that required serious daily maintenance. Think Tom Selleck, but with more experience breaking up fights and less experience solving crimes in Hawaii. You scan the room for seating options. There's the bar itself, naturally, with a few empty stools that look about as comfortable as sitting on a fence post. The bar is actually quite impressive, a long stretch of polished wood that's seen more drama than a soap opera. Behind the bar, bottles line the shelves like glass soldiers. However, several of them have handwritten labels that raise questions about quality control standards. Then there are the tables scattered around the room. This is where the study of social anthropology becomes fascinating. Each table seems to have its ecosystem, its own unspoken rules, and its potential for sudden violence. A table of real cowboys, not the Hollywood version, sits near the front window. They're dusty, sun-weathered, and look like they haven't seen a barber in months. Their hats are sweat-stained and practical, their boots are scuffed from actual work, and their clothes have that lived-in quality that comes from spending weeks on the trail. They're nursing beers and discussing something that involves a lot of gesturing toward the door. You decide to file these observations under information to remember and keep looking. In the corner there's a poker game happening at a round table. The players are a mixed bunch, a man in a slightly too fancy vest who might be a travelling salesman, a grizzled prospector whose beard could hide a small animal, and two other gentlemen whose occupations are harder to determine but whose serious expressions suggest the stakes are real. The fourth rule of saloon survival, which follows the first three rules of don't stare, don't touch anyone's hat, and don't ask about anyone's past, is this. Never sit at a poker table unless you're invited and prepared to lose your shirt. Literally. There's a piano in one corner, an upright that's seen better decades, where a woman in a blue dress is playing something that might be Oh Susanna, if you squint your ears just right. She's what they called a saloon girl, and her job description included entertainment, conversation, and selling drinks. Despite what Hollywood might have suggested, Most saloon girls were essentially the tavern's customer service representatives, not anything more scandalous. The characters continue to unfold before you, like the pages in a very dusty book. The gentleman at the bar, dressed immaculately in a black suit, a clean hat and shining boots, is a sight to behold. He could be a banker, a preacher, or someone you really don't want to accidentally bump into. His coat hangs just so, and you can't tell if that's because he's very particular about his appearance, or because he's carrying something under there that requires easy access. At a small table near the back, a couple of older men are engaged in what appears to be either a heated philosophical debate or an argument about whose turn it is to buy the next round. Their voices rise and fall like a verbal tide, and occasionally one of them pounds the table for emphasis, making the glasses jump. You realise you're still standing there like a decoration, so you make your move toward the bar. The bartender watches your approach with the expression of someone who's seen everything at least twice and isn't easily impressed. As you climb onto one of those fence post stools, you notice the bar's surface tells its stories. Ring stains from countless glasses, small nicks from knives, and what might be initials carved by patrons with too much time and whiskey. The stool creaks ominously under your weight, not because you're heavy, but because it's held together with hope, nails, and possibly some very determined termites. You settle in, trying to look like you belong, while fighting the urge to ask if they have a wine list. The bartender approaches, wiping his hands on a towel that has witnessed better days. "What'll it be?" he asks, and you realise you're about to make your first real decision in the Wild West. Choose wisely. Your stomach and your reputation may depend on it. "What'll it be?" the bartender asks again, and you realise that this isn't like browsing through a 20-page menu at the Cheesecake Factory. Your options are limited, and some of them might be questionable for your long-term health prospects. Let's start with the drinks, shall we? The house specialty is whiskey, and by specialty I mean it's basically the only option that won't require you to lie down afterward. However, it's important to note that the master distiller did not age frontier whiskey in charming oak barrels for 12 years. Oh no, this whiskey was aged for about as long as it took to make it, which was roughly the same amount of time it takes to microwave a burrito. The bartender holds up a bottle with a handwritten label that simply says whiskey, in letters that suggest the writer's hand wasn't entirely steady at the time. The liquid inside has an amber colour that could generously be called rustic, or more accurately described as concerning. But you know what? When you've been eating trail dust for 3 days, your standards become remarkably flexible. Whiskey sounds perfect, you say, because when in Rome, or in this case, when in a place where Rome seems like a distant fever dream, you do as the locals do. The bartender pours you a shot in a glass that's clean enough, assuming you don't look too closely at the rim. The whiskey boasts a colour reminiscent of weak tea and an aroma reminiscent of what could once have been corn. You take a sip and, wow, it's like liquid campfire with hints of regret and a finish that suggests you should probably eat something soon. Speaking of food, let's talk about your dining options. The menu, such as it exists, is posted on a chalkboard behind the bar, written in the same shaky handwriting as the whiskey label. Your choices are beef stew, beans and bacon, cornbread and something optimistically labelled fresh fish. Now you're in the middle of the desert, so the fresh fish raises some immediate questions. Fresh from where exactly? How can the fish be considered fresh when the nearest substantial body of water is a 3-day ride away? The bartender notices your expression and chuckles. "Don't worry about the fish," he says. "Been on the menu for 2 years. Nobody's ever ordered it." You decide beef stew sounds like the safest bet. It's a decision that shows wisdom beyond your years, or at least beyond your experience with frontier cuisine. The bartender calls your order back to the kitchen, which is apparently just behind a curtained doorway where you can hear the sounds of serious cooking happening. Lots of clanging, some creative vocabulary, and what might be prayer. While you wait, you notice the other patrons' dining choices. The cowboys at the front table are sharing a plate of beans and bacon that could probably feed a small army, or at least 3 famished cowboys. They're eating with the efficiency of people who view food as fuel rather than an experience, which is probably the right attitude when your dining options are limited to brown stuff and other brown stuff. The poker players have ordered rounds of everything, apparently, because their table looks like a frontier buffet. There are plates of cornbread, bowls of stew, strip of bacon, and enough whiskey to fill a small boat. Of course, they're playing for money, so they might be trying to fortify themselves for a long night of cards and potentially life-changing losses. The well-dressed gentleman at the bar is nursing a single glass of whiskey and a plate of cornbread, eating with the careful precision of someone who's either very refined or very suspicious of the food quality. He cuts his cornbread into perfect squares and chews thoughtfully, like he's conducting a scientific analysis of its ingredients. Your stew arrives, carried by a woman who emerges from behind the kitchen curtain like she's stepping onto a stage. She's the cook, clearly, and she sets the bowl down with the pride of someone who knows her craft. A tin bowl, hot enough to brand cattle, holds the stew, and its contents appear substantial. The stew contains chunks of beef that were once tough but have now become tender, vegetables that could be charitably described as rustic, and a gravy thick enough to serve as a mortar. It smells fantastic, actually. Like comfort food made by someone who understands that comfort sometimes comes in the form of calories and warmth rather than presentation and molecular gastronomy. You take a spoonful and it's delicious, really good. The kind of good that makes you understand why people wrote songs about home cooking. The cornbread that comes with it is dense and filling with a slightly sweet taste that balances the hearty stew perfectly. It's nothing like the fluffy cake-like cornbread you might know from modern restaurants. This bread symbolises business and can sustain you throughout a long day of your planned frontier activities. As you eat, you start to relax a little. The whiskey has smoothed some of your rough edges, the food is warming you from the inside out, and the general atmosphere is starting to feel less like a movie set, and more like, well, just a place where people come to eat and drink and escape from their day. But then you notice something that makes your spoon pause halfway to your mouth. The conversation at the cowboys' table has gotten quieter, more intense. They keep glancing toward the door, and one of them has shifted his chair so he has a better view of the entrance. The well-dressed gentleman has also noticed the changes and has angled himself slightly on his stool. Uh-oh. You get the feeling that your peaceful dinner is about to become significantly more interesting. You're just starting to feel settled. The stew is warming your belly, the whiskey has taken the edge off 3 days of stagecoach travel, and you're beginning to think that this whole Wild West experience might be more civilized than the stories suggested. At that moment, the batwing doors open forcefully, causing the room's temperature to drop by approximately 10 degrees. 3 men walk in, and they walk like they own the place. They appear as though they're contemplating acquiring it without the need for paperwork. They're different from the other patrons, cleaner, better dressed, but with an edge that makes everyone else look like Sunday school teachers by comparison. The leader is tall and lean, wearing a black coat that's seen some use, but not much abuse. His hat is perfectly positioned, and his boots exude a shine that suggests he either meticulously maintains his belongings or hasn't been traversing the desert dust for days. His eyes scan the room with the methodical precision of someone conducting an inventory. His companions flank him like bookends, one shorter and stockier, built like a man who settles disagreements with his fists, and another who's trying a little too difficult to look casual, while obviously being anything but. They move to the bar, but not before the tall one makes eye contact with several patrons, including you. Now, you've never been in a situation quite like this, but some instincts are universal. It's akin to being in a restaurant when a group enters that exudes an unsettling presence, excessively loud, overly aggressive, and behaving as though they are seeking confrontation. Except in this case, the people who might find trouble are armed, and there's no manager to complain to. The bartender's demeanour changes subtly. He still approaches them and asks what they want, but now there's tension in his shoulders. The cowboys at the front table have gone completely quiet, which is probably the frontier equivalent of turning off your phone when you sense drama brewing. "Whiskey," says the tall stranger. "The good stuff, not what you've been serving and everyone else." This story is interesting. Apparently there's a 2-tier beverage system in operation here, and you've been drinking from the economy section. The bartender reaches under the bar and produces a different bottle, this one with an actual printed label and liquid that doesn't look like it could strip paint. As the strangers get their drinks, you notice the poker game has paused. The players are still holding their cards, but nobody's looking at them anymore. The saloon girl has stopped playing piano mid-song, which creates an awkward silence that everyone pretends not to notice. You continue eating your stew, trying to channel the energy of someone who's totally absorbed in their meal and definitely not eavesdropping on potentially dangerous conversations. Your task is harder than it sounds when every instinct is telling you to pay attention to the new arrivals. The tall stranger turns from the bar, whiskey in hand, and addresses the room in general. "Evening, folks! Beautiful night, isn't it?" His voice is pleasant enough, but there's something underneath it, like a velvet glove with brass knuckles inside. A few people mumble responses. Someone asks a question, but you're uncertain if the right answer could lead to your death. "We're looking for someone," the stranger continues, taking a casual sip of his whiskey. "We're searching for a friend by the name of Thompson." Bill Thompson. Heard he might be in these parts. Now, you don't know anyone named Bill Thompson, but you can feel the collective tension in the room ratchet up another notch. It's like when someone asks, Who broke this? And even though you're innocent, you still feel guilty. One of the cowboys clears his throat. Dr. Thompson's in these parts, he says carefully. Might help if you could be more specific. The stranger smiles, and it's not entirely a pleasant expression. Oh, you'd know this Thompson if you saw him. About 40, brown hair, scar on his left cheek from a disagreement about cattle ownership, tends to be memorable. The description hangs in the air like smoke from a bad cigar. You notice the well-dressed gentleman at the bar has become very interested in the bottom of his whiskey glass, and the poker players have the frozen look of people trying to become invisible through sheer force of will. Can't say the name rings a bell, the cowboy says, which is probably true, but also probably not the whole truth. The stranger nods like he expected this answer. Well, that's disappointing, but understandable. Sometimes people's memories need a little encouragement. And that's when you realise your peaceful evening has officially taken a turn toward the kind of excitement you read about in dime novels but never actually wanted to experience firsthand. The stew suddenly tastes like cardboard, and the whiskey isn't warming your stomach so much as churning it. You keep eating, trying to look like someone who's completely oblivious to the growing tension, while your mind races through your options. You could finish quickly and leave, but that might draw attention. You could stay and hope things settle down, but that could mean getting caught in whatever's about to happen. Or you could just keep eating stew and pretend you're anywhere else, which is your current strategy, but probably not a long-term solution. The stranger takes another sip of his whiskey and smiles that unsettling smile again. Well, no hurry, we've got all night. Oh, good, they're staying. This should be interesting. In a situation like this, it can be quite challenging to focus on your own affairs when everyone else's activities are taking place right next to you. It's like trying to ignore a fire alarm. Technically possible, but probably not advisable for your continued well-being. You've developed a sudden intense fascination with your stew, examining each piece of beef like you're conducting a scientific study on frontier cooking techniques. Meanwhile, the three strangers have settled in at a table near the centre of the room, close enough to watch everyone, far enough from the door to make leaving quickly a challenge for anyone else. The tall one, seemingly representing the group, has initiated a conversation with a variety of patrons. Is the kind of conversation where one person asks questions and everyone else provides answers that are technically truthful but carefully incomplete. Nice town you've got here, he says to the room in general. Quiet, peaceful, the kind of place where a man could disappear if he wanted to. The cowboys nod politely, similar to how one might nod when someone makes a comment about the weather that could be interpreted as a threat. The poker players have resumed their game, but you notice they're betting much more conservatively than before. Nothing dampens the spirit of gambling more than the threat of unexpected violence. The bartender continues wiping glasses with that towel, which by now must be either perfectly clean or completely contaminated. He's developed the expression of someone who's seen this movie before and knows it doesn't end with everyone shaking hands and sharing recipes. You're making excellent progress on your stew when the shorter of the three strangers, the one built like a human cannonball, stands up and stretches. It's an innocent enough gesture, except for the way his coat falls open just enough to reveal what's definitely not a pocket watch on his hip. Think I'll take a look around, he announces. Get familiar with the local geography. He starts wandering between the tables, not bothering anyone exactly, but making his presence felt. It's like having a tiger casually stroll through your living room. It might not eat you, but you're definitely going to keep track of where it is. When he gets to the poker table, he pauses to watch the game. Interesting, he says, looking at the cards. That's almost a winning hand you've got there, friend. The prospector with the impressive beard looks up nervously. Just having a friendly game, mister, nothing serious. Oh, I'm sure, the stranger replies. Though I notice you've got quite a pile of coins there. Lucky night. Some nights are better than others, the prospector says carefully. The stranger nods thoughtfully. That's true. Some nights, a man's luck can change very suddenly. It's not exactly a threat, but it's not exactly not a threat either. It's that special kind of frontier communication that says everything while saying nothing, like a passive-aggressive email written with 6-shooters. The wandering stranger continues his tour, eventually making his way toward the bar, toward you. You become intensely interested in the last few spoonfuls of your stew, hoping to project the aura of someone completely absorbed in their dinner and definitely not worth talking to. Evening, he says, settling onto the stool next to you. Evening, you reply, because ignoring him would be rude, and rudeness in this situation could have consequences that extend beyond hurt feelings. Good stew? He asks, looking at your bowl. Yes, quite good, you answer honestly. No point in lying about something so easily verified. You're not from around here, he observes. It's not a question. Just passing through, you say, which is true and hopefully boring enough to end the conversation. He nods and orders a whiskey from the bartender. Not the good stuff, you notice, which suggests either budget constraints or that he's not as important as his tall friend. While he waits for his drink, he studies you with the casual interest of someone examining a potentially interesting bug. Passing through to where, he asks. Now you're in slightly trickier territory. Too much detail might make you memorable in ways you don't want to be. Too little might make you seem suspicious. You go with vague but plausible. West, you say. Looking for opportunities, he chuckles. Aren't we all, friend? Aren't we all? His whiskey arrives, and he takes a sip. Then he leans slightly closer, and you catch a whiff of tobacco, leather, and something that might be pomade or might be bear grease. Word of advice, he says quietly. Sometimes the best opportunity is knowing when to keep moving. Know what I mean? You nod because you do know what he means, and because agreeing seems like the safest option. He's telling you, in the politest possible terms, that this might be a good night to finish your dinner and find somewhere else to be. Appreciate the advice, you say. He nods and returns to his whiskey, apparently satisfied that his message has been delivered and understood. You finish the last of your stew and cornbread, trying to eat at a pace that suggests you're not hurrying but not lingering either. That's when the batwing doors swing open again, and this time, you know before you even look that whoever's coming in is going to make the evening significantly more complicated. Because that's how these things work in the Wild West. Just when you think you've got a handle on the situation decides to handle you instead. The man who walks through those batwing doors is about 40 years old, has brown hair, and sports a scar on his left cheek that looks like it came from a disagreement about cattle ownership. In other words, he matches the description of Bill Thompson perfectly, which means your peaceful evening has just transformed into front row seats for whatever's about to unfold. But here's the thing that makes this intriguing from a social dynamics perspective. Bill Thompson doesn't look surprised to see the three strangers. He doesn't pause, doesn't scan the room nervously, and doesn't show any of the signs you'd expect from someone who's being hunted. Instead, he walks to the bar with the casual confidence of a man who's precisely where he wants to be. "Evening, Jake," he says to the bartender, who suddenly looks like he'd rather be anywhere else. Perhaps somewhere peaceful, like the middle of a buffalo stampede. The tall stranger at the centre table doesn't say anything immediately. He just watches Thompson order a whiskey and settle against the bar like he owns it. The silence stretches out like taffy, and you can practically hear everyone in the room not breathing. Finally, the tall stranger speaks. "Bill Thompson." "That's right," Thompson replies without turning around. "And you'd be Carson, unless I miss my guess." Carson. Now the tall stranger has a name, which somehow makes the whole situation feel more real and more dangerous at the same time. Carson stands up slowly, the kind of deliberate movement that suggests he's very comfortable with everyone's attention focused on him. "Been looking for you, Bill." "I figured that was the case," Thompson says, taking a sip of his whiskey. "Heard you boys were asking around. Thought I'd save you the trouble of hunting all over creation." Now this is intriguing. Instead of a manhunt, you're witnessing what appears to be a planned meeting. The question is whether it's going to be a civilized conversation, or something that requires you to duck under tables. The cowboy at the front table shifts slightly in his chair, and you notice his hand resting casually near his side. The poker players have given up all pretense of playing cards and are openly watching the proceedings. Even the saloon girl has positioned herself near what you hope is a back exit. Carson moves away from his table, but not quickly, not aggressively. It's more like a dance where both partners know the steps. "You've got something that belongs to my employer, Bill." "That's so," Thompson says. "What might that be?" "Don't play games. The money from the Tucson job." Thompson chuckles, but it's not a particularly amused sound. "Money? What makes you think I've got any money? Look at me, Carson. Do I look like a man who's recently come into wealth?" And he's got a point. Thompson's clothes are worn but clean, his boots are scuffed, and his hat has seen better years. If he's sitting on a pile of stolen money, he's either excellent at hiding it or terrible at spending it. "My employer seems to think otherwise," Carson says. "Your employer thinks many things. Doesn't make them true." The conversation is polite, almost casual, but you can feel the undercurrent of violence running beneath it like a stream under ice. Both men are armed. You can tell by the way they carry themselves, the way their coats hang, and the way they position their hands. The question is whether they're going to keep talking or start shooting. You're beginning to understand why the bartender was nervous about the fish on the menu. In a place where business disputes are settled with gunpowder, freshness standards are probably flexible. The shorter stranger, the one who gave you the friendly advice about knowing when to keep moving, has positioned himself near the door. Not blocking it exactly, but making it clear that anyone wanting to leave would need to get past him. The third member of their group has moved to cover the back of the room. Thompson seems to notice these movements without looking directly at them. "Brought the whole crew, did you?" That's flattering. Though I have to say, for a friendly conversation about money I don't have, you boys seem a little prepared. "Just being careful," Carson says. "Nothing personal." "Oh, I'm sure," Thompson replies. Just like what happened in Prescott was nothing personal. Carson's expression changes slightly at the mention of Prescott, and you get the feeling that there's a whole other story there, probably involving more cattle, more disagreements, and definitely more scars. "That was business," Carson says. "So is this," Thompson replies. And that's when you realise that you're not just witnessing a confrontation between men with a disagreement about money. You're watching the continuation of something that started somewhere else, probably involving cattle, because everything in the West seems to involve cattle, and definitely involving the kind of business that leaves scars on people's faces. The room has gone completely quiet except for the sound of your own heartbeat, which seems unreasonably loud given the circumstances. You're trying to decide whether finishing your whiskey would be a good idea, liquid courage, or a terrible idea, impaired judgment, when Thompson turns slightly and catches your eye. "You might want to step outside for some air, friend," he says quietly. "Sometimes these business discussions get a little heated," which is probably the politest way anyone has ever suggested that you evacuate before the shooting starts. Here's the thing about the Wild West that all those Hollywood movies got wrong. Most confrontations didn't end in gunfights. They ended in negotiations, compromises, and people finding ways to settle their differences without ventilating each other. Because despite what the dime novel suggested, most folks preferred being alive to being legendary. You're contemplating Thompson's suggestion about stepping outside when something unexpected happens. Carson laughs. Carson laughs, not with a menacing or bitter laugh, but with an actual genuine laugh that changes his entire face. "You know what, Bill? You're absolutely right. This idea is ridiculous." He sits back down at his table, and the tension in the room doesn't exactly disappear, but it shifts into something more manageable. Removing the timer instead of cutting wires is akin to defusing a bomb. "We're both getting too old for this," Carson continues, "and honestly, my employer is an idiot." Thompson turns around, still holding his whiskey, eyebrows raised. "That's quite an admission coming from you." "Well, it's true. Sending me and the boys all the way out here to collect money that probably doesn't exist, from a job that went sideways 6 months ago, from a man who's been trying to go straight ever since." Carson shakes his head. "Some days I wonder why I don't just buy a farm and raise chickens." The shorter stranger looks confused by this turn of events. "Boss? We came all this way." "I know what we came here for, Mike," Carson says. "But occasionally you get somewhere and realise the trip wasn't worth taking." Thompson moves away from the bar, but toward Carson's table, not toward the door. He pulls out a chair and sits down, still cautious, but no longer looking like he's expecting to dodge bullets. "So what happens now?" Thompson asks. "Now? Now we finish our drinks, you tell me what really happened in Tucson, and maybe we figure out how to explain to my employer that his money disappeared into thin air without anyone getting shot over it. And just like that, the standoff becomes a conversation." The cowboys at the front table start breathing again. The poker players remember they have cards to play. The saloon girl begins playing the piano again, but this time she selects a more cheerful tune than the one she played previously. You decide to stay put and order another whiskey, because the scene is turning into exactly the kind of frontier drama you came west to experience, except without the mortal peril you hadn't really planned on. Thompson signals Jake for another drink and settles into his chair. "Tucson was a disaster from the start," he begins. "Your employer had us hitting a bank that turned out to be expecting us." "Inside information?" "Had to be. We walked into that bank and found half the territorial militia waiting for us. Lost 2 good men, barely got out alive, and came away with exactly nothing except a newfound appreciation for honest work." Carson nods thoughtfully. "That explains some things. My employer has been mighty close-mouthed about the details." "Probably because he set us up," Thompson says. "My guess? He made a deal with the law, decided we were expendable, and figured he'd collect the reward money instead of paying us." The shorter stranger, Mike, looks between his boss and Thompson like he's watching a tennis match played with words instead of balls. "So there never was any money to recover?" "Oh, there was money," Thompson says, "just not where my employer thinks it ended up." He reaches into his coat and for a moment everyone tenses again, but what he pulls out is a folded piece of paper, not a weapon. "Bank draft," he explains, showing it to Carson. "It was intended for the Tucson orphanage. Figured if I was going to steal money, I might as well steal it for someone who needed it more than your employer did." Carson examines the paper and his expression shifts to one that could be interpreted as respect. You donated stolen money to an orphanage? Seemed like the right thing to do at the time, Thompson says with a shrug. Still does, actually. Mike looks completely baffled by this turn of events. Boss, what do we tell him back in Phoenix? Carson folds the bank draft and hands it back to Thompson. We tell him that Bill Thompson is dead. What? Mike's voice goes up an octave. Died in a gunfight. Tragic, really. We buried him outside of town and said some words. A very touching ceremony. Carson's deadpan delivery would make a professional poker player proud. Money was never recovered. He probably spent all the money on whiskey and loose women before he died. Thompson grins. I like it, though I prefer to think I spent it on whiskey and tight women. Details, Carson waves dismissively. Point is, as far as Phoenix is concerned, this case is closed, and that's when you realise you've just witnessed something remarkable. A problem solved not with violence, but with creativity, pragmatism, and a healthy dose of frontier justice. This solution ensures that everyone leaves with their lives and dignity intact. The saloon has returned to something approaching normal. The poker game has resumed with renewed enthusiasm. Apparently nothing makes cards more captivating than the possibility that you might not live to play another hand. The cowboys have ordered another round and are back to discussing whatever important cowboy business they were discussing before the excitement started. Carson stands up and extends his hand to Thompson. It's been a pleasure doing business with you, Bill. Or should I say, it's been a pleasure not doing business with you. Thompson shakes his hand. Likewise. Give my regards to Phoenix. Tell them I died bravely. Oh, I will. I will probably include some details about how you took 3 of us with you, just to make the story more interesting. Mike still looks confused, but the third member of Carson's group, who's been silent through most of this, finally speaks up. Does your statement mean we can go home now? I'm tired of sleeping on the ground. Yes, Eddie, we can go home, Carson says patiently, and we can stop at that hotel in Flagstaff on the way back. The one with the actual beds? The one with the actual beds? Eddie brightens considerably at this news. Apparently even in the Wild West a good night's sleep was worth more than a questionable gunfight. As Carson's group prepares to leave, the tall man pauses at your table. Thanks for the entertainment, he says. Not often do we get to watch a business meeting that ends with everyone still breathing. My pleasure, you reply, raising your glass in a small salute. Here's to creative problem solving. I'll drink to that, Carson says, and surprisingly, he does, finishing his whiskey in one smooth motion before tipping his hat and heading for the door. The saloon settles into a comfortable evening rhythm as the 3 strangers disappear through the bat-wing doors. Thompson moves to the bar, orders another whiskey, and strikes up a conversation with Jake about the weather and the price of cattle. You sit back in your chair, nursing your second whiskey and marvelling at what you've just experienced. In the span of 2 hours, you've witnessed a manhunt, a standoff, a negotiation, and a resolution that would have made Solomon proud. You've seen grown men solve their problems with words instead of weapons and creativity instead of violence. The saloon girl starts playing Red River Valley, and this time she gets all the notes right. The poker players are laughing at something the prospector said. The cowboys are planning their next cattle drive. And you're sitting in a Wild West tavern, drinking whiskey that tastes like liquid campfire, eating stew that could keep you going for a week, and thinking that maybe, just maybe, the real Wild West was more intriguing than any Hollywood movie ever suggested. Because the truth is, most people then, just like most people now, were just trying to get through their day without too much trouble. They wanted to eat a decent meal, have a drink with friends, maybe play some cards and go home to their families. The fact that they sometimes carried guns and settled disputes with duels doesn't mean they preferred violence. It just means they lived in a time and place where being prepared for trouble was a practical necessity. As the evening winds down and you consider heading to whatever passes for lodging in this frontier town, you reflect on the lesson you've learned tonight. Sometimes the most dangerous situations are resolved not by the fastest gun or the strongest fighter, but by the person clever enough to find a solution that lets everyone walk away with their pride intact. Thompson glances at you from the bar, raising his glass in a small salute. To orphanages, he says quietly. To orphanages, you reply, and you both drink to the kind of justice that doesn't make headlines but makes the world a little bit better, one small act of decency at a time. Outside, the desert night is clear and cold, full of stars that seem close enough to touch. Inside the Silver Dollar Saloon, the oil lamps burn warm and steady, the piano plays soft melodies, and people who've never met before tomorrow will be strangers again, sharing stories and whiskey and the kind of companionship that travellers have always found in places like this. And that, more than any gunfight or cattle rustling or gold rush drama, is what the Wild West was really about. People finding ways to connect, to solve problems, and to help each other through the challenges of living in a hard place during a hard time. Your stew is long finished, your whiskey glass is empty, and your adventure in frontier dining is complete. Tomorrow you'll climb back on that stagecoach and continue west, carrying with you the memory of an evening when the Wild West revealed itself to be not quite as wild as advertised, but infinitely more fascinating than you'd expected. Sometimes the best stories aren't about the fastest guns or the biggest fights. Sometimes they're about the moments when ordinary people find extraordinary ways to be decent to each other, even when, especially when, it would be easier not to be. And with that thought, you finish your whiskey, tip your hat to Jake the bartender, nod farewell to Thompson and the other patrons, and push through those famous bat-wing doors into the star-filled desert night, carrying with you a story worth telling and the kind of satisfied tiredness that comes from a day well lived and an evening well spent. The Silver Dollar Saloon settles into its nighttime rhythm behind you, ready to welcome the next traveller, the next story, the next small drama of frontier life. Because that's what places like this do. They provide a stage where ordinary people can have extraordinary moments, where strangers can become friends over a shared meal and a glass of something that might charitably be called whiskey. And in the morning, the stagecoach will come, and you'll climb aboard for the next leg of your journey, but you'll always remember the night you learned that the real Wild West wasn't one with guns. It was one with conversation, creativity, and the kind of human decency that transcends time and place. Sweet dreams, traveller. The frontier awaits, and now you know it's not quite as dangerous as the stories suggest, just infinitely more interesting than you ever imagined.